You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 40, 151, One Chance, Part 2. So she turned to her brother. I'd be a hypocrite if I said that I'd have acted any differently from Solus under those circumstances. Her life was at risk, and without you, she had no other choice but to preserve her life and memories. You instead shoved those people inside the bleed in cold blood. Tista pointed her finger at Lith. You knew exactly what it was and what it would have done to those awakened, yet you didn't think twice about using the bleed. You've seen the horrors that forbidden magic has unleashed on Maugr and the suffering it brings, yet you used it yourself. Hi, I'm Lith Verhin, and I'm a murderer. The only thing Tista saw in his eyes was mild annoyance, like someone who has to explain common sense to a little child. I've killed ever since I was 6 years old, Tista. I started by killing the men sent by Baronet Trahan to force me to give up on my apprenticeship with Nana after they threatened to kill our family. After that day, I systematically eliminated anyone who so much as plotted against any of you. Did you really expect me not to do the same for Solus? He asked, yet didn't wait for an answer. Also, those I put inside the bleed weren't people. They lost that title when they tried to kidnap Mom and blackmail me. What do you think they were going to do with her? Even if they let her go after they got what they wanted, what do you think would have happened? Everyone would have treated the magicless members of our family as bargaining chips. Aaron, Mom, and Renaa would have spent the rest of their lives in fear, prisoners of their own homes. Would you still ask me these questions and advocate for those Awaken's lives if they just returned Mom's corpse, afraid that she might tell us something that could identify them? Or would you do anything, even use forbidden magic, to kill those bastards and have Mom back? Tista took a step back, the words hitting her like a slap to the face. The shock and fear Alina had endured during the kidnapping attempt were still vivid in her mind. The Guardian's intervention had scared Alina out of her wits, but it hadn't touched a hair on her head. The Awakened would have done much worse than scaring Mom. Even if they didn't, had they gotten their ransom, it was just a matter of time until another kidnapper hurt her or worse. Tista couldn't stop hearing Alina's cries and seeing her trembling in fear for weeks after the failed kidnapping attempt. Once again, she said nothing and turned toward the person she hadn't expected to find there, and who was supposed to be as outraged as her. Did you know about this, Kami? Tista asked. Did you know what Lith did? Yes, Camila nodded. After we married, Lith promised me there would be no more secrets between us. He upheld his word and told me about the bleed after rescuing Solus. I knew what would happen to those Awakened long before he sacrificed them to the bleed. And you're okay with that? Tista was flabbergasted. I'm not going to lie, I would have probably reacted like you if I didn't have Elijah already, Camila replied. What does she have to do with this? She has everything to do with this, Camila said. By then, I was already a mother, and I know exactly how Rifa felt, how she feels right now. Elijah has yet to turn one, but she became one of the most important people in my life right after I found out I was pregnant. Lith and I gave her a name, we talked to her every day, and spent countless hours imagining what she would look like, and what kind of person she would grow into. We worried about how she would fare at the academy and how to have the talk with her before she came into this world. Elijah is still a baby, but she is already a young woman and the mother of my grandchildren to me. She is my baby, blood of my blood, and if anyone touches her, there's nothing that I wouldn't do to save her. I'd use forbidden magic, a cursed object, or even sell my soul to a mad guardian if there was one chance in a million it worked. Camilla's voice rose into a snarl as silvery flames wreathed her. Ask that same question to any parent on Maugr. Ask Roz and Alina if you want. I'm willing to bet everything I have that if faced with the choice between losing one of their children and using forbidden magic on the bastards who hurt them, your parents wouldn't hesitate for 1 second. Tista didn't need to ask, she already knew the answer. Before she awakened, back when she was still Nana's apprentice, Roz and Alina had always protected her, even though Tista had magic powers and they did not. In those rare occasions when words weren't enough and things got physical, Roz showed no mercy. Alina took the first deadly weapon she found and used it with extreme prejudice. Nobody had died in the past, but only because either Nana intervened or the people of Lucia stepped in. Yet she still couldn't understand why she seemed to be the only person in the room to have morals. How the value of human life and all the noble things Tista had always believed in seemed to be irrelevant to the others. Camila noticed Tista's distress and warped Surin to the tower, putting the baby girl in Tista's arms. Surin wasn't smart enough to understand what they were saying and was unfazed by the sudden change in scenery. She just cooed and smiled at Tista the moment she recognized her. "Now please imagine someone hurt your little sister," Camila said. "Imagine her body getting colder and regular magic can't save her. It doesn't matter why her attackers did what they did, only that Surin is dying because of them." "What would you do?" As the baby girl played with Tista's hair and babbled words that made no sense to her, reality blurred in front of Tista's eyes. Yet instead of Surin, she remembered how she had felt after seeing her father's mangled figure after Orpal had tortured him in the Hogham mansion. Tista had almost forgotten about the fury she had experienced that day, but the fury was still there. She clenched her teeth in anger, wishing to have her criminal brother in her hands to make him pay. Then, Roz's image was replaced by a dying Surin, and fury turned into hatred and desperation. Even though it was all in her head, Tista felt the love she had for her little sister pushing her to do the unthinkable. She could now see Surin smile again, she could feel her little fingers pulling at her hair, and Tista knew there was nothing she wouldn't do to protect her. Tista said nothing, but her expression spoke volumes. It was a mix of sorrow and cold determination. In her mind, she had already killed many people, and more died by the second. "Dita?" Surin asked, confused by the tears streaking down her sister's face. Chapter 40-152 Future Plans, Part 1. "It's nothing, sweetie." Tista wiped her face and smiled, forcing herself to focus on what was in front of her instead of what might be. "I'm fine. Everything is fine." Now, whatever you imagined a moment ago, multiply it 1,000 times because that's how painful it would be if someone really hurt Surin, Camila said. "Once you do, ask yourself what you've asked us. You don't have to answer me or anyone else, only to yourself." Tista found her answer and didn't like it one bit. "I need time to think," she said, yet what she actually needed was time to look herself in the mirror and see if she still liked the person returning her gaze. "I promise I won't talk about the bleed with anyone. Is that enough?" "It's all we ask." Lith patted her shoulders, a wan smile creasing his face. "I just want to add one more thing, big sis. I'm not proud of what I did. Nobody here is, but I'd shit on my pride and eat it before letting anything bad happen to you or anyone I love." "I understand," Tista nodded. "I'm sorry for keeping the bleed a secret from you until now." Solus took one step forward. "I didn't want you to think less of Lith, my mother, or me. I'm just as guilty as he is because even though I didn't help him, I knew what he was going to do and did nothing to stop him. I only came clean now because you almost died because of me. You didn't know about the bleed and put your life on the line to save ours. I can't stand the thought of letting you get hurt again just to keep being a good person in your eyes. I prefer living in a world where you live and despise me rather than a world where you died respecting me." "Thank you," Tista nodded as more tears streamed down her cheeks. "Thank you to all of you. Now I really have to go." She warped to the Doomslayer crib in the master bedroom, where the other toddlers waited for Surin's return. "You okay, Auntie?" Valoran asked. "Tita?" Elijah extended her little hand covered in dragon scales to understand the big words grown-ups always used. "It's nothing, kids, I swear." Tista sniffled as she put Surin inside the crib. She had seen the kids countless times, yet never before had she realized that the only thing standing between her principles and the practice of forbidden magic was a scratch on their little faces. "Space." "Well, that went exactly as one could expect," Menadian sighed. "When are you going to tell the others?" "What others?" Solus asked. "Don't be silly, Solus. Are you really going to wait until another of your friends gets hurt to tell them about the bleed?" Menadian said, making her daughter flinch. "Don't worry, I understand why you're doing it, and you have my blessing." "You do?" Solus asked. "These people are your family, Solus," Menadian shrugged. "They know about your condition and are willing to sacrifice their lives for you. They deserve to know the truth. Besides, you don't need to talk about the bleed with everyone. Only those who know about the tower and are going to fight alongside you should know about it. There's nothing that people like Roz or Aaron can do, nor does the bleed affect their choices." "I know, but still," Solus let her words trail off as she thought long and hard about what to do. "I too need time. I'd rather not ruin all my relationships in one go. Let's see how Tista reacts first." "For what it's worth, I doubt Quilla is going to have any issue with the bleed," Lith shrugged. "Orican and Juria are troublemakers on par with Manohar II, yet she would protect them with her life. The worst she can do is ask Rifa for the bleed's blueprints." "Are you serious?" Solus was flabbergasted. "I am," Lith nodded. "And to be honest, I don't expect Freya to act much differently. She already thought she had seen Quilla die once, and then she lost Floria for real. I don't think there's anyone among the Urnas who wouldn't do even worse than Rifa. Space. A few days later, Tista still had a hard time looking Solus in the eyes. Whether it was due to the shock of learning about the bleed or because she couldn't accept being no different from Menadian, it was impossible to say. Lith used that time to plan a short vacation with Camila and arrange the details for his birthday gala. "Thank you for your help, Gianni," Lith groaned as he looked at the growing list of guests and expenses. "The only thing that I hate more than participating in a royal gala is hosting one, let alone 3. "Don't mention it," she replied. "If you hate galas so much, then you shouldn't have become a supreme magus. Power and authority come with duties and responsibilities." "I didn't have much choice," Lith replied. "Becoming a magus was the only way to get pardoned, and once I shared void magic, I couldn't stand the idea of it being abused to create a new kind of forbidden magic." "Hold that thought and let's go back to the galas," Gianni said. "I have an idea that should make everyone happy and save you a bit of money." "You're speaking my language," he said. "I'm all ears." "It's nothing major," she shrugged. "Since nobody knows the day when Camila will give birth, preparing a gala for Raldderak is impossible. Not to mention that after your son is born, your wife will be as weak as Clea, and the baby will scare easily. Since you need to give Camila time to recover and Raldderak to get used to seeing strangers without sending a guardian on a rampage, we could just make a single gala to celebrate both Elijah's birthday and Raldderak's birth." "Sounds like a plan. We skip a gala altogether and get peace long enough to get used to the new member of the family." Lith nodded. "Do you think Ely might get angry for sharing her special day?" "If she were 12, sure, but 1 year old." Gianni raised an eyebrow. "Your daughter is smart, even intelligent for her age, but she's still a baby. Every day is a holiday for her except for her birthday. She'll be paraded around people she doesn't like or care about and be forced to stay away from his friends and family for hours. You'll be lucky if she doesn't mistake the celebration for some kind of punishment." "She's right, you know," Orion said. "During their first years of life, our children never cried so much as during their birthdays. They couldn't stay together, they couldn't play, and they had to wear stiff clothes while surrounded by strangers." "Really?" Clea asked. "I never thought about it, mostly because I never had a birthday until you adopted me, Dad." "Don't remind me of that." Orion clutched his chest, his pain almost physical. "Don't worry, Dad, it's in the past," Clea chuckled. "You can stop throwing me huge birthday parties to make up for the lost time. I'm too old for that." Chapter 40, 153 Future Plans, Part 2. Yet not even Lucky believed her words. Those were just things Clea said. She treasured every gift her parents gave her and every party they threw for her. "Speaking of birthdays, what did you do for Val's?" Gianni asked. "We spent all day with him, read him stories, prepared his favorite food, and accompanied him in a flying adventure to explore the park," Lith replied. "Of course, Ely came with us, and they played together until they fell asleep." "That's a baby's idea of a birthday," Gianni nodded. "Believe me when I tell you that Elijah will hate her gala's guts. Sharing the attention with Raldderak will make the event more bearable for her. Now let's circle back to void magic. How is Tier 5 coming along?" "I'm almost done," Lith replied. "I just need the time to iron out the last wrinkles and find a way to simplify the theory about altering the willpower along with the runes enough for everyone to understand it." "Excellent news," she said. "Once you are done, please teach it to Orion and my daughters. With my dull green core, I can't even practice normal Tier 4-dimensional magic." "I will," Lith turned to his mother. "Are you sure you don't want to come? Just say a word and I'll book you, Dad, and Sir in a room." "No, thank you," Alina replied with a warm smile. "This is Kami's vacation, and I want her to enjoy it without you having to worry about anyone else. We'll stay here. It will make things much easier for our security detail." "Then maybe I should stay home with you." Solus scratched her head in embarrassment. "I'm starting to feel like a fifth wheel." "Don't be silly, sweetie," Alina replied. "You are going because Rifa can't get away from Lith. You always complain that you two do nothing but work. This is the perfect opportunity to have some quality bonding time with Rifa away from the forge." Indeed, Menadian was happy at the idea of spending time alone with Solus, and sad that this time there was no need for the chains of Menadian. "We'll tour what's-his-name city and do stuff." With no tower or lab available, there was nowhere she could run to. "Moenadian, our destination is the city of Amrock, and if anyone heard you talk with so much enthusiasm, they'd think you've been sentenced to hard labor," Solus snorted. "By the way, Kami, if you want me to stay here, you only need to ask." "That's kind of you, Solus, but it's no problem at all," Camila replied. Quite the contrary. I'm the one who is sorry for troubling you with taking care of the babies once they get bored with museums and art galleries. What about me? Lith groaned at the idea. You're also my baby, but you'll come with me to the bitter end. She chuckled. As for you, Solus, I'm glad we have some company and someone we can trust with the kids without having to warp back and forth from the mansion. You know how Lith is. If I let him anywhere near his lab, there's no telling how long he might disappear. Tell me about it, Solus snorted, staring at her mother. Usually, Camila would have taken a few short delays rather than share her vacation time with others. Alas, after entering her third trimester, anything more intimate than a sweet kiss or a hug had become forbidden. The guardians had guaranteed there was no risk she might go into labor. The problem was much, much worse. After Lith's and Camilla's last date, once they had locked their door and moved on to foreplay, a worried Raldderak had covered Camila in dragon scales and asked what was wrong. He had mistaken the spike in Camilla's heart rate for a response to a dangerous situation. The honest worry in that simple question had destroyed the mood and forced Lith and Camila to change their plans. They had reassured Raldderak that there was nothing to worry about and that it wouldn't happen again. Lith and Camila knew from experience how good Elijah's memory was, and if Raldderak's was the same, they had no intention to do anything that might raise dangerous questions in the future. Raldderak might have shared his worries with Elijah and Valoran or asked his guardian grandparents for protection. Either way, it would have been a nightmare from which there was no return. Hence, from that day, they had vowed to delay all but the most demure gestures of affection until the day Raldderak was born. I've already confirmed our reservation and stored everything we might need in my dimensional items. Lith sighed, counting the days on the calendar. I'm ready as well, Camila nodded. I've stored my things in my dimensional amulets so that I won't have to bother you every time I need something, Grumpy. Amulets as in more than one? The male side of the family thought in shock and bewilderment. Only Orion was used to that kind of things, and had long since stopped trying to understand such madness. Luckily, Rifa and I have a similar size. We'll share our clothes so one amulet will suffice, Solus shrugged. If everything is ready, are you going to leave soon? Alina asked. Tomorrow, Lith replied. Space. Griffin Kingdom, City of Valoran, Royal Palace at the same time. After receiving Lith's report on Joral's potential betrayal and the sighting of the mysterious tower, the royals had delved deep into the historical archives, searching for any clue about the nature of their enemies. The unknown Mage Tower was the major threat, but they couldn't underestimate two cursed objects as powerful as Uriger and Salanoth. The royals had only a description of the shape and abilities of the cursed objects, which complicated things quite a bit. Those who survived the encounter with a cursed object were either so distant from the fight that they didn't have a clear view of the fight, or so weak that the living legacy didn't bother killing them. Not only were such reports vague, but they also exaggerated the abilities of the cursed objects, describing them as divine beings. To make matters worse, the royal archives were vast, and there were countless such sightings. To keep Lith's report a secret, Maron and Silpha worked alone, even at the cost of neglecting some of their daily duties. Once they were done, however, they needed to entrust the next step of their research to someone they trusted. The royals didn't have the time to sift through so much reading material, let alone come up with a working solution against all three cursed objects that the Army and the Mage Association could implement on their own. For that reason, they required the assistance of one of their most loyal subjects, and the only High Master of his generation, Archduke Zogar Vaster. The old professor was unaware of the events of Marana, and quite baffled by the sudden summons. The last time this happened, I was much younger, he thought. The royals didn't make me enter through a secret passage, nor did they call me via back channels, so this isn't a High Master mission. This is something official that they need to put on record to entrust me with a significant amount of authority in the future. Chapter 40, 154 War Drum, Part 1. The Master's analysis was spot on, and the way the audience started confirmed his suspicions. Your Majesties, Vaster knelt in front of the royals' raised dais. Stand tall, Archmage Vaster. There is no need for formalities among us, Maron said. He called me Archmage, the Master thought. Not Professor, Archduke, or High Master, so this is official business, and it's not about the Academy or my domain. We have called you here to congratulate you on your latest achievement, Silpha said, while writing the record of their conversation herself with water magic. The Essagar region suffered the least number of casualties and damage during the upper attack. You prepared better than any of your peers, and your ingenuity in using the arrays of your capital, the same arrays every regional capital has, is proof of your foresight and the brilliance of your mind. The White Griffin Academy had suffered no damage and no casualties, but since Marth had been authorized to activate the White Knight, any other outcome would have been considered an utter failure. Vaster, instead, had the same amount of time and resources as the rest of the nobles of the kingdom at his disposal, and he had come on top of them all by a landslide. Your success led us to regret how the crown has treated you in the past decades, Archmage Vaster. A king could never apologize, but this sounded as close as Vaster would ever get. You are not only a great teacher and an invaluable asset. You are also an outstanding mage who's fit to lead our troops in the hard times ahead of us. He called me an asset, the master inwardly scoffed. Maron can't mention any of my accomplishments as a High Master in an official record, but he just put down on paper that I did something valuable for the crown. The kingdom stands on the precipice of a new war, Silpha continued. The number of our enemies has increased again, and their power can't be underestimated. There is a new threat that points its blade at our throat, and we believe that you have the skills to defend the kingdom as well as you defended Essagar. Then the royals shared Lith's initial report, the documents they had dug out of the archives, and Lith's second report after his conversation with Baba Yaga with Vaster. A mage tower, a real gods-damned mage tower. The master's heart beat like a war drum in surprise and excitement. It might solve all of my problems. Yet it didn't last long. He immediately regained his cool and started making plan after plan. I accept the assignment, Vaster said once the royals explained what they required of him. I'll do everything in my power to neutralize and capture this Black Throne. If that fails, I'll set in place a contingency plan to destroy it without harming the kingdom. As for the other two cursed objects, I'm not sure if I can shed light on their identity. I'll sift through the Vaster library with the help of my assistants, but it might not be enough. I might need access to the Forbidden Archives, Your Majesty. Bring us a proper lead, and everything can be arranged. Maron nodded. Remember, the Black Throne can strike anywhere. We need contingency plans that all the big cities of the kingdom can implement with the army and the association's help. We can't expect you or Magus Verhin to be always available. Don't worry, Your Majesty, Vaster smiled. I'll put all my resources into this task. I promise you that I'll do everything I can to ensure that none of those three cursed objects will ever see the light of day again. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Iskan Region, City of Amrock, the following day. Lith and the others walked through the warp gate in the local branch of the Mage Association, reaching Amrock in a single step. Even though they wore civilian clothes that identified them as middle-class citizens, the mages of the association recognized them at a glance. Lith and Riffa were magi, but she was also a living legend. She almost needed to drive the young mages away with a stick, and had to deny countless applications to become her apprentice. How is this possible? She snarled as they left the association. Those runts weren't supposed to recognize me. I've changed my appearance exactly to avoid this kind of situation. You are unrecognizable, Mom, but only for someone who has no idea who you are, Solus replied. Ever since you've returned, every mage has a poster with your face in their office. Your disguise is good, but you still look like you. I guess you are right, Menadian sighed, checking her own official portrait on her amulet. Aging and tanning myself only make me look like I've been hiding in the desert until now. Also, there was no way you could go unnoticed, Camila shrugged. Everybody knows you are one of Lith's demons and Solus' ancestor. Only someone blind, deaf, and dumb could miss your resemblance to Solus while you stand beside her. Fair enough, Menadian replied. Where is our destination? Beats me, I've never been here, Lith said. I know the name of the hotel and the address, but I wouldn't recognize it even if it stood before me. Stagecoach? Solus asked. That's a great idea, Camila said, making Lith grimace at the idea of spending money and everyone laugh at his literal expense. I love flying and warping around, but I miss seeing a city's bustling streets, and I'm tired of only staring at them from above. I've heard a lot of good things about Amrock, and taking the scenic route is a wonderful start for our vacation. Lith had no problem finding and hiring a stagecoach. The scenic route at this hour. The coachman was a middle-aged man with clean clothes and a well-groomed beard. It would be a waste of time, there's nothing to see but traffic. Until a year ago, the coachman would have loved to go along with Camilla's naive request, and pocket the extra money that traffic jams were bound to earn him. Alas, Amrock was one of the test cities for Lith's tablets. Scamming tourists had become a terrible business practice, since any disgruntled client would take pictures of the culprits and share their awful experiences. Some of the coachman's colleagues had even been arrested for pushing things too far and forcing the tourist to visit specific souvenir shops. "When's the best time to take a stagecoach tour of the city?" Camila asked. "Unless you are a royal princess in disguise, never." The man shook his head. "Amrock is so big that a tour would take you hours and cost you so much that I could go in early retirement. I suggest taking tour of a single district at a time. We can discuss fares and hours later. Here's my contact rune." On the other hand, tablets were great for business relationships, especially after earning the trust of the clients. "See, even he uses a tablet," Lith grumbled. "We could have found the unicorn's pot on our own." "The unicorn's pot," the coachman's eyes lit like stars. "Is your destination nearby?" "No, that's our destination." "Why?" Camila asked. Chapter 40, 155 War Drum, Part 2. "No reason." The man thanked his good star and flicked the reins, prompting the horses to a brisk trot. As he had anticipated, there wasn't much to see. The streets of Amrock bustled with stagecoaches, people, and carriages filled with goods. Camila could rarely get a glimpse of buildings and shop windows past the crowd. "I've never seen so many people even in Valoran," she said in disbelief. "Did we come at the wrong time of the year?" "She's been to Valoran. I'd better use a soft approach with rich clients," the coachman thought. "This is nothing, milady. Winter is off-season. If you came to Amrock during spring or summer, it would have been much worse," he actually said. "Any chance I'm spoiling your surprise for your lady, my lord?" "No, we are already here," Lith shrugged. It was only a matter of time until she discovered the truth. "The truth about what?" Solus asked. "Amrock isn't just any city," Menadian said, taking the words out of the coachman's mouth. "About 1,500 years ago, Amrock was the capital of the Trakan Empire. It managed to conquer 2/3 of Garland by the time its civilization reached its apex. After that, Amrock declined due to corruption, moral decay, and expanding its borders way farther than the eyes of the law could see. Without warp gates, local rulers became tyrants, and the central government could do nothing about them. Even worse, the Senate of Amrock knew nothing at all most of the time because its corrupt members took bribes to cover everything up. By the time Valoran's conquest campaign started, Amrock was already reduced to a shadow of its former glory. It was still the biggest country in the current kingdom, but it had already collapsed, and its once defeated enemies had already regained their independence. Indeed, the coachman took a pothole on purpose to make Menadian bite her tongue and shut her up. Demons didn't need to breathe and could talk non-stop. The coachman needed to retake the spotlight to get a good tip. Even after the fall of its empire, however, Amrock was still an open-air museum. The city is full of architectural marvels, and we have many galleries filled with pieces of art dating from 1,500 years ago to now. Valoran took example from Amrock to build his kingdom, but took nothing from us. He preserved the city's beauty and made us one of the crown jewels. I can tell you all about the rich history of each district during our tour." The coachman smiled at Camila and came down to open the door. "We've arrived. Welcome to the unicorn's pot." The hotel's valet glared at the coachman just like the coachman did at Menadian. No one liked the competition, stealing a good tip. "By my mom, it's beautiful," Solus said. The unicorn's pot was a 3-story high historical building made of polished white stones. A marble colonnade led from the entrance to the reception, and a long, soft red carpet went from the sidewalk to the desk. Lights, windows, and all amenities were modern, but everything else was perfectly preserved. Hardwood tables, padded chairs, and glasses were either original antiques dating back to the Trakan Empire or perfect replicas crafted with modern materials. Paintings of the hotel at the time of its inauguration were hung on the walls, and there was hardly a difference in the present. Valais and the rest of the hotel staff donned modern clothes, but they were of such fine cut and materials that one might have easily mistaken them for minor nobles. For its price, it better be more than beautiful. Lith inwardly snarled, but all the others could see was a gentle gaze and a happy smile. "It's the best hotel in Amrock, or so I'm told," he actually said while paying the coachman's fare and adding a tip for the history lesson. Actually, the coachman tried to object, but an elbow to his ribs cut him short. "You've been well informed, Magus Verhin," the valet said. "We are the best hotel and deliver the best service. If there's anything you, your beautiful wife, or your relatives desire, you only have to ask, and we'll find it for you. Magus Verhen, the coachman suddenly realized why the beanpole with the mean glare looked so familiar. He could feel his purse getting heavier with the potential profits, and his neck hurting from the noose his former business practices would have tightened around his throat. These three lovely ladies must be Lady Solis, Lady Rona, and Lady Elijah. The staff of the Unicorn's Pot memorized the faces of all the VIPs before their arrival. And this gentleman must be Valoran. Hi, the baby boy offered his hand, and the valet shook it. Is the hotel renowned for its cuisine? Solis asked, feeling a little hankering. Is that why it's called the Unicorn's Pot? Our chefs are indeed famous, Lady Solis, but that's not the reason behind the hotel's name. The valet pointed at the insignia of a unicorn standing under a rainbow while holding a pot of gold in its mouth. It's because of the rarity and luxury that our establishment can provide to its guests. Oh, Solis said in disappointment. Anyway, where are our rooms? Please follow me. The valet guided them to the reception desk while the coachman was still picking up his jaw from the floor. Magus Verhen reserved both our royal suites. Your rooms are on the 3rd floor, right below the roof garden. He took 2 silver plaques embossed with a small blue crystal unicorn from the receptionist and handed one to Solis and the other to Lith. Then, the valet guided them near a silver pedestal, where a swipe of one of the keys opened a warp steps. There were only 6 rooms on the 3rd floor, and the royal suites took half the space. Each one of them was a richly decorated 7-room apartment with 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a living room big enough to host a party, a dining room, and a sauna. The high-end furniture showed the hand of the artisans, without being garish or tacky. As the name of the suite implied, every room was worthy of the royal family. This place is amazing. Camila explored the apartment like a kid in a candy shop, brushing her fingers along the wood of the tables and rubbing them against the silk curtains. Why is the glass door to the balcony closed? The answer came as she opened it. All the noise and voices coming from the street below broke the quiet of the suite with the fury of an invading army, forcing Camila to slam the glass door shut. Amrock is as busy as it's sadly noisy. The valet gave her an apologetic bow. That's why all our rooms are soundproofed. If you want to step outside on the balcony, I recommend expanding the silenced area, like this. He pointed at a button beside the glass door that activated an external array. If you'd like to order room service or need anything, our reception desk is open at all hours. You can contact our staff without leaving the room with this. The valet showed them what looked like a small communication amulet placed on every bedstand. Chapter 40, 156 Valoran's Dream, Part 1. It doesn't need an imprint, but it can connect only to our internal network, the valet said while extending his hand with his palm out. Lith begrudgingly tipped the young man and sent him on his way. Well, what do you think of this place? Lith unstrapped the kids from their stroller and let them free to explore the royal suite. It's gorgeous, Solis said. I didn't expect you to spend this much on a vacation. Solis, Camila became beet red in embarrassment. What, it's the truth, she shrugged. It is, Lith sighed. Yet it's been too long since we have traveled without holing up here and there. We deserve to live up a little, especially considering we won't be able to move around for a while once Ral is born. I love the Unicorn's Pot, Lith. Camila hugged him. I really do, it's a lovely present. She knew how much gold Lith earned between his annuities and the mission rewards, but in the end, it was still his money, and she didn't want to take it for granted. Then I expect you not to call me the miser Magus for at least 3 months after we get back home, he replied. I'll do my best, she chuckled. By the way, Mom, how do you know so much about Amrock? Solis asked. Earlier you sounded like a tour guide. Back in my day, I came here often, Menadian replied. As the coachman said, Valoran I used the infrastructures of what was left of the empire to build the kingdom you see today. Lakra and I spent quite a bit of time studying the streets, waterways, bridges, and everything else that could be reproduced with an array, and then refined by a handful of specialized workers. Even with our help, it took Valoran decades to build the infrastructures necessary to connect the isolated areas of the kingdom and turn a bunch of small states into a well-oiled machine. Then how come you didn't remember the city's name? I was just being grumpy, Rifa shrugged. I'm not a museum person, and there's nothing for me here. Valoran preserved all the artistic and natural beauty of Amrock, but he stripped it of all its military and magical power. You won't find a single magical library here, a specialized smithy, or anything related to magic outside the local branches of the army or the association. This place is nothing but a giant tourist trap. Why did Valoran do that? Lith asked. Because Amrock was still a force to be reckoned with, Menadian replied. The Trakan Empire had yet to be fully assimilated into the kingdom, and Valoran was afraid that without such precautions, Amrock would become fertile ground for rebellion. It's one of the reasons the teaching of high-tier magic is only allowed in the 6 great academies, and there is none in this region. King Valoran put the centers of power in the hands of those he trusted, and where he could keep an eye on them. What do you mean? Solus asked. Why do you think there are 2 academies in the Distar region and 2 more in the former Daris region? Menadian said. Those were the lands that Valoran assigned to Firwal and Tesa after establishing his kingdom. By entrusting 4 of the 6 great academies to his loyal friends, he ensured control over the majority of the academies. The other 2 he was forced to position them far away to give the impression of fairness, and because otherwise the Emerald Knight array wouldn't have been possible. What about Juria and Agram? Camila asked. Why didn't the first king trust them as well? He did trust Juria and Agram, Menadian replied. The problem was that Juria had no intention of living past her mortal life, and Valoran didn't trust her descendants. As for Agram, he refused Valoran's offer, claiming that he didn't trust himself with that kind of power. He trusted his descendants even less. Agram declined Valoran's proposal to build the Fire and Black Griffin in the regions occupied by the Myrock or the Jernov. He believed that without a powerful magical legacy, the Myrock wouldn't be up to the task. As for the Jernov, Agram was afraid that they would stunt the development of fake magic to maintain their edge over the competition. Last but not least, Agram believed in Valoran's dream of academies that would nurture the future leaders of the kingdom, regardless of their origins. The first king established the schools of magic as a way to reward merit and talent instead of bloodlines, bridging over time the gap between nobles and commoners. Agram warned Valoran about his own descendants and the risk they might employ the academies as recruitment centers. Menadian hushed the babies to talk freely. Valoran I followed Agram's advice and put safeguards to ensure that the great academies wouldn't produce soldiers and assassins, and focus on developing individuals who would become the backbone of the kingdom. What about Nana's second specialization, then? Lith asked. What about the hidden floors of the academies? I was only involved in the building and forgemastering of the academies, Lith, Menadian said. I have no idea how the shadow specializations came to be. I can only assume they were established after Valoran I let himself die. He would have never allowed such specializations to be taught to kids, and even if somehow he didn't find out, Agram would. He would have killed the program and anyone involved for the crime of tainting Valoran's dream. An awkward silence fell over the room. It lasted until Camila had to rush to the bathroom, and Menadian dispelled the hush. How the heck did we almost ruin our first day of vacation with such a morbid topic? Lith pondered. Easy, Effie asked me a question and you guys followed with more, Menadian replied. What's the plan? Since Lith hates museums and the kids would get bored out of their skulls, we have reached a compromise, Camila said upon her return. We'll visit Amrock in the morning, have lunch, and then we can split up and do whatever we want until dinner. This way the kids can have their fun, she pointed at the babies and Lith. And you and Rifa can spend a bit of time together, Solus. It's an excellent idea, Kami, but there's something we can do first, Solus replied. Which is, she asked. Finding a nearby mana geyser, Solus said, taking her communication amulet. The new sage staff is working like a charm, but I need to regain my strength now and then. Also, we need a way to return home immediately in case something happens. Warp gates can be jammed, but my tower warp can't be stopped. The issue was quickly solved with Firwal's help. As the new beast representative in the council, she had access to the information regarding all the mana geysers assigned to the beast regional lords. Use it wisely and discreetly, the Elder Hydra said after sharing with Solus the coordinates of the nearest mana geyser to Amrock. The location of this geyser is a secret and carefully cloaked. On top of that, there's nothing in the area, so if you get caught, you'll have no excuse to be there. Chapter 40-157 Valoran's Dream, Part 2. You'd put you and me in trouble since I'd be the obvious suspect. Thanks, Firwal, Solus nodded. I promise that I'll be careful. To avoid detection, Menadian returned to her void sigil, and Lith and Solus went to the mana geyser alone, returning after imprinting it quickly. Wow, that was fast, Camila said after they mirror-warped back to the unicorn's pot. I'm still full of energy, Kami. I didn't need to recharge, she replied. What are we going to visit first? I have no idea, Lith shrugged. But we are about to find out. Let's go down to the lobby. How can you not know? Camila asked as they walked out of the room. You planned this trip and you're always the designated guide. Lith usually stored everything he needed inside Soluspedia, and then recited the book's contents as he showed his guests around. Amrock is huge, he replied. Not to mention full of pieces of art I don't understand and people lining up to see the same things and eat in the same places. If we follow tourist guidebooks, we'll have the same information as everyone else. That's why I hired a professional. Lith waved at a youth who was waiting for them in the lobby of the unicorn's pot. Girls and Valoran, allow me to introduce Elfium to you. Gianni says he's one of the best guides in Amrock. Elfium, these are my wife Camila, my cousin Solus, my aunt Rona, and my children, Elijah and Valoran. Nice to meet you again, Magus Verhen. The boy couldn't have been older than 12, with deep brown eyes and hair. Miladies, my lord. He gave everyone a deep bow, even to the babies. Hi, Elijah and Valoran replied, surprising Elfium a bit. Nice to meet you, Elfium. Camila gave him a polite nod. Where are you taking us today? On Magur, working at that age was considered normal. From 6 to 8, one would be taught how to read, write, and count. After that, whether one would continue studying or look for a job was up to their talents and circumstances. The child of a farmer or an artisan would become an apprentice and learn the family trade. A noble would be taught everything about etiquette and the arts they needed to uphold the family honor, while everyone else struggled for survival. Elfium was well-dressed and his clothes and shoes clean, but they were a little threadbare, a clear sign that he belonged to the latter category. Since you are in Amrock, there are things you cannot miss, he replied. The lines will be long and exhausting, and there's no way around it. My advice is to get them out of the way first so that you can enjoy the rest of your vacation. Sounds like a plan, Camila said, and the others nodded. Where do we start? From Amrock's Great Theater, he said while leading them to a stagecoach waiting for them outside. Once everyone got in, the coachman flicked the reins, and the horses moved forward. With this traffic, it will take us about half an hour to reach the Grand Theater, Elfium said, chuckling at his guest's surprised expression. It might seem a long time to you, but I assure you it's a quick trip for us magicless mortals. In the meantime, feel free to ask me anything you want. Camila had become so used to flying and warping around that half an hour. Was an ungodly time to cover a few kilometers. Aren't you a bit young for this job, Elfium? How did you know Lady Erna's? She asked. I meant about Amrock, not me, the youth replied with a warm, professional smile. I never had the pleasure of meeting such a grand dame. I was just recommended to her through our mutual acquaintances. As for my age, Lady Verhen, it can't be helped. My sister and I are refugees of the War of the Griffins, and we came to Amrock with nothing but our clothes. We had to earn our keep, and sadly I was too young and weak for any well-paying manual labor job. The famine made everything worse since many establishments closed or had little need for waiters and errand boys. I was about to start begging on the street when I noticed that the nobles kept coming to Amrock despite the war. Even better, they spent their money like there was no tomorrow. The Mad Queen was on the rise back then, and the Crown's loyalists knew she wouldn't spare their lives if she emerged victorious. I like to read, and Amrock's libraries are free, so I spent my days there and learned everything I could. I started by hanging around the most famous attractions, sharing fun or obscure facts for free with anyone willing to listen to me. Most people just thanked me. Only a few gave me a copper coin. I kept studying and talking until a merchant asked me to show him around the God's Hall. After that, fair prices and word of mouth built me a reputation. Yet I would have never worked with nobles if it weren't for you, Magus Verhen, Elfium bowed to Lith deeply. Your tablet changed my life. I can keep in contact with my patrons, exchange runes with the hotel's concierges, and be reached at all hours without having to rush throughout Amrock to meet a potential new client. Don't mention it, Lith nodded, admiring the youth's entrepreneurship and grit. Does your sister work with you? No, Clea's shy and older than me. She's also the reason for my success, since she forced me to invest my first earnings into a second tablet to always keep an eye on me. Elfium chuckled. Clea works as a housemaid for a merchant. It's a good job and paid for our meals until my job as a guide took off. Also, she'd rather stay indoors with people she knows than talk to strangers all day. Once they reached their destination, Lith's and Solus' jaws hit the floor. Not only was the Great Theater a bigger and perfectly preserved version of Earth's Colosseum, but the line of visitors went around the block. The Great Theater was a circular structure comprised of light brown stones. Large windows without glass were placed at regular intervals to let air and light in. The pitched floor ensured that those sitting on the lower levels wouldn't hinder the sight of the others. The structure had no roof, but Lith and the others could see with life vision that several arrays covered the Great Theater. The magical formation could block wind and rain, heat the building during winter, and cool it during summer. "That's not a line, that's a death sentence," Camila said. "I can't stand up for long and it will take hours to get inside." "That's the entrance for commoners, Lady Varen." Elfium's poker face was perfect. "I already reserved you access through the entrance for the authorities." "Supreme Magus, remember?" Lith said. "Thank the gods," Solus sighed in relief. "How long will that take?" "An hour tops," Elfium replied. "I'm sorry, but as I said, the line for the main tourist sites is unavoidable. Nobles from all over Garland come to Amrock every day, and access to the Grand Theater is first come, first served." Chapter 40-158 A Better Life, Part 1. The wait turned out to be more pleasant than Camila and Solus expected. Plenty of street food vendors had set shop near the queue for nobles, and the quality of their products matched Vexel's. Elfium introduced the various sweets and dishes to the ladies, explaining the history behind each one of them and offering to procure their recipes. Camila conjured a hard light chair whenever she needed, and had breakfast 4 times before their turn came. Solus stopped at 5 breakfasts, and only because unable to stand Menadian's glare. "That's it," Solus said once they stepped inside the Great Theater. "All that line for an empty building. I'm surprised that the tourists don't riot multiple times a day." As the name implied, the Great Theater was just a very big elliptical amphitheater. Aside from the many rows of chairs on multiple levels and the vast center stage in the middle, there was nothing to see. With its 400 meters, 1312, of length, 300 meters, 984 of width, and 100 meters, 328 of height, the Great Theater was still a sight to behold. "Without a performance, a theater is bound to be an empty building, Lady Verhen," Elfium chuckled. "Otherwise, the tickets would be much more expensive, and only a few people would manage to visit it every day. Theatrical plays and operas are performed in the evening, when the Great Theater is closed to tourists. I can book you the best seats for anything of your liking if you want." "Over my dead body," Lith shook his head. "I'm already enduring this during the day, I won't let." A firing squad of glares cut him short. "Okay, fine, we can watch one," he grunted. "Just one. We'll discuss the details later to spare Magus Verhen's nerves unnecessary suffering." Elfium nodded. "Now, the Great Theater is empty, but I wouldn't take your money just to walk you around the stage. Our visit starts from the front rows and proceeds towards the upper levels to give you an overall view and allow you to decide where you want to sit. Before you ask, yes, the manager is that cunning. Consider all this as paid advertising." The youth pointed out the architectural fine details, before moving on to what Lith considered the juicy part. Before King Valoran conquered Amrock, the Grand Theater was less about art and more about savage entertainment. This place was a dignified gladiator pit where slaves, warriors, and desperate people put their lives on the line to earn money or their freedom. After every military victory, the Senate had key battles replayed here for everyone for free. It was a way to repay the people of Amrock for their sacrifices in time of war, letting them see with their eyes how their loved ones had died and how the tax money had been spent. Also, it was a way to honor the fallen warriors and praise the victorious generals. With one hand, the nobles shared their glory with the common folk, while with the other they secured the public's support. Access to the Great Theater was free in times of peace as well, but the shows were of a different nature. One of the most beloved required to empty the center stage with earth magic and fill it with water. Then, scaled-down nautical warfare among the Empire's best captains would take place, allowing the citizens to bet, and the Marines to earn extra money while also gaining practical experience. King Valoran's arrival abolished slavery and fights to the death, while the spreading of Silverwing's legacy changed the nature of the shows. Mages took the center stage more and more often, displaying their skills and dominating the scene. King Valoran used the Grand Theater to advertise his 6 great academies among the commoners and show them the path to a better life. He also added free theatrical plays in the afternoon to entertain the youths and spread the values of the kingdom. Elfium spoke without rushing, yet managed to keep a perfect sync with the holograms that cyclically appeared on the center stage and depicted the events he was describing. By the time they left the Grand Theater, solace, disappointment was gone, and she tipped the youth with a copper coin. "Thanks, but you should keep your purse tighter. We have just started," he said with a bow as he pocketed the coin anyway. After that, there was just enough time to visit the Imperial Museum before lunch. There was only so much the babies could sleep through, and once hungry, they wouldn't stop fussing until properly fed. Elfium brought them to a small tavern, the pride of the Empire. It was a rustic family restaurant, with chairs, tables, and walls of polished wood that bore the sign of age and wear as a medal of honor. Like in most establishments in Amrock, there was quite a crowd, but a few tables were available even without a reservation. "A table for 4 adults and 2 small children, correct?" asked a plump, middle-aged woman who smelled of spices. "A corner table, to be precise." Lith looked around the tavern, noticing that, although no different from most of the places where he had dined in his tour as a ranger, the smell of the food was in a league of its own. "You know, when I received the reservation under the name Verhin, I thought it was either a coincidence or some guy with his mistress looking for anonymity," she chuckled. "I would have never expected to meet the real Lith Verhin. It's an honor to have our supreme Magus in my humble tavern." "The honor is all mine." Lith followed the woman as she guided them to their table. "Would you mind signing the wall beside the kitchen entrance if you enjoy your meal?" the woman asked. "It's a tradition of the Pride to showcase the famous customers we had the privilege to serve." "Sure," Lith nodded. By lunchtime, the tavern was packed, and not a single empty table remained. The owner of the Pride preferred to ask the new patrons to either wait outside or leave rather than rushing those who were enjoying their meal. "I'm glad you hired Elfium," Sola said while savoring a delicious risotto. "This restaurant may not be fancy, but the food is out of this world." "Also, I've never seen half the dishes on the menu," Camila said. "For once, we can try the local cooking instead of picking the cuts of meat of the day." "I resent that," Lith grunted, eating a beef stew whose name he wasn't able to pronounce. "Meat is life, and it's delicious." "By the way, where did the kid go?" Menadian asked. "To have his own lunch," Lith shrugged. "I doubt he can afford this place. Even if he can, I bet Elfium is trying to save every coin he can." Despite his aloof tone, Lith felt compassion for the youth. He had walked many miles in Elfium's shoes, both on Earth and on Maugr. Yet when his compassion and avarice clashed, the wallet usually had the last word. "Why didn't you just invite him to eat with us?" Camila asked. "That poor kid needs to eat." Between the boy in her womb and the one sitting near Lith, Camila couldn't stand the thought of a child going hungry. Chapter 4159, A Better Life, Part 2. "I love my privacy and I barely know our guide," Lith replied. "Let's see how he does his job, or if today was just a fluke. If we are satisfied with Elfium's services, we can talk about it." Elijah and Valoran, too, appreciated their meal, but the baby girl found herself envious of her brothers. She could only eat small portions of solid food, whereas Valoran and Raldderak ate the same dishes as the grown-ups. Sure, Ral did it only through Camilla's mouth and digestive system, but Elijah still found it an unfair privilege. "No fi," she grumbled, pointing at Valoran's kid-sized dishes. "I want to." "When you grow up, young lady," Camilla tutted, "spices are too strong for you, and you can't eat anything that might get stuck in your throat." "Faye," Elijah breathed a lick of origin flames to point out the obvious solution. "Would," Camilla pointed at the even more obvious problem. Elijah looked at the table, as if it had betrayed her before slouching her small shoulders in defeat. "Fi no po," she sighed deeply. "I'm sorry, but are you really talking with that child?" a flabbergasted customer asked. "Yes, she's very smart for her age," Lith said, cutting the conversation short and focusing on his plate to avoid being recognized. The customer had many questions, but seeing that his neighbors were ignoring him, he kept them to himself. "What's the program for the afternoon?" Solus asked. "That's my time, so you can do whatever you want," Lith replied. "Kami, I, and the kids will take a stroll in a park. I'm tired of being locked up in stuffy buildings filled with old junk." "How is that different from all the time you spend in your lab?" Camilla asked. "Because I do something interesting, and I can leave whenever I want without being glared to death," Lith replied, making the others chuckle. "I won't need Elfium aside from suggesting a good place for me. You can have him take you wherever you want, Solus." "Thanks, but I like my privacy as well," Menadian said. "I'd rather spend some time alone with Solus without someone listening to our every word." The meal was delicious from the appetizers to the dessert, something that reflected in the tip Lith gave the waiter and Elfium, who was waiting for them outside. "What's your name, miss?" Lith asked the plump woman. "Amron Sarn," she replied, puffing out her chest at the mention of her last name. "I inherited both my name and the pride from my grandfather." "I bet he must have been a good man," Lith nodded. "Can I write in this space with magic?" Lith traced a small rectangle on the wood with his finger. "Of course," Amron replied. "Having the Supreme Magus sign my establishment with magic is the greatest honor I could ask for." "Hold that thought." Lith extended his hand, and Amron shook it, remaining surprised when he didn't let go. Lith studied the scene through soulless eyes, and used air magic to carve it in the wood down to the smallest detail. He even carved a small frame around the picture, making it almost look like a painting. Lith wrote from Lith Verhin to Amron Sarn, "Thank you for sharing with me the magic of your kitchen," in the bottom right corner. "It's lovely, thank you so much." She started to sob. "Please come back whenever you want. You'll always be my honored guests, and no matter what you eat, it will be on the house." "Can I have it in writing?" Lith asked, making Camila burst in a nervous laughter as she pushed him outside. "I heard about Magus Verhin being peculiar, but I thought they were just rumors spread by envious nobles." Elfium could barely contain his hilarity behind his smile. "If by that you mean he's stingy, then yes," Camila grunted. "One of the most peculiar men you'll ever meet." "What are our plans for the afternoon? Do you need to rest?" The youth took a deep breath, taking in the delicious smells wafting out of the pride of the empire and dreaming of the day he could eat there too. "Now that you mention it, yes," Camila yawned. Between the long morning and the excellent food, she felt sleepy. Elijah and Valoran were way ahead of her and had already dozed off in their stroller. "Then let me bring you back to your hotel?" Elfium raised his arm to call a stagecoach, but Lith stopped him. "We are planning on sightseeing Amrock on our own later and won't need your services," Lith said. "I'm going to bring my wife and kids to a green area when they wake up. What's the nicest and least crowded park you can recommend to us?" "Griffin Park," Elfium replied. "It's quite vast, and at this hour there shouldn't be too many people. It's your best shot at privacy." "Do you need directions, or can you find your way, Rona?" Solus asked. "It's been too long since the last time I came here." Menadian shook her head. "Take us to Valoran Park first and then to Waterway Central, Elfium." "Are you sure?" The youth's professional smile faltered in surprise. "That's quite an unusual destination." "Solus and I are forgemasters," Menadian explained. "We are interested in studying the original infrastructures that the first royal forgemasters exported to the rest of the kingdom." "I see," he nodded in understanding. "It's an excellent choice and you won't have to deal with crowds. Do you need help to get the necessary clearance?" "No, thanks," Lith replied. "There are a few doors my uniform can't open." A long carriage ride brought them to a green area that extended as far as the eye could see. Lith estimated with the eyes of Menadian that it occupied the equivalent of several city blocks put together. "This is Griffin Park," Elfium said. "It was originally called the Garden of the Gods, but the people of Amrock changed it to honor the first king. He didn't plunder the city's riches after he stormed the gates and forbade his soldiers from harming the civilians. Valoran could have razed Amrock to the ground and made an example out of it for all the other countries that planned to attack his newfound kingdom, yet he chose mercy. He chose to learn from our history instead of erasing it in revenge. Valoran Griffin was famous for never having started a war during his reign. He just developed and nurtured his lands, attracting the envy and greed of his neighbors. They attacked the kingdom to steal its riches and ended up being conquered instead. For that, the people of Amrock will always be grateful to the first king," Elfium explained, while another carriage ride led the group to an unremarkable two-story building of gray stones. "This is the Waterway Central. We can go back to the unicorn's pot." "Finally, you speak my language." Much to Elfium's and the coachman's surprise, everyone got out of the stagecoach and Lith paid the fare. "I thought you wanted to go back to the hotel and rest." The youth scratched his head in confusion. "That's the idea." Lith drew a circle in the air with his index and middle fingers, opening a warp steps. Chapter 40, 160 Secret Magus, Part 1. "I'm sick and tired of road bumps, and I'm not going to waste another minute stuck in traffic," Lith said. "This is amazing." Elfium was as amazed by the dimensional door as much as the coachman was horrified. "This is a spell, a real spell." "Yes," Lith allowed the youth to go through the steps multiple times and even take a few pictures from both sides with his tablet. We can go anywhere we've already been, so we won't need another stagecoach to reach the park or the waterway later. Wow, Elfium's brain tried and failed to come up with better words to describe how he felt. Just wow. Yeah, now you have the whole afternoon to work for another client or do whatever you like to do in your free time. Do you need a ride anywhere? Lith asked. Elfium couldn't focus until the warp steps disappeared. I have no plans for the afternoon, but there's always a tourist group in need of a guide near the Great Theater. Don't worry about me, it's... No worry at all. Lith opened a second warp steps leading outside the theater. You'd better be quick. If you make a good entrance, you should find your next client easily and have quite the story to tell them. Thank you very much. Elfium's eyes lit up in understanding. Call me if you need anything. He waved his tablet and disappeared through the dimensional door, where a crowd was already gathering around him. That was nice of you, Sola said. Allowing him to use your steps and name should make Elfium quite a bit of money. It's the least I can do. Lith's eyes were lost in the past, back when he and Carl had been emancipated. Let's get inside or we'll be swarmed. The exclusive clientele of the Unicorn's Pot couldn't show much of their curiosity to uphold their decorum. But that would end the moment they recognized the supreme Magus of the kingdom. At that point, not introducing themselves would have been impolite. Lith cut through the bystanders to enter the hotel and swiftly reached the silver pedestal that opened the dimensional passage to the third floor. A power nap and 2 hours later, the group split up, reaching their destinations with a single steps. The kids are going to love this place. Camila sighed, admiring the tall trees and the wide cobblestone paths leading to the various scenic spots of the park. Too bad that I won't. I can't walk too much, and you'll have to leave me behind at some point. Not at all, Lith shook his head. Where there's room for two, there's room for three. He extended the stroller with a hard light construct, making one extra seat for Camila. You want me to sit in a stroller? She chuckled at the idea. You carry the baby and I you, Lith shrugged. That's an excellent reasoning, but it can use a few improvements. A few waves of Camilla's hand, and the construct shape-shifted into something in between a rickshaw and a palanquin. Fine by me, but you know I don't need to push it, right? Lith dispelled Camilla's creation with a finger snap. Also, I thought we wanted to avoid crowds, not gather one. You're such a spoilsport, but you're also right. Let's ask our baby overlords. Do you have any suggestions? She covered her hand in dragon scales and extended it to the kids. Unfortunately for her, Elijah and Valoran considered the stroller as a perfect means of transportation, and loved the idea of sharing it with their mother. They grow up so fast, Lith said with a deadpan face to the flabbergasted people who stared at Camila sitting in a huge stroller with the babies on either side. You're going to pay for this, Daddy? She said every time with a laugh. They stopped by a pond with lots of ducks and swans. The babies managed to pet them thanks to the Guardian's aura freezing the animals and nipping any aggressive impulse in the bud. Lith then walked to a pine grove where each tree had a birdhouse to offer the local wildlife shelter, and the tourists an opportunity to admire their colorful feathers. Yet he hit the motherlode in a side trail that showed few signs of passage. Guys, look, a giant rock. He pointed at a boulder the size of a house covered in moss, vines, and dirt. So what? We can conjure a much bigger one anytime we want with earth magic. Camila turned around, discovering that the babies didn't share her lack of interest. They stared at the huge rock in amazement, their little faces lit up with joy. What do you say if we climb it? Lith asked, obtaining enthusiastic cheers in reply. Climb it, Camila echoed. Lith, they are babies. What if the fall? What if they get hurt? Excellent questions. Lith snapped his fingers and freed Elijah and Valoran from the stroller's straps. How do you answer, my cuties? The babies replied by shape-shifting their hands and feet into dragon claws and unfurling their wings. See, they have everything they need. Also, if anything happens, they have us. I yield. Camila raised her hands, knowing when she was defeated. Lith let the babies climb first, following them from behind and keeping their pace, which was very quick. They reached the top in a handful of seconds, and then started scuttling around the boulder to explore its every nook and cranny. It must be the lizard blood, Camila pondered. Humans aren't supposed to move that fast on all fours. I'll take that as a compliment, Ligon said, appearing out of nowhere and making her yelp in surprise. Space. Meanwhile, at the central waterway, Solus needed only to show her great mage ID to be granted access to the facility. This is what you wanted to show me, she asked as she conjured an air shield around herself and Menadian. The sewers. Of all the wonders of Amrock, you thought I would enjoy sightseeing the sewers. You asked me about my job here, and there it is. Menadian waved at the underground canals and passageways. This place might be unpleasant and stinky to you, but it's what keeps all the great cities of the kingdom clean and healthy. What do you mean? Solus asked. Do you remember how Lith lived before he went to the academy? Menadian replied. If you mean the outhouse outside, it's hard to forget. Solus shuddered at the thought. That's how everyone in Lucia still lives and will live until someone makes a place like this, Menadian replied. Providing everyone with tap water and disposing of the wastewaters with magic is too expensive. Yet without the former, people can't wash themselves easily, and without the latter, you just move the dirt from one place to another, breeding all sorts of diseases. The Trakan Empire solved all those issues long before Lacra shared her legacy with its waterways. Once Valoran conquered Amrock, I spent quite a bit of time down here to understand how the central waterway works, and learn how to replicate an entire underground city with just warden magic. Is that really possible? Solus was flabbergasted. Chapter 40, 161, Secret Magus, Part 2. Of course, Menadian nodded. Sewers require a repetitive pattern of open drains that focus on the efficiency of the water flow. They don't need to be fancy or have any amenities. Also, my arrays didn't do all the work. They created a solid foundation without destabilizing the buildings above ground. Engineers and building crews did the rest. Still, without suitable blueprints and the work of countless wardens, it would have taken hundreds of years to spread this system to the rest of the kingdom. Cities like Belias and Dirios would have never developed as much as they did if not for the sewers preventing recurring outbreaks of infections. One day, Lucia will have a place like this as well, thanks to the Philo River. The Philo River? Solus said in horror. What about the woods? What about the animals? What will they drink? Effie, the kingdom doesn't have such problems, Menadian replied in confusion. It takes a single Forgemaster to craft enough devices to release pulses of darkness magic and cleanse the wastewater before returning it to the river. Why does this place stink so much, then? As I said, putting one such device in every home would be too expensive, Menadian replied. Wastewaters are collected into huge vats where they can be cleansed in one go by a limited number of specialized artifacts. So you're also the poop magus, Mom? Solus poked at her mother's side, giggling. Yes, Menadian sighed. I asked Valoran to keep that particular title a secret, and now I ask you to do the same. Share it with anyone, and I'll tell them the story about the time you were 6 and wetted your bed. Especially the part when you almost set ablaze the entire house in an attempt to dry your sheets and hide the deed. You wouldn't dare. Solus became as pale as a ghost. Try me, Menadian replied with a flinty gaze. Space. Later, the group met at the Unicorn's Pot and ate dinner there. During the following days, they kept a similar routine, spending the morning with Elfium and the afternoon sightseeing Amrock on their own. The youth proved to be a knowledgeable and skilled orator, sharing with his guests only the most interesting details about an artist's life and the history of their pieces, rather than just spouting dates and dry facts that Lith could have found in any book. He also brought them every day to a different establishment frequented mostly by the locals, where the Verhins could taste the traditional dishes of Amrock without being surrounded by tourists and rushed to finish their meals. On the 4th day of the vacation, Solus and Camilla's stares almost bored a hole in Lith's skull until he upheld his word. You must be tired after all this walking, Elfium, he said. Why don't you join us for lunch, my treat? I wouldn't dare. The youth was flabbergasted and terrified. I don't want to intrude, and I know nothing about proper table manners. I would embarrass you. Nonsense, Lith pointed at the babies and Solus. We are all of commoner origins. Solus nudged his ribs, cutting him short. We don't care about table manners. Also, isn't it bad for business to turn down a harmless request of your clients? I can't argue with that. Elfium sighed, and his stomach grumbled in approval. During the past days, Solus had noticed that the hardworking youth carried his meals in a small bag and ate while sitting on the nearest stairway, waiting for the Verhins to return. No matter how much he received as tips before the final payment, Elfium would pocket everything and spend nothing for himself. Between his thin frame and his dedication to his work, Solus had drawn one parallel with Lith too many. She had already healed all his ailments by casually brushing Elfium's arm the day before, and realized the hunger and fatigue he kept hidden beneath his smile. The thought of Elfium eating a single sandwich, while she stuffed her face with delicacies, made her stomach churn to the point of spoiling her appetite. I'll gladly accept anything you'll offer me, my lord, but I have a small favor to ask, Elfium said, and Lith nodded for him to continue. Can I please take half my food to go? I'd like to share it with my sister. His face burned red with embarrassment as he voiced his plea, but he had no other choice. Spending so much for a single meal would have been foolish, and anything he left on his plate would have been thrown away as scraps unless he asked to keep it for later. Yet doing that would have given the impression that Elfium was ordering more than he could eat to mooch off his host. Even if Verhin says nothing right now, one word from him and all the reputation and network I've painstakingly built will be destroyed, he thought. I have a better idea, Lith said after pretending to mull over it for a few seconds. Why don't you call your sister and ask her to join us? This way you two can enjoy the food together while it's hot. That would be too much. I can't ask you that, my lord, Elfium said. You are not asking me anything. I'm offering. The only question is whether you accept it or not, Lith replied. Please, Sola said, destroying every possible argument the youth could come up with. Refusing a harmless request is already bad. Making a client beg is much worse. Elfium called his sister, who picked up instantly. Are you hurt? Did something happen? Clea asked in one breath. Elfium would never contact her during working hours, except in an emergency. I'm fine, big sis. He had to mute her to be able to speak above the flood of her worries. I've brought a group of clients to the Gladiator's Spit, and they invited you and me to lunch. The establishment was famous for its spit roast, its owner claiming that his recipes dated back to the founding of the great theater and had turned many upstart warriors into champions. That sounds fishy, she mumbled. There's no such thing as a free meal. They must be a bunch of perverts. I told you not to brag about my beauty. It's dangerous and not true. Sis, they are standing right beside me. Elfium wished to die a quick death. And they are not perverts. It's the family of you-know-who. Lith liked his privacy, so he had instructed the youth to call him only by his name. And who is that? A wanted criminal, Clea snorted. Me, Lith took the tablet from Elfium's hands. Hello, miss. The sup, she bit her tongue to stop herself. Him, you're really him? Gods, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Elfium told me about you, but I thought he was joking. I can assure you I'm no joke, Lith replied as she bowed like a frenzied parrot. What about that lunch invitation? It would be my honor, she replied with a bow so deep that her hair brushed the floor despite the hair tie she wore. But I don't know if my employer. Clea, how many times do I have to tell you not to waste the time I pay you for with calls? A querulous voice said. From now on, leave your tablet at home. Chapter 40, 162 Old Memories, Part 1. I can't do that, Miss Bremram. What about my brother? Clea replied. That little runt can look out for himself, and if you can't put him in his place, I'll do it for you. Miss Bremram grunted, resting the tablet off Clea's hand. Listen well, you. Yes, the icy glare of Lith's hologram and his vertical pupils were everything Miss Bremram needed to recognize the supreme Magus. You, Clea. She became as pale as a ghost, and her entire life flashed in front of her eyes. She's my honored guest for lunch, Lith spoke with a matter-of-fact tone. Unless you have something against me, Miss Bremram. No, she managed to stutter the monosyllable. I swear to the gods, no. Good, Lith nodded. Then I'll pick Clea up in a few moments. 2 hours for a paid lunch break should be enough, do you agree? Yes, Miss Bremram would have agreed on anything just not to dig her hole deeper. Keep Clea for as long as you need her. Thank you, Lith nodded, but his smile didn't extend to his blazing eyes. And Miss Bremram. Yes, she swallowed hard. I trust Clea will be allowed to keep her tablet on herself at all times, Lith said. I'd be very upset if I needed to talk with her again and I couldn't contact her. Of course, she prayed to the gods for mercy and could have sworn she heard a clear no in reply. A wise choice, Verhin out. Lith ended the call and turned to Elfium. I have no idea who Miss Bremram is or where she lives. I need you to guide me. It's a bit distant from here, but... Kid, we are hungry and sick of stagecoaches. We're doing this my way. Lith grabbed Elfium and flew high in the sky, where he conjured a flying golden stagecoach pulled by 2 black horses with flaming monets and blazing eyes. I'm sorry about the nightmares. I'd use dragon-shaped constructs, but if the real dragons hear about this, they will nag me into oblivion. They are that prideful. What about your anonymity? Elfium asked. My vacation is almost over, and so is my patience. Lith entered the stagecoach and took off, following the youth's directions to reach Miss Bremram's house in less than a minute. When Miss Bremram saw him stepping out of the flying construct wearing the supreme Magus robe and a frown on his face, She fainted on the spot, frothing at the mouth. As for Clea, her mouth and eyes were open so wide that she looked like a fish on a cutting board. "Miss Clea, I presume?" Lith offered her his hand, which she shook only out of reflex. "Yes, that's my sister," Elfium chuckled. "I swear she usually uses a broom instead of her jaw to sweep the floor." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stare." She snapped out of her daze and gave Lith a deep bow. "I'm Clea of Ratharn, and this is my brother, Elfium." "He knows, sis," Elfium chuckled. "Introducing myself is the first thing I do when I meet a new client, and I've been working for Lord Verhin for 4 days now." "Right, sorry." Clea blushed as the magnitude of her blunder dawned on her, but panic scrambled her brain so much that she had no idea what to say. "Say something, you silly girl," she thought. "Anything will do." "I'm sorry, but I'm sweaty and stinky from work," she blurted when she felt her wet clothes sticking to her skin. "Anything but that, you total moron," Clea inwardly whined. At that point, Elfium had to cling to Lith's side not to fall on the ground. He was laughing hard, having trouble breathing and keeping his balance. "That's the weirdest introduction I've ever heard, but it's nothing I can't fix." Lith kept the amusement he felt away from his face and drained the sweat off Clea's body with water magic. A series of controlled pulses of darkness magic removed the stench of cleaning products, body odor, and even the stains of dirt. A flick of his finger made Clea feel like she had just come out of a bath, and her clothes were freshly laundered. "Gods, I'm so sorry," Clea hiccuped. "I must be the biggest fool." "Don't worry and let's start this over from scratch," Lith said, cutting her short. "I'm Lith Verhin, your brother's employer and your host for today's lunch." "Nice to meet you." She wiped her tears and took the hand that he was offering her. "I'm Clea." "Nice to meet you, Clea," Lith nodded. "Now for my next trick." He dispelled the stagecoach construct and opened a warp steps leading back to the gladiator's spit. "Sorry for the rush, but everyone is hungry and flying on that thing would reveal my identity to anyone in the restaurant with at least one working eye," Lith said. The appearance of the dimensional door stunned Clea as much as it had done Elfium a few days ago, but a new wave of embarrassment smothered her curiosity in the crib. 3 beautiful women and 2 toddlers were staring at Clea just like she stared at the steps. She was a young woman, about 17 years old and 1.65 meters, 55, tall. Her light brown hair framed her hazelnut eyes and oval face, giving her an air of naive innocence. "Can I go home for a minute? I need to change," Clea swallowed hard. Her work clothes were clean, but still rags compared to those of her hosts. "Don't worry, sis," Elfium did his best not to laugh. "You look way better than me. Don't be so tense and consider this a work lunch." "You are right, sorry about that." A touch of Lith's finger also cleaned the youth and his clothes. "Clea, these are Camila, Solus, Rona, Elijah, and Valoran, my family. Family, this is Clea." After a brief round of handshakes and pleasantries, Lith led everyone inside. Adding 2 seats to their table was no problem since Lith had reserved a large one for the kids. "I hope you don't mind if I order for everyone," Lith said. "Of course," Elfium replied. "We are grateful for your invitation and can't ask more of you." Lith then picked enough dishes from the menu to sate 2 soluses for the youths. "This is too much," Clea blushed. "We'll never manage to eat everything." "Then you can bring the rest home," he smiled. "But, tell us about you, Clea," Solus said to change the topic and dispel the still lingering awkwardness at the table. The young replied as if she were being interrogated by the local constable, her posture stiff and her voice tense. Camila poured her wine, which, along with a few nudges from Elfium, helped Clea to relax. "So when this rascal came up with his idea of becoming a tour guide, I set one condition for him," she said after retelling how they had escaped Ratharm during the war and had moved to Amrock. "That he'd use his first earnings to buy a second tablet." Every family received only 1 free tablet. The royals sold them at cost to promote their use and literacy, but it was still no small sum for a housemaid. Chapter 40, 163 Old Memories, Part 2. After everything that we saw happening under Thrud's rule, I couldn't bear the thought of Elfium spending his days with strangers while going the gods know where. This is a dangerous world, my lord. I wanted him to be able to ask for help whenever he needed. Also, I needed to be able to contact him at any time. Having to wait until dinner to know that Elfium was all right was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. I prayed to the gods to protect him every day until he got his tablet. She gulped down a glass of wine to drive off the shiver that the memory sent running down her spine. "Sorry for the wait," said a waiter. Here are your appetizers, please enjoy your meal. Gods, how long did I speak? Clea said, realizing no one else had gotten a word in edgewise. Not that long, but definitely too long, sis, Elfium chuckled. You just need to tell everyone your dreams for the future, and they'll have the entire story of your life. Don't worry, it was an interesting story. Camila nipped Clea's obligatory apologies in the bud. I don't know you, but I'm starving. Let's eat while the food is hot. The girl blushed wildly and stuffed her face, hoping it would be enough to keep her frenzied mouth from embarrassing her again. Yet Clea managed to take a single bite before freezing in place. The meat was tender and juicy, and the spices tickled her tongue with flavors she had never experienced before. The pause allowed her to finally notice the delicious smell wafting through her nostrils, making her stomach gurgle in anticipation of the rest. This is the best meat I've ever had, Elfium munched slowly, savoring every bite. Thank you, my lord. Enough with the honorifics, Lith said. Lith will suffice. I'm your host, and I order you to stop worrying and focus only on enjoying yourselves. He could see that the simple pleasure of a good meal awed the two siblings, and it brought him bittersweet memories. It was the same thing that had happened to him and Carl back on Earth when they had celebrated their emancipation. It had also happened to him and his sisters on Magur the first time he had brought home lots of bunnies to roast. You should try this, Elfium. It's very tasty. I know, I'm eating the same thing, sis. Clea often tried to give her food to Elfium, but then she realized they both had a generous serving and there were more dishes to come. By the end of the meal, the two siblings were bloated and had enough leftovers to cover the next dinner and lunch. Thank you, Lith, Clea said while repressing a burp. I'll get in trouble with Miss Bremram for this, but it's worth it. There's no way I'll get much work done with my stomach this full. Don't worry, I have a solution. Lith took his communication amulet out. Let's exchange runes. If she gets on your case, just give me a call. Thank you. The idea of having the supreme Magus of the kingdom on call gave her goosebumps. I might be busy, so use this when in need. Lith sent her a pre-recorded message that she opened immediately. What is it now, and who's that? The hologram of Lith's disgruntled face with his 7 eyes open appeared from Clea's amulet. I'm busy now, and if you make me come there, you're going to regret it, pal. The hologram stared to the right side of the caller, making it clear it wasn't angry with them. Just point it at the annoying prick, and they should leave you alone, Lith said, or at least buy you enough time until I get your message and arrive. Thank you, Lith. Do you need me for the afternoon? Such kindness moved Elfium, yet he still prayed to hear a no in reply. He was so sleepy that he could barely keep his eyes open. No, we'll manage, Lith replied, making Elfium sigh in relief. Do you guys need a ride somewhere? I still have an hour before I have to go back to work, Clea said. I'll take a digestive walk, but thank you for the offer. Same here, Elfium said. I'll bring all the leftovers home. I can't carry around all this stuff while I work. After the youths left, Lith opened a steps leading everyone to the unicorn's pot. That was very nice of you, Lith, Camila said. You made their day. They are such a cute couple of siblings, Sola said. Okay, what am I missing? Menadian knew about Lith's life on Earth, but not everything. It's a long story, Mom, Solus replied as they walked to their room. Space. In the following days, Elfium did his best to repay Lith for the meal, bringing him to the shopkeepers he knew best and trying to get Lith the best discounts he could. Lith, on the other hand, invited Elfium and Clea to join his family for meals more than once, making them both feel indebted. So Lith wasn't surprised when Clea's rune lit up on the day of his departure. Hi, CL. The hologram of the girl was covered in sweat as she sprinted with all her strength. Tears streaked down her face and her voice was choked, but she steeled herself to make it clear. Please help me, she yelled. I just got a call from a guard. Something happened to Elfium. A tablet served as an ID and could be used to track its owner's next of kin in case of emergency. Where is he? Where are you? Lith's stomach churned as the familiarity of the situation tore old wounds that had never fully healed open. One moment, tablet users could share their location with their contacts and the authorities. Clea sent Lith both her position and Elfium's. Solus, let's split up. Kami, you stay here with the kids. Lith was calm and collected as he always was during a crisis, but Camila saw something old and unfathomably deep flicker in his eyes. He and Solus bolted away with their best flight spell without waiting for an answer. Lith reached Elfium in a matter of seconds, while Solus went to pick Clea up. The scene twisted Lith's stomach further, tying it into tight, painful knots. A handful of guards formed a circle to keep the bystanders away and give the healer the space he needed to work. Elfium was in the middle, his thin limbs bent at unnatural angles. He lay in a pool of his own blood that streaked along the fissures in the pavement. "He needs a hospital," Lith heard the healer say. "I don't know Tier 4 healing spells and his wounds are too extensive. Tier 3 doesn't cut it. It takes a 3-man team to." "Get out of my way," Lith snarled, emitting a pulse of Tiamat fear so intense that half the crowd took several steps back and the other half stuck their back to the nearest wall. "What happened here, you talk?" Lith nodded at a guard while he knelt beside the healer who was keeping Elfium stable, using invigoration to mend the youth's wounds and administering him nutrient potions. Chapter 40, 164, Not Enough, Part 1. "It's a road accident." Those words stabbed Lith's heart with the coldness of steel. According to the witnesses, some noble idiot on his new horse galloped too fast and didn't notice the kid until it was too late. "I see." Lith bit his inner cheek, using the pain to keep his rage in check and focus only on Elfium. The youth's bones straightened, and both the internal and external bleeding stopped. Lith used his Tier 3 spirit spell, Mother's Embrace, to collect the blood that had yet to coagulate and inject it back inside Elfium's veins. The youth had just regained color when Solus and Clea arrived. "What's happened? How is my brother?" the young woman asked while fighting back her tears at the sight of her brother's torn and blood-stained clothes. "He's been trampled by a horse," Lith replied. "Elfium is." The voice died in his throat as he checked every nook and cranny of the boy's body for injuries. "I'm sorry," Lith said, his hands starting to tremble. "I've done everything I could for him, but I was too late." "You're joking, right?" Clea cried and laughed, refusing to believe her ears. "You are the supreme Magus. There's nothing you can't do." "I'm sorry." His voice was as thin as hers was loud. "I can only make Elfium's final moments painless." Solus swallowed hard and knelt to his side. She knew there was only one possible explanation, but she refused to accept it until Sky Blessing confirmed Abyssal Gaze's readings. Elfium's mana core was cracked, and there was nothing that even the most powerful healing spell could do about it. The youth had a measly red core, and at the speed his mana was leaking, he had minutes at best. "Thank the gods, sis," Elfium swallowed, his breathing heavy. "I was scared I wouldn't get to see you again." "Don't be silly, Elfie." Clea forgot her fury and took Elfium's hand in hers. "Everything is going to be all right. Mr. Verhen is here." "I'm so sorry, sis. This is all my fault," Elfium cried, cutting the little breath he had shorter. "I was so happy about a big job I got today that I got careless." "You did nothing wrong, Elfie." Clea's voice broke as she got down on her knees and held him tight to her chest. "I don't know what happened, but I'm sure it wasn't your fault." 1508. "She's right, son," the guard chimed in only to reassure the youth. "The guy was out of control." "Thank you, mister," Elfium nodded. "I was afraid of getting you into trouble, sis. I don't want." His breathing stopped, and his head drooped to the side. "Elfie," Clea gently shook him as if he were just asleep. "Don't be silly, Elfie. This isn't fun. Please talk to me, please." Her voice rose in a desperate wail as she screamed and cried at the top of her lungs. Lith stood by her side, silent and unmoving like a statue. The events of a few minutes ago overlapped with those dating back over 20 years, so different yet so similar. The call, the rush, the failure. The moment Elfium/Carl died, Lith/Derek found himself back at the start, rushing to a taxi blink only to come too late to make a difference. He had come a long way from Earth and had become powerful beyond his wildest childhood dreams. Yet it wasn't enough. Meanwhile, just a step away, Solus breathed heavily, and her body was covered in a cold sweat. The scene before her eyes triggered her worst memories, trapping her in a nightmare of her own. A nightmare where the broken body of Elfin Menadian replaced Elfium's, and Riffa/Clea cried in despair while holding her daughter's brother's corpse. The phantom pain she felt was so strong that she was surprised when she moved her hand to her own chest, and found no hole or blood dripping on her clothes. Lith felt Solus' pain and embraced it along with his own. He focused on the sound of Clea's desperate cries to break free from the illusion and give Elfium the justice that had been denied to Carl. His nose picked up the scent of Elfium's blood and the horse hair on his body. The eyes scanned everything for energy signatures, filtering out the bystanders and the background noise. The ears detected the residual traces of the mana flows, reading the events that had recently played out on the street like a blurry movie. "I'm going to catch the culprit," Lith said as soon as the eyes of Menadian pointed him in the right direction. You people give your statements to the guards. If you withhold any information or run away, I'll come for you next. His voice was low, but it sounded as clear as a knell. Lith shapeshifted his body and his clothes into his supreme Magus robe to leave no doubt about his identity, succeeding in an unexpected way. 7 eyes were now open on a human face, but horns came out of his temples. Yet his hair was engulfed in a blue flame, and his left hand was pitch black like polished obsidian. His right hand, instead, was covered in black scales that also covered small patches of his face. His 7 eyes all had vertical pupils, and sharp fangs replaced his canines. The crowd stared at his distorted features, feeling a burning anger roiling beneath the apparent calm of his expression. His words were no empty threat, and the people of Amrock did the only thing that would ensure their survival. They rushed to give their statements, and told only the truth. Wait, Clea's words were a hoarse whisper buried under dozens of much louder voices, but Lith heard her. Please, take me with you. I want to see the face of the bastard who killed my little brother. I want to spit and curse at them until they get what they deserve. I want to plead to whoever will take charge of this case to hurt that bastard as he did to Elfium. She closed her brother's eyes and gently laid his corpse on the pavement. When she stood up, no more tears ran down her cheeks. The gentle light in Clea's eyes was gone, replaced by a cold, angry void. Lith recognized that gaze because he had seen it in the mirror for years. He knew what she was going through and what she would do if given the chance. Clea now walked in the same shoes Derek McCoy had worn since the day his brother Carl had died, shoes that he had yet to take off. I'm the Supreme Magus, Clea, Lith said. I'm taking care of this case and you don't need to plead for anything. He took her in his arms and blinked away, following the trail left by the murderer and highlighted by his mystical sense. Solus was still on the scene, her eyes fixed on Elfium's corpse. She had seen Carl die countless times in Lith's mind, but back then she didn't even remember her own name. Derek's rage and grief had always been just distant feelings that she couldn't truly understand or relate to because of her amnesia. Now, they were raw and primal, ravaging her heart through their bond more than she had ever believed possible. Chapter 40, 165 Not Enough, Part 2. I can't stay here for long. Lith needs me, Solus thought, forcing herself to regain control of her emotions. She took a scan of the crowd and the murder scene with her amulet, requesting support from the local constables and the night guard with maximum priority. If there's any clue left, they'll find it. She took off with an excuse and let go of her body, returning to the stone ring at Lith's finger. I know that you are suffering. I know how bad this is for you. But Elfium is not Carl, and you are not Derek McCoy anymore. I don't care what you'll do to the culprit, but please don't let Elfium's death undo everything you've done to become a better person. Elfium may not be Carl, but he's just like him, Lith replied with fury, and I am Derek McCoy and always will be. The trail ran far and away into the noble district of Amrock, stopping in front of a luxurious gate of enchanted metal, surrounded by a powerful set of arrays worthy of a powerful household. I'm Supreme Magus Verhin, and I'm investigating a murder, Lith said to the flabbergasted private soldiers guarding the entrance. Open this gate now. One moment, please, a middle-aged man with thick mustaches said, having no need to verify the identity of the guest. I need to call the lord of the house to have permission to. I don't need anyone's permission, Lith growled, cutting the man short. I'm giving you an order. Open the gate, or you'd better step aside because I'm not going to repeat myself a third time. I'm sorry. The man swallowed hard as the temperature of the neighborhood rose so much that he started to sweat. My lords are not responding, maybe. Lith unfurled 3 different sets of wings, but they were all wreathed in silvery flames. He hurled a jet stream of dread flames that struck the arrays with enough power to make them visible to the naked eye. The silver fire didn't disappear after crashing against the energy barriers, but it wrapped itself around the noble mansion like a noose. The ground quaked and the arrays flickered, but they withstood the onslaught. Magus Verhin, please. You can't. The soldiers took a step forward, unwittingly leaving the protective effects of the magical formations. The hot air burned their lungs and eyes, making them collapse with their mouths open in a silent scream as they cried blood tears. A flick of Lith's wrist released Ragnarok from the pocket dimension and unleashed a second burst of dread flames. The angry blade screeched in anger, its grief mirroring that of its master. A flick of Lith's wrist released Ragnarok from the pocket dimension and unleashed a second burst of dread flames. The angry blade screeched in anger, its grief mirroring that of its master. Ragnarok broke free of its bloody scabbard and flew high in the sky. Then, it dived down, accelerating its fall with gravity magic and spinning on itself so fast that the friction with the air generated a thick layer of fire. The angry blade struck the noble mansion from the top at the same time, as the second blast of dread flames rammed into the gates. The pressure from the attacks forced the arrays to consume much more world energy than the mana crystals fueling them contained. "What did you do this time, you fool?" Marquis Ngam Froil asked his firstborn, Shet. "What did you do to bring the supreme Magus to our door?" The mansion shook again, and the magical formations flickered more and more often as the silvery fire shrouding Lith's pristine energy wings faded. "Nothing, father, I swear," the youth said, yet Marquis Froil had heard those same words too many times to fall for them again. "Answer your father." The Marchioness slapped Shet so hard that he could almost smell Elfium's blood again, except this time it was just his own. "We need to know the truth. We can't protect you if we don't know what you're charged with." Meanwhile, outside the mansion, Lith panted hard. Using dread flames twice in such a short time frame took quite a toll on him. "I can see why Balker and Meln needed to study their victims' arrays before breaking into their homes," he thought. "The master wardens of the kingdom sure know their craft. Today, however, it won't be enough." Lith only had to turn around to look at Clea and find his unbridled rage mirrored in her eyes, stoking the fire of his hatred to new heights. "This time, nothing will be enough to stop me." The fire roiling around the black feathered wings on his hips roared like a wounded beast before turning into the third and final blast of dread flames. The silvery fire hit the multi-layered barrier with such raw strength that the mystical shields caved in, letting the dread flames vaporize the entrance gates, but stopping them before they could reach the main building of the mansion. As Lith kept hurling more of his inner fire and hate, the dread flames ate and clawed at the runes protecting the Froil household like a pack of mad beasts. The magical formations flickered faster and faster, their structural integrity on the brink of collapse. Yet despite the foolishness of House Froil's current young master, the security protocols set up by its founding fathers and perfected by their descendants were still firmly in place. The moment Lith had started his attack, skilled wardens had rushed to the locations of the focal points of the arrays with fresh mana crystals. It was supposed to be just a mere precaution. No one but the royal army had the strength to take down the barriers around House Froil before its mages and soldiers neutralized the intruder. Even if the guardians of House Froil failed to kill the assassin, the arrays had to hold on only for a handful of minutes before the reinforcements sent by the Mage Association arrived. That was how things were supposed to be. Yet reality begged to differ. The mages of House Froil rushed with all speed to their respective positions, yet when they arrived, the mana crystals fueling the protective arrays were almost depleted. To make matters worse, only one exhausted crystal at a time could be replaced with a fresh one. If the crystals were removed all at once, the magical formations would collapse. The moment one mage switched their assigned crystal, the barrier got even weaker for a split second. Then the burden of fueling the barriers fell to the new gemstone, since the others were running on fumes. "What in the God's name is going on?" a mage yelled in his communicator, seeing the bright light of the crystal he had just replaced dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. "How can the mana stones lose power faster than we can swap them?" The answer roared right outside the Froil household, punching at the barrier while the dread flames burned still. Each one of Lith's blows carried the weight of a freight train and the violence of a collapsing mountain. Moreover, Ragnarok never stopped drilling from above, unleashing all of its enchantments in a bombardment that forced the defensive arrays of the mansion to split their focus further. Yet ancient households were built to last, and their magical formations were crafted to withstand Balker's army, were the god of death ever to return. As the silvery fire started to die down, Lith could see with life vision that the scales of the battle wouldn't be tipped in his favor much longer. Chapter 40-166 Frozen World, Part 1. Lith's eyes narrowed as he stared at the self-repairing barrier that barred his access to the Froil household, and the coldness of his fury manifested into a single word. Jarak, the cursed ice coated the weakened external layers of runes, almost freezing them into place and forcing what was supposed to be ethereal into a physical form. Alas, almost is seldom enough. Mirror magic was a powerful tool, but chore magic was the dullest blade among all kinds of magic. Jarak, Lith searched in the world energy, listening to the angry roar and pain in Maugre's voice that resonated with his own. Jarak Satha. the energy of the barriers before Lith stilled, the Tier 1-0 spell trapping what was supposed to be immaterial into solid hoarfrost. Before anyone could register the shock from the impossible feat, Lith delivered his next punch. The runes shattered, and with them the barrier they held together. The arrays still worked. They still had energy. Yet for the first time since they had been laid, they couldn't stop the intruder crossing their threshold. Jerak Sath Skanesh. The Tier 2-0 spell froze deeper into the barrier and stopped its edges surrounding Lith from regenerating. Another punch opened a corridor, leading straight to the main door of the noble household. "Follow me." Lith's voice was akin to the wind howling through the abyss as he beckoned Clea. "Stay close, and nobody will hurt you." Lith released the full might of his Tiamat fear to take control of the world energy, and the full guard of his armor to ensure Clea's safety. He ripped the hardwood enchanted double doors off their hinges like wet paper, revealing the threat that waited for him beyond. Soldiers and mages bearing the insignia of House Froil raised their shields and wands, ready to face the unknown invader. "Stand down." The arrays protected the guards, yet the weight carried by Lith's voice made them falter. "I'm Supreme Magus Verhin." He gave no further explanation and had no need to. His white and gold robe was all the proof they needed. The horns, 7 eyes, and 6 wings were just overkill. "Stop him," the voice of Marquis Froil snapped the guard's captain out of his daze. "We need time to fix this. Don't let him in at all costs." Fire, duty, and honor bound the captain to obey the orders, and so did most of his soldiers. The mages controlling the arrays focused them on Lith, multiplying gravity around him by several folds. Chains of pure energy wrapped themselves around his limbs and kept him in place as a rain of top-tier 3 spells hit him from every side. Lith took them all, his Tiamat fear focused on keeping both arrays and spells away from Clea. The icicles, fire blasts, and darkness bolts couldn't kill him, but they hurt him. He embraced the pain and returned it tenfold. Final Eclipse generated a dome of black fire that intercepted the enemy's spells and bit deeper into the magical formations, while a swarm of black bolts from Plague Storm ravaged the mansion's lobby into rubble. Only those who had obeyed Lith's order still lived. Everyone else lay dead and broken, just like the furniture of the room. Lith took a full breath, hurling a jet stream of origin flames and weakening the arrays further. The mages of the house had never stopped swapping depleted crystals with new ones, yet the damage Lith had inflicted on the magical formations cut literally deep. And it was about to get deeper. Jerak Skan Guresh. More and more vital runes froze under the violence of the Tier 3-0 spell, shattering under Lith's fist. The magical formations protecting the Froil household weren't just damaged. They were wounded, and they bled world energy faster than their self-repair enchantments could mend them. Lith entered the main hall and found another and bigger contingent of troops ready for him. "Stand down," he said. "You know who I am. You saw what I can do." Half of the mages and soldiers dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground with their hands on their heads. The other half died in a Tier 5 spell, Burial Grounds. Clea kept herself 5 steps behind Lith, close enough to be protected at a moment's notice, but far away enough not to hinder him. She witnessed carnage unfold every time Lith opened a new door. She smelled the burned flesh and heard the agonizing screams of the dead. She felt nothing. The only thing Clea could see was the broken figure of her little brother. The only thing she could smell was Elfium's blood on the road pavement. The only thing she could hear was his dying words. Clea felt Elfium's body going limp in her arms, and the death around her seemed fair. It was weregild for her pain, and she wouldn't blink until she was paid in full. Lith reached a long corridor leading to the tea hall, where the masters of the house and his quarry were. Another squad stood against him, and he warned them. This time, so many ran away that the few who remained lost their courage. No one tried to stop Lith, and the following squads didn't even wait for his command to scramble towards the nearest exit. Death walked through those halls, and no one wanted to feel his cold embrace. By the time Lith reached the tea hall and found Shet Froil at the end of the trail, only 1 minute had passed since he had blinked in front of the gates. In that moment, Ragnarok fulfilled its duty and returned to its master's hand. The damage that the Angry Blade and Lith's 0 spells had wreaked upon the arrays destroyed them for good. The defensive system that had protected House Froil for generations collapsed, and its magic faded forever. No powerful crystal could inject new life into the dying arrays. No array-repairing spell could put together the scattered runes. Everything would have to be redone from scratch. In one day, an important piece of the Froil legacy had been erased from Maugr. It was an unprecedented achievement in the history of Garland. The magical formations of an ancient household hadn't been overridden as the royals would, ignored as Balker's thralls would, or breached as the dead king would. They had been destroyed by the cold fury of a single man. Yet those who bore witness to such a feat had no care for it. The only thing that mattered to Lith was that he had found his quarry, and his quarry only wanted a way out from that nightmare. You, Lith pointed a clawed finger surrounded by pitch-black obsidian skin at Shet Frorl. Your clothes are stained with the blood of Elfium of Ratharn, and I'm sure your horse carries even more. Your breath reeks of alcohol. That word poisoned Lith's tongue and made him want to puke, but he resisted the urge. You are accused of trampling over a young boy, fleeing the scene, providing no assistance to your victim, and ultimately causing his death. How do you plead? There was nothing that Lith wanted more than to unleash his wrath. He wanted to tear those noble scum apart and shower in their blood, yet he could not. Chapter 40, 167, Frozen World, Part 2. If I kill them in cold blood, I'd have my revenge, but I'd rob Clea of her own. Lith thought. I would make her a victim of my violence, adding the trauma caused by what I do to the man responsible for the death of her little brother. As much as I hate it, this is not about me, it's about her. I'm the instrument of her justice. It was an accident. Shet knew those were the wrong words the moment he saw all of Lith's 7 eyes flare with mana in outrage and disgust. I didn't mean to hurt anyone, I was just having some fun with my friends. Fun? Clea spat out the word like poison. If you wanted fun, you could have drunk yourself to death here and broken your neck by galloping through the fucking park of your mansion. Why did you have to do it in the middle of the road? Why did you have to kill my brother? Because scaring others is the fun part. Lith took the words out of Shet's mind, scaring the youth to death. The alcohol and the speed are just part of the game. They make things scarier for the others and more exciting for him. Is it true? Clea snarled. Do you get off on this shit? No, Shet replied in his most innocent voice. Yes, a tendril of Lith's spirit magic connected the noble youth to his shadow. The mind link and a nudge from the void exposed Shet's honest answer. Life is so boring, and commoners are no different from roaches. Killing roaches is not a crime, right? I didn't say any of that, yet Shet had thought those things. This is not me, but one of your demons. As if I'd ever welcome something that disgusting in my ranks. Lith's spite was palpable. I simply called upon your darkness, and the grimace on your parents' face confirms its words. The Marquis and the Marchioness quickly regained their composure and recognized the situation for what it was. A trial. We are deeply sorry about what our stupid son has done, Magus Verhin, Ingam said. He is young and drunk. It must amount to something, right? Yes, Lith replied, making the Marquis hope for the best. It makes his crimes much worse, and you share responsibility for them. Mind you, I said share. If you claim youth as a factor, then as his guardian, you'll serve his same sentence. What do you say? Shet is 18, an adult before the law. The Marchioness loved her son and would have died for him. Dying with him, however, would have been plain stupid. What sentence are we talking about? Death, Lith replied. The law is clear, 1 life for 1 life. That's only for willful murder, the Marquis said. Your son willfully drank alcohol. He willfully rode his horse through a busy road. He willfully fled the scene of his crime, and it gets worse. Lith stepped forward, grabbing one of the rings on Shet's fingers and slipping another off. This is a spell-holding ring containing a healing spell. If you applied this to Elfium, you would have stabilized his conditions until the healer arrived. Then, Lith broke the dimensional ring, making several items fall to the ground. These are healing and nutrient potions. You had all the means to save your victim. You willfully left him to die and tried to escape punishment. I judge this willful murder. The runt had a tablet on him. Shet dug his hole deeper in an attempt to save himself. I thought he would call for help and someone else would treat him. How is it my fault if he didn't think of that? He couldn't, you animal. Clea tried to jump at the youth's neck, but Lith stopped her. You broke every bone in Elfie's body. He couldn't move, he couldn't think. Lith stopped Clea, but not out of mercy. He stopped her because such a thin girl lacked the strength to harm someone as big and tall as Shet. Besides, anything she might do to Shet paled in comparison to what Lith had in store for him. She's telling the truth, Lith nodded. I examined the victim, and without timely treatment, his condition quickly worsened beyond even my abilities. This is my statement as a healer and supreme magus. Please, whatever you do, don't say it. Solus read Lith's thoughts and was afraid of what that kind of savage justice might do to Clea's soul. More importantly, what it might do to Lith's. Don't say those words. Please, Supreme Magus Varen, do not rush judgment, the Marchioness said while glowering at her thrice-foolish son. I'm very sorry about what happened to your brother, young lady. Clea had always dreamed about a noble dame bowing to her, yet now that it was really happening, she couldn't care less. As the bereaved, you have the right to plead for mercy if the culprit repents. I can assure you that if you spare our son's life, we'll make him pay for his crime until he draws breath. We'll also compensate you for your loss with anything you want. Her words were met by Clea's cold eyes, so the Marchioness pressed forward. Think about it. Would your brother want you to live a comfortable life or just spill more blood? What happened to him is tragic, but what's the point in destroying one more life? Gods, no, Solus thought. Not the same words as the DA. No punishment can bring your brother back. A harsh sentence would only make us share your pain and... It's not one life. Lith's head burst with blue flames as the angry spirits behind the door begged him to release them. Yet his fury was so strong that they could only submit to him. His willpower so strong that he silenced thousands of voices with a mere thought. When today your son killed Elfium of Rathan, he did more than take one life. Those two words were akin to a knife in Lith's heart every time he heard them, yet he echoed them, pushing the dagger deeper. What about the life of Elfium's sister? His fiancée, the kids he will never have, and the grandkids they would have given him. What about those lives? They are all destroyed, and all because of your son's recklessness. The noble couple wanted to object that, based on what they had heard, Elfium was too young to have a fiancée, let alone kids. Yet Lith's cold glare told them that just as he had pointed out earlier, there wasn't just one life at stake. Their future hung in the balance along with Shet's. Magus Verhen is right, Clea said, her voice sharper than a blade as she addressed the noble youth. By taking my brother away, you destroyed his life and mine. You've shattered all Elfie's dreams for the future. You pissed all over our sacrifices and struggles. And you, she turned towards the Marchioness. You speak of forgiveness in exchange for repentance, yet I haven't heard a single word of contrition from your filthy spawn. What do you mean? Shet raised his hands. I've apologized many times already. No, all you did was make excuses for what you did, Clea snarled. You haven't apologized once. Chapter 40, 168, Hollow Soul, Part 1. Fine, I'm sorry. Are we okay now? The youth's words hit Clea like a slap, draining the blood from her face. Okay, did you really ask me if we're okay? She hid her face behind her hands, sobbing. Yet it lasted only for a second before it turned into a deranged laughter. I'll never be okay, you moron, and neither will you. As the bereaved, I have the right to plead for mercy, but also for a harsher punishment. Magus Verhen, I beg you, inflict upon this piece of human garbage the heaviest sentence. What you are asking me is to inflict torture upon him before execution. Are you sure this is what you want? Lith's tone was deadpan, and his face a stone mask. No, the Frorls fell to their knees, begging. Yes, Clea replied. I want him to suffer just like my brother did. So be it. Lith touched Shet's forehead with a finger, using his breathing technique to take a full scan of the noble youth's life force. Then Lith twisted and tore Shet, until it became a perfect replica of Elfium's life force when Lith had found him. Shet's bones snapped with a wet crunch, and his organs ruptured as if an invisible horse had just trampled over him at high speed. The youth coughed up blood that soon formed a pool beneath him, painting the priceless carpet of the tea hall red. Don't worry, I'm a merciful and fair judge. Lith put Shet's communicator amulet at the same distance as Elfium's had fallen. You claimed your victim is to blame for his own death. That he should have called for help. Call for a healer then. If they come here before it's too late, you can be saved. Rage twisted Clea's face at those words, but only until they pierced the veil of rage clouding her mind, and she realized the mockery they were. Shet Frorl could barely breathe, and none of his limbs could make the smallest movement without searing agony clouding his vision. The amulet lay only 1 meter away, but it might as well have been on another planet. What about us? Marquis Ingam asked. Can we call for a healer? He took his communicator out, quickly followed by his wife. Of course. A snap of Lith's fingers ripped the amulets out of their hands. Clea had her chance as well, but only after a guard informed her of the fact. You will have to wait for as long as she did. This is too cruel, the Void-Feather Dragon said, making his scales scattered across Lith's body tremble. Can't we just kill him? Really? Lith and the Void sneered at the plea. Would you be so merciful if that human-faced monster had killed Dad, Mom, or Aaron? The Void-Feather tried to reply, but the image of Carl's dead body in the morgue flashed in front of his eyes. Then, Roz's mangled figure in the Hogham's mansion hit the void feather like a truck. The vision of Alina lying pale and unconscious in bed after the failed kidnapping attempt almost stopped his breath. Yet when the broken figure of Elfium overlapped with his little brother, mercy died in the heart of the void-feathered dragon. He could almost feel Aaron's body getting colder, and the moment the light disappeared from the little boy's eyes, the void-feather knew he would have killed the culprit no matter what anyone else said. "Great, now that's settled, I say we turn up the heat." The void conjured the blue flames in the mindscape, and they also flared up on the portions of Lith's body turned eldritch. The bastard is getting off too easily. He should suffer much more, and so should his parents. They made him the monster-faced human he is, and they should pay for it. Let's burn this place down to the ground. No, Lith's answer stunned both the Void and Solus, who was about to object. That wouldn't be justice for Clea and Elfium, but a foolish attempt in quenching my bloodthirst. Lith knew that the Void was just a part of himself. It just gave voice to the anger and hate that would always be part of him. Like a recovering alcoholic, he could never stop being an addict, but he could choose not to drink. Besides, how dare you conjure those? Scourge flames despite knowing that Elysia and Raldderak are just a few kilometers from me. Lith snuffed the blue flames in the Void's hands and across his own body. What if my children feel the power of the Scourge flames and conjure them as well? What if they experience all the twisted thoughts that cross my mind right now? When Elysia was born, I vowed that I would never let my shit taint my children, and that's what I'm going to do. The memories of the blue flames attacking Valoran flashed in front of the Void's eyes, forcing him to relive the moment when he had almost hurt the baby boy in an attempt to save Valoran's life. The Void lowered his eyes in shame and fell silent as well. The different features of Lith's body once again harmonized into his Tiamat form, ending the inner conflict that had ravaged him since he had received Clea's call. The time is up. Lith returned the communication amulets to their owners, and the Frorls immediately called the best healers they knew. An old woman with close-cropped gray hair arrived in a matter of minutes, and soon many other mages joined her. Yet it was pointless. Lith had no idea how long it had passed from the moment of the accident to the guard's call. He only knew that it had come too late. It was the reason he had given back the communication amulets only once Shet's core had already started to crack. By the time the first healer arrived, his mana was already leaking, and his life forfeit. Shet Frorl died in his parents' arms, just like Elfium had died in his sister's. "The sentence has been carried out," Lith said, bringing their desperate wails to a sudden halt. "Yet this is not over. You are accused of aiding and abetting a murderer. I also hereby charge you with resistance to a public official and attempted murder." "And who would we have tried to kill?" the Marchioness snarled, mad with grief. "Me," Lith replied. "I've heard you ordering your guards to stop me at all costs. I recognized your voices and recorded the whole thing. You are going to pay for that as well, but I'm in no rush. A constable will take care of you. As for my esteemed colleagues, hear me now." The healers dropped everything they were doing and stared at Lith, hoping he had no charges for them. "This girl, Clea of Ratharn, is under my protection. Spread the word. If anything befalls her, I'll seek those responsible myself and punish them to the full extent of my powers. Did I make myself clear?" The healers nodded like frenzied parrots and sighed in relief. "I'm sorry, Clea, this is all I can do for you." Lith sheathed Ragnarok with the blood of the fallen guards, yet didn't touch Shet's. "I hope it's enough." Chapter 40, 169 Hollow Soul, Part 2. "It didn't give me Elfium back, so it's not enough. Nothing will ever be enough." Clea glowered at the noble youth's corpse in spite, noticing the stark difference between Elfium's peaceful expression in death and Shet's features transfixed in terror. "But it's everything I can get, and it will have to do." Space. Before leaving, Lith secured Shet Frorl's horse as evidence and handed it to the local constable after pressing charges against the Marquises. After that, he and Clea warped back to the Unicorn's Pot, where Camila waited for him and Solus in the lobby. "How is Elfium? Is he all right?" she asked, yet looking at her husband's face and noticing the youth's absence gave her all the answers she needed. She just refused to accept them and prayed to be wrong. "Elfie," Clea replied, yet grief choked the words in her throat. "My brother is dead. There was nothing even Magus Verhin could do, and Elfie passed away in my arms." Camilla's eyes widened, not knowing what to do or say that wouldn't sound trivial or idiotic. She ended up sitting on the nearest chair, the tragic news and its obvious consequences hitting Camila harder than she could take. "I'm sorry for your loss, Clea," Lith said. If there's anything you need or that I can do for you, you just need to ask. Thank you, then please answer my questions. As rage and adrenaline left her body, the young girl's knees buckled and Lith had to help her sit. Was there really nothing you could do to save Elfie? I thought healing magic is akin to a miracle. I wish it were true, Lith sighed. Every injury can be treated and healed, yes, but timing is essential. If someone had given Elfium first aid, kept him stable until my arrival, I could have saved him. Unfortunately, we were too late. Elfium had lost too much blood, and his body went into shock. I repaired his organs, but there is no spell that can restore their functionality in so little time. It was the current theory that healers had developed to explain why some patients couldn't be healed even by Tier 4 or 5 magic. Only Awakened knew about mana cores, and that once cracked, they couldn't be fixed. I see. 2 silent tears streaked down Clea's face, quickly followed by more as the pain from her loss finally sank in. Gods, Elfie, we've left him alone in the middle of the road. We must. She tried and failed to stand up. Clea would have fallen on the floor if Lith hadn't caught her in time. My little brother, she clung to him, clawing at his shirt as her heart and voice broke. My little Elfie is gone. Clea screamed like a wounded animal, bawling her eyes out with no care for who watched or listened to her. Without the rage and the thirst for revenge giving her strength, she was but an empty shell. Let's give her some space. Lith warped with Clea to Sola's room, where no one would disturb her. Camila was right beside them, and not knowing what to do, she left to check on the babies. It was an irrational fear since she had left them in the Doomslayer crib and Elijah was under the Guardian's protection, but she needed to make sure. She found Sola standing outside the room. She had been waiting for the moment to take physical form again, and when she did, there was no place for her anywhere. She couldn't help Clea, nor could she see the babies without a key. Is everything all right? Camila asked, noticing how pale Solus was and the pain in her face. Did something else happen? No, it's not, Solus shook her head. Please, I don't have the strength to talk about this now. Can you please just open the door? Camila nodded, and the 2 women barged in, finding 2 happy and calm toddlers playing with their colorful toys. Solus and Camila picked up the babies and held them tight. They listened to the sound of the tiny hearts and lost themselves in the warmth of the baby's skin. Mom, Valoran asked as Solus' tears wetted his onesie. It's all right, baby, she sniffled. Everything is all right now. Meanwhile, Lith held Clea, letting her cry and scream until she lost consciousness. Then, he tucked her into bed and let her sleep with one light on, so that when she woke up, she wouldn't get scared from the unfamiliar room. When Lith returned to his own suit, Camila was still nervous, while Menadian had helped Solus to calm down a bit. What happened? Camila saw that Lith's eyes were empty, and his eyes cold like it hadn't happened since Solus' kidnapping. She extended a tendril of spirit magic for a mind link, but he dismissed it with a wave of his hand. I'm sorry, Kami, but not this time, he said. You are pregnant and Ral would feel everything you feel. This will have to suffice. He handed his communicator to her and pointed at the empty area where once Elfium's rune was. Camila took it in her hands, and the vague feeling of loss she experienced since hearing the news became all too real. Here's what happened. Lith's voice was deadpan. A rich, idiot kid ran Elfium over and left him for dead. Camila became as pale as a ghost as she made the obvious connection with Lith's trauma. Sadly, the idiot was right. Elfium's core was already cracked when I got to the scene of the accident, and there was nothing I could do. So today Clea lost her brother, I lost Carl all over again, and Solus relived her death. Lith clenched his hands. At that point, I picked up the trail of the murderer and Clea, and I went to exact justice. Justice or revenge? Camila hated herself for it, but she had to ask. Depending on the answer, she and the entire Verhin household had to prepare for what would come next. Justice? Lith nodded. I introduced myself at every step and stated the reason for my presence. I did nothing to those who followed my orders and harmed only those who tried to kill me. Good, she sighed in relief. What about the culprit? After collecting irrefutable evidence of his crime, I executed the sentence on the spot after asking Clea to exercise her bereaved rights. She asked for the maximum, Lith replied. I gave him Elfium's death down to the last detail. Then I called the constables and gave them all the collected evidence. The rest is in their hands. Is there anything you need? A hot drink, something to eat? Camila asked. I need time, Lith sighed. Most of all, I need to get out of here, yet it has to wait. I won't leave Clea alone, not until I know she's safe from others and herself. Lith knew from experience how grief and getting revenge hollowed the soul. Without Elfium, Clea had no one to live for. Without vengeance, Clea had nothing to look forward to. Now she's as empty as I was, Lith said after a pause. I won't let her take the same path I did. Chapter 40, 170 Blue Gemstone, Part 1. Space. News of the fall of House Frorl spread like wildfire throughout Amrock and beyond. Idiots, the local nobles commented, eager to learn who among them would be assigned the Frorl estate from the crown. Letting their degenerate son commit murder in broad daylight wasn't enough. They had to antagonize the supreme Magus. Can you believe they ordered their guards to attack Verhin? They would scoff. The survivors' testimonies make it an open and shut case. I would pity Frorls if there weren't the chance I might get a part of their lands. By the way, what have they been charged with? A few asked. The noble ranking of the supreme Magus is still unclear after all. Not anymore, was the reply. The royals have decreed that assault on the supreme Magus is an act of high treason against the kingdom. The Frorls will be lucky if they meet the executioner after only 1 month of torture. I don't care much about them. What worries me is what Verhin did to the arrays, most pointed out. A powerful noble household has been stormed in a few minutes and its magical formations destroyed. Not breached like the dead king does, neutralized as Balker did, or shut down with a royal override, mind you. They were crushed to bits. The Frorl mansion has no magical protections anymore. That piece of news spread even more far and wide because it meant nobody was safe. Sure, Marquis Frorl had no powerful mages or bodyguards at his service, and the association had refused to intervene, yet Lith's feat was unprecedented. It made nobles and commoners wonder how powerful their supreme Magus was, and how many troops the royals would need to muster to restrain Lith if he ever turned against the kingdom. As for Lith, he prolonged his stay in Amrock after informing his parents of the unfortunate developments of his vacation. Clea had no one left and was in no shape or form to take care of herself, let alone work. Is your offer for help still valid, Lith? She asked after Elfium's funeral was over. Lith had offered to take care of it for her, but Clea had insisted on doing it with part of the Marquis Frorl's money she had received as compensation from the kingdom. Of course, he nodded, just ask. I want to leave Amrock and never return, Clea said. I hate this place, I hate these people, I hate traffic. Her voice lowered into a snarl. I want to go as far away as possible to a quiet and isolated place. Do you know a city like that? If you don't mind the cold, I recommend Jamble in the Keller region, Lith said. I know the local baron and the people there are as brave as generous. There are no tablets there, though. Good, she snorted. I've already thrown away mine. It reminds me of Elfie too much. Then you'll need this. Lith handed her a communication amulet with his contact rune already imprinted, just in case someone bothers you or a friend of the Frorls tries anything funny. Thanks, she nodded, cradling the urn containing her brother's ashes in her arms. When can we leave? Space. Taking Clea to Jamble and entrusting her to Baron Iros, Ellen took only a few steps from the nearest gate. After that, Lith returned to the Verhin mansion. You look terrible, baby. Alina had rarely seen her son like that and never at a good time. How are you feeling? The way I look, he replied with a wan smile. Don't worry, Mom, I'll get better soon. All I need is the chaos and turmoil of my family. I'm glad you can already joke like this. Roz patted Lith's shoulder. Then Celia charged past them in a blur as she chased after Salkar, who had just discovered fusion magic. She had almost caught the baby boy when Orikan clung to Salkar's back, and they took off together. Did you see the direction he went? Amrock panted at Lith a few seconds later. I mean Orikan. If you saw Juria, please tell Quilla. They both escaped right after being fed, and we've split up to cover more ground. He went that way, he replied, and the tyrant sprinted away with a thank you. Who's joking? Lith said, looking his father in the eyes. Space. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, Jorl and the core members of his rebellion couldn't believe their own eyes. This is the moon. He looked at the silvery grassland surrounding the black throne. You weren't joking, you really took us to the moon. Of course I did, kid, the cursed tower sneered. It wasn't an easy journey, but here we are. Like Solus Tower, the black throne had to wait for a mana geyser on Maugr to align with a specific location on the moon to travel there. Unlike Starforge, however, the cursed tower's trip was longer and more dangerous. The black throne used the temporary corridor of world energy as a railroad to fly to the moon at his top speed, and perform long-distance warps without depowering his core. Straying from the corridor would have meant death, but he didn't care. After living for so long, the Black Throne was confident in his abilities, and putting his life on the line was one of the few thrills he had left. His guests knew nothing of this quirk of his, and they never would. "Not to belittle your feat, but why are we here?" Acton the Based asked. "Isn't it obvious?" the Black Throne asked, and was appalled by the confused expressions on the faces of his so-called allies. "This place is filled with world energy saturated with life maelstrom, you dimwits. Here you can train your abilities and spells. You can practice your teamwork and discover your upper bloodline abilities without anyone noticing your presence. Also, I brought you here to let you get accustomed to our future battlefield. If we fight on Magur, night might break past our dimensional ceiling arrays and call for Baba Yaga. If that happens, best case scenario for her, she runs away while we fight with her mother. Worst case scenario for her, she dies, but we die with her. Either way, we'd get nothing at best and die like morons at worst. Nobody will disturb us here instead. Even Baba Yaga's bond with her firstborn can't reach this far away as the moon darts across the sky." "That's a brilliant plan," Jorel nodded. "I can't believe we have the whole moon for ourselves. I wonder what kind of riches we can find." "Leave this grassland and you will die," the Black Throne replied. "We are currently at the edges of the domains of the moon's masters. If you get too close, they might notice your presence, and until the next alignment with Magur, we have nowhere to run." Actually, they were standing in Lith's turf, but the Black Throne had no way to know that. "The moon has masters," Uriger was flabbergasted. "Are you telling me that people live here, that powerful and unknown races populate the moon's continents?" "Yes, it does," the Cursed Tower replied. "And no to the rest. There is no one here but us, Ligain, Feniger, and a crazy lick with his deranged eldritch friend and a cat. We aren't a match for any of them." Chapter 40, 171, Blue Gemstone, Part 2. "What's so dangerous about a lick?" Salanoth shrugged. "Maybe the fact that he built his own fortress here, you moron," the Black Throne replied. "We are talking about a council representative with infinite life and mana. Someone without a mage tower, yet with the means and wits to travel through space just like I did. Do you think you can fight someone of that caliber?" No, the Ring of Space gritted the teeth of her host. "Did you try to explore further than the moon?" Uriger pointed at the distant stars. "Yes, and I almost died for it," the Cursed Tower sighed. "I never realized that Magur actually moves in space, not just on itself. Even worse, there is no world energy out there, nothing but light and radiation. I managed to re-enter Magur's aura just in time before my power core depleted, and I turned into space rubble. Yet I didn't give up. I built probes, and I scattered them across the cosmos. That's how I collected the information you can see in my orrery." "What's the point of doing that?" Salanoth asked. "The probes are fueled by white crystals and have only 2 enchantments. Detection on homing," the Black Throne replied. "They have no consciousness and no propulsion system, so they consume little energy. As they scatter, I collect more information without moving. Also, if any of the probes ever lands on a land with world energy, I can use it to open a gate there. Or rather, that's my hope. So far, I have found nothing but dead worlds. Magur is a damn rare blue gemstone, kids. One more reason for giving our all." Jorel could feel the life maelstrom in the air resonate with that stored inside his body. "We need to train hard and learn the other upper abilities before Orpal. It's our best shot at victory." Space. Lith's birthday arrived, and the Frorls had yet to receive the sweet relief of the executioner's axe. To be precise, it was the day before Lith's birthday. He always held 2 parties. One was a social event where he hosted the most important people of the kingdom, and the other was a private celebration for his family and friends. The gala associated with Lith's birthday always took place the evening before the private party, so that at the stroke of midnight, the 2 events overlapped and both occurred on the correct date. Lith and Camila stood at the main entrance of the mansion, welcoming their guests in order of arrival. He wore his high uniform under his supreme Magus robe for the occasion. It was comprised of a pristine white jacket with golden epaulets, mid-waisted white trousers with gallon, a trim with 2 silk stripes to conceal the outer seams, and black shoes. He wore a silver brooch shaped like his family crest on the collar of his white shirt, and the gold embroideries on the lapels of his jacket were shaped like feathers. They marked both his allegiance to the Griffin Kingdom and his nature as an evolved human. The pristine white wings on his back further emphasized the point. This time, Lith avoided displaying his horns and extra eyes. The public was used to associate them with his Tiamat form, and he wanted his guests to focus on his Indech side. Camila, instead, wore an ocean blue evening dress that left her shoulders, neck, and arms exposed. The silk of the fabric was embroidered in gold, creating a feathered pattern. She wore the original camellia on her heart, another as a corsage, and her parure was made of gold molded to resemble the mystical flower. A small blue camellia shone on her baby bump as a decoration for Raldderak. Camilla's set of jewels consisted of a golden circlet, a golden necklet, and earrings, all decorated with magical icy camellias. She also displayed 2 white indech wings on her back to make sure that her noble guests received the message. The lords of the house were supposed to stand at all times, but due to her advanced pregnancy, she was allowed to sit while waiting for the next group of guests to arrive. The mansion's park was covered in snow, but the enchantments kept the red carpet leading to the main entrance clean and dry. Ice sculptures of ancient heroes and mythical creatures decorated the aisles and fountains, greeting the guests as they approached the mansion. Small snow castles were arranged in the playground and fully equipped with snow-loaded weapons for the noble kids to enjoy themselves in mock battles. Lith had even arranged for saddled magical beasts that would serve as cavalry if needed. The waiting area in front of the main entrance was filled with richly decorated stagecoaches and a few DeLoreans, each carrying nobles who had already been identified and waited for their turn to enter. Only guests of secondary importance would access via the warp steps inside the mansion. They wouldn't be introduced by the valet and would undergo many security checks before being allowed to join the rest of the nobles. The only exception was the people of Zelex. Lith invited them again to renew their bond of friendship and warped them personally to the mansion. They weren't actually an exception since the tower performed full scans upon arrival, but what they didn't know couldn't offend them. Anyone else who wanted to avoid both being announced by the valet and being questioned by the royal security detail had to arrive early and disguise themselves among the family members. Who would have thought that violent emotions would unlock the runes for the higher tiers of mirror magic up to Tier 3? Baba Yaga was in her mother form, wearing a lovely cream-colored dress. I believed that Elijah's calm mind and pure heart were the key, but I was wrong. Maybe Elijah hears the first magic rune exactly because she's calm and relaxed enough to listen even to Maugre's lowest grumbling. Silverwing's puffy red dress was a modern version of the one she once wore at the court of the first king, and so was her enchanted parure. Yet that same calm keeps her from hearing more powerful runes. Based on what you told me, Maugre expresses its anger with mirror magic, and Lith managed to conjure those unknown spells because, in his fury, he resonated with that anger. Do you mind saving the magical jargon for another time? Elena shushed them both. Your beloved magical breakthrough happened during a tragic event. I don't want you to ruin this night for my son by reminding him of poor Elfium's death. You're right, I'm sorry, Elena, the White Core said. Even though he wasn't much in the mood for magic, Lith had taken plenty of notes about the 0 runes he had discovered right after leaving Clea in Solus' room. Once he had returned to the mansion, he shared his findings with Baba Yaga. He had confirmed Lith's hypothesis and ensured his newfound 0 spells were safe, or rather, safe-ish. There is still the issue of conjuring the mirror runes with true magic, Baba Yaga said via a mind link to hide the rest of the conversation from her host's grumpy mother. It's a good thing that despite his anger, Lith had the presence of spirit to chant the 0 spells. Chapter 40-172 Old Scars, Part 1. Every time I weaved the 0 spells with my mind, I turned into a popsicle. Baba Yaga flinched at the memory. If not for my white core, I would have died at my first failed experiment. What about the Cinder Rune? Silverwing was allowed to contribute only to the theoretical side of the research. The runes discovered by Elijah and Lith were still a secret to her. We made no progress on that either. Baba Yaga inwardly shook her head. Every attempt to use it without hand signs and chanting ended badly. Have you thought about going to a fringe? Silverwing asked. The voice of Maugre should be much clearer there, and if you and Lith get completely stumped, you could ask for an audience. She had realized that no matter how many times she apologized, it wouldn't affect the opinion Lith had of her. The first Magus had decided to regain his trust through her actions and was waiting for an opportunity to prove her worth. We did, but there are a few issues with that, the mother replied. After the many unpleasant experiences that Solus had every time she entered a fringe, she is terrified of them. And don't get me started on how Solus might react if a group of local elves approaches her. Yeah, as if Emrail didn't traumatize her enough, those chroniclers really did a number on Effie, Silverwing nodded. I wouldn't be surprised if she started hating the entire elven race. Then there is the problem of the spatial isolation, Baba Yaga continued. Communications don't work while inside a fringe, and research takes time and focus. With Meln threatening their family and Camila's advanced pregnancy, Lith and Solus are unwilling to travel. Moreover, although we would indeed hear mirror runes more easily inside a fringe, there's no guarantee that we'd tap into the undercurrent of the stable ones. What if, under the wrong circumstances, we hear the unstable runes the Eldritches use? Not only would we put our lives at risk, but we also would have no idea what has gone wrong unless Elijah or Lith hears the stable runes and realizes our mistake. Damn it, you are right, Silverwing inwardly cursed. This is not like our regular magical experiments. Maugre does guide you toward the right runes when you don't know them, but both stable and unstable runes are right. Maugre would point us toward the runes most suitable for our experiment, no matter if stable or unstable. My point exactly, Baba Yaga nodded. As for the audience with Maugre, you know it's not that simple, or you'd have already learned creation magic and discovered your apex human form. I should be that lucky, Silverwing grunted. Maugre always speaks in riddles, and no matter how many times you go to the mindscape, her answers never change. Even worse, if you bother her too much, Maugre lets you in only to kick your ass on the way out. The last time we met, I barely survived. The message was clear: don't come back until you have different questions or something to share. While the two white cores discussed, the guests kept coming. Jadon Clea, it's so nice to see you again, thank you for coming, Lith said. Thanks to you for inviting us, Jadon replied. It's not every day that a mere count gets invited to a royal gala hosted by a Magus. Nonsense, Lith said as the two men shook hands. Our families share a deep bond. You and Clea are more than my guests, you are my friends. Jadon and Clea Lark were the heirs of the late Count Trequil Lark, Lith's first patron and Orpal's first victim as the Balker copycat. I'm sorry we didn't get to see each other more often. Camila gave them the deepest curtsy her status allowed her. There's always something to do, and the moment we solve a problem, another pops out. Tell me about it, Clea sighed. As if dealing with two counties wasn't hard enough, we had to deal with Meln's attempt on our lives first, and then with his attack on the kingdom. Jadon and I have so much work to do to rebuild the damaged cities, and prepare for the next attack that to visit you we'd have to start skipping our meals, sleep, or just abandon our families. That's no joking matter, Virem Lark, Clea's husband, said. You already forget to eat unless I shove the spoon in your mouth, and you often fall asleep on your desk in the middle of the night, forcing me to carry you to bed. As for our kids, spend less time with them, and they'll soon forget your face. I know, and I'm sorry, Clea whined. I promise I will do better. Let's talk about this another time and place, Virem said while bowing to Lith and Camila. Let's not ruin our host's night. I'm sorry too, dear, Jadon said to Illica, his wife, who was glaring at him in silence. Let's get in and enjoy our evening for once. Next came Brynja Distar and her husband, Aints. Hi, Lith, you're glowing, Camila. Marchioness Distar wore a deep green gala dress embroidered with precious gemstones and decorated with fine lace that a baby girl did her best to tear off. Sorry if I rush in, but Milla hates dressing up. The young Marchioness was crying at the top of her lungs, trying to take off her frilly and uncomfortable dress. Don't worry, Camila chuckled. The crib is in the second room on the right after the main hall. Sharjin is in there, you can't miss it. I'm fine with Sharjin, but what about Manohar? Aints asked. You mean Manohar II? Lith replied. He'll enter later. I don't see much of a difference, Aints snorted. Make sure to search him properly before putting him in with the other children. You have my word, Lith nodded. The couple entered in a rush. The desperate cries of the baby girl turned many heads, but all for the wrong reasons. Taking a toddler to a social event was considered in poor taste, but Brynja couldn't care less about taste. Orpal had already attempted to take Milla's life and marked her as one of his targets. Brynja never left her daughter alone, and would rather suffer the disdain of her peers than the dead king touching one hair of her baby girl. Lith Camila, thanks again for the invite, Baron Wylan said. It's always nice to get out of our burrow and enjoy the warmth of the south. He means Magus Verhen and Lady Verhen. His wife, Mirias, corrected him, becoming pale at the Baron's disregard for etiquette. The pleasure is mine, Wylan, Lith replied. Thank you for coming. I'm happy to see you in peaceful circumstances. How is Clea doing? She is still in a lot of pain, the Baron sighed. Losing her brother like that scarred her, but she's a strong girl. With a bit of luck, Clea will get back on her feet in no time. Please take care of her for us, Camila said. Don't worry, we make sure she eats all her meals and doesn't let herself go, Mirias replied. She'll be our honored guest for as long as she needs. Thanks, Mirias. Lith gave her a small bow. How is the Dulorian treating you? Chapter 40, 173 Old Scars, Part 2. Lith had gifted Baron Wyallen the artifact intended for Count Lark, making him one of the few owners of a fully loaded Dulorian. Great, Wyallen laughed merrily. There is not a single stuck-up, powdered-nosed noble of the Keller region that doesn't eat their heart out when they see it. Rose, it's not nice to talk about our neighbors like that. It was supposed to be a reproach, but it was clear from the Baroness' tone that she was gloating. Mirias giggled as she scolded her husband, and her cheeks flushed with pride, giving her pale visage a rare spark of color. Since the Urnas were already inside, the last guests to enter were Zinnia and Zagar Vaster, Duke and Rissa Marth, and the royals. Your son is growing up big and strong, Headmaster Marth, the king said, doing his best to smile and sound jovial. There was something unsettling in Durrell Manohar Marth, and it wasn't just the black hair streaked with silver of his human form. That was the only physical resemblance he bore to the mad professor, and plenty of people shared those traits. What truly upset Maron was the way the baby boy looked at the people around him and listened whenever someone talked. It was as if Durrell were studying his surroundings and paying attention to what was said. The spark in his eyes wasn't that of a curious boy trying to understand the complexities of the world around him, but of someone who measured the people in his same room and found them wanting. The same gaze of the late god of healing. It only lacks the ill-concealed spite and the condescending attitude to match the original, the king thought. Thank you for your kind words, your majesty, Marth replied. Durrell is indeed intelligent for his age, and he has never gotten ill. The only issue with him is that he's very curious, and he likes to experiment with his dryad powers. You are a smart boy, aren't you? Queen Silpha took the baby boy's small hand, talking in a soothing voice. Can you say Dada, can you? I'm sorry, miss. The baby boy took back his hand, staring at the queen with eyes full of compassion. I don't speak stupids. At those words, the royals went pale and froze, as if Magur had struck them down with a lightning bolt. Durrell, Rissa's light green cheeks flushed in embarrassment. How many times do I have to tell you that it's not nice to speak to strangers like that? Does he say that often? Maron swallowed hard. But Mom, the old lady talks weird, Manohar II replied. Unless she has a concussion, that's not normal. A concussion, Silpha stuttered, refusing to believe that a child that young could know medical terms. See, she even parrots my words. Durrell leaned towards the queen. Her pupils are not dilated, but I suspect she suffered a blow to the head. Durrell, Marth bowed to the royals in apology, and rushed the baby boy toward the crib, while Manohar II was still diagnosing the most probable causes for the queen's mental impairment. I'm so sorry. Rissa bowed so low that her golden hair brushed the stairway. He doesn't mean it. Durrell is too young to understand the difference between baby talk and brain damage. I see. The king nodded, needing sheer willpower to keep his countenance. Once the royals were announced, the gala could finally start. Lith opened the evening by leading his guests to the main hall, where drinks and appetizers waited for them. The king and queen needed something strong to drink and somewhere to sit down, but luckily they were spoilt for choice. The main hall was a tall, rectangular room filled with white oval tables, surrounded by enough comfortable padded chairs to accommodate all the guests. Butlers and maids stood beside the buffet tables lined up against the walls, ready to bring the guests whatever they wanted. The royals plopped on the nearest sofa and ordered an entire bottle of water dragon, a strong liquor with an alcohol content above 40%. They drank the first glass in one gulp and took something to eat only after a waiter politely offered them snacks to go with the alcohol. Many nobles used the opportunity to congratulate the Urnas. Quilla's twins and Freya's marriage were still the talk of the royal court. No one understood why Quilla rarely brought Orican and Juria around, while the guests on Nalron's side of the aisle had left a deep impression. On top of that, due to Firwell's newfound position as council representative, hiding her identity as a Hydra had become pointless. Between that and her role as one of the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom, she had garnered the interest of many. The royals had not disclosed that she was one of the original members of Valoran, the first's team to avoid causing an uproar. Having an emperor beast among the nobility was already quite the shocking news. Rewriting the history of the kingdom would have been too much, and it had to wait for more peaceful times. The royals couldn't risk Orpal inciting panic and using the unrest to further his agenda. The reveal drew attention to Firwal, Falul, and their unexpected guest. Firwal had brought a young woman with her who seemed to be in her early 20s. Her silver hair streaked with all elements and yellow eyes betrayed her non-human nature, and so did her beauty and grace. She wore a pristine white gala dress that emphasized her hair, and was decorated with magical gemstones of 7 colors that matched the streaks in her hair. "Is she a Hydra as well?" many people asked. Many people believed that the 7 elemental streaks that Firwal and Falul carried, and that Freya had gained after the start of her apprenticeship, were somehow related to the Hydra blood. Aside from Awakened, no one knew about spirit magic, and the noble guests couldn't explain the emerald streak otherwise. "Do you know her?" Vaster asked when Lith approached his table. "Never seen her before," Lith replied. "Firwal asked me if she could bring a +1, and I said yes. Why, have you met her before?" "Not at all," Vaster shook his head, "yet there's something familiar about her." The first phase of a royal gala was meant for the guests to mingle, make new acquaintances, and blow off all the old gossip to make room for the events of the night. Awakened and fake mages swarmed Menadian, while the elders of all bloodlines asked about Elijah and took interest in the young Verhins like Aaron, Lyria, and the triplets. They carried Lith's same blood, and there was no telling if they would grow up to be as powerful as him or even more. As Menadian's sole heir and a Verhin at that, Solus had so many suitors that she would have chased them off with a stick, if only she weren't afraid that the sage staff might speak out of turn and put her into trouble. "The last thing I want is to ruin Lith's birthday by drawing attention to me, and having to explain why my weapon looks so much like Vorg's staff." Chapter 40-174 Unexpected Return, Part 1. Revealing the changes in the sage staff would ruin the gala and any opportunity to take Meln by surprise the next time we face him, Solus thought. Everyone complimented Lith's indetch wings, Camilla's beauty, and stared at her womb like a treasure chest that was about to open. Elijah was indeed a catch, but once Raldderak grew up, he was the awakened bloodline's best bet to get their hands on Tiamat's powers. After all, a young man could have all the women that favored him, if he was so inclined. When Rifa's nostrils flared in annoyance, Solus was about to pop a vein, and Camilla's smile started to twist into a grin. Lith decided it was time to move on to the dance. He was about to clap his hands to get everyone's attention when someone knocked at the front door. Somehow, the sound spread throughout the room and drowned out the chatter. "Were you still expecting someone?" King Meron asked, knowing how rude it was to arrive late to a gala. Once the royal couple entered, the gala's host would seal the doors. Any normal person would rather turn around and leave rather than disrespect the most powerful people in the kingdom. "No," Lith shook his head. "All those on the guest list are present and accounted for, yet the most interesting part is that our latecomer must be someone I know, or they would have never gotten past my defensive arrays." Despite his paranoid nature, Lith remained calm and collected. He already knew the identity of the surprise guest thanks to the tower's surveillance system covering the entirety of the mansion. It was the reason he ordered the butlers to stay away from the door and opened it himself. "Consider me offended, Lith. I've waited until the last moment to receive the invitation for your gala. Did it get lost in the mail, or are you afraid to share the spotlight with a fellow Magus?" Tezca the Filgja said, his canine snout twisted in a wounded expression more fake than a $3 bill. "Neither," Lith replied, stepping to the side to let his guests witness the Sun-Eater. "I simply didn't know where to send it. We never exchanged communication runes, and after you stopped protecting the Vasters, I had no idea how to reach you." The creature that stood beyond the threshold was about 2.377 meters tall, and wore a tailor-made high uniform that was identical to Lith's, except for its dull violet color. He also donned a replica of a Magus robe that only lacked the royal seal to be authentic. The black and silvery fur of the Filgja didn't deform the fabric of his clothes, framing them to perfection. 8 long tails came out of the small of Tezca's back, the other 2 standing by the side of Philia and Frey. Each clone donned a cloaking item that hid their real power and altered their energy signature so as not to match each other or the Sun-Eater. "That's true," Tezca tapped his lips with his forefinger, pretending to be in deep thought. "Invite me in, and I won't stay offended with you, Void Magus." "Give me a moment, Dimensional Magus," Lith replied. "This is a severe breach of the Royal Gala Protocol, and even though this is my house, I can't make this kind of decision without consulting the royals." "True again," Tezca nodded. "I'll wait." King Meron possessed the bright violet core ever since he had passed Tyrus' judgment, and had now achieved full awakening, yet he needed sheer willpower to stand up without letting his knees tremble. The aura of power that the Filgja exuded made Meron feel like a little boy who had met a feral wolf in the woods while playing with his friends. "It's been a year since the last time we met, Magus Tezca." Meron kept his voice level and employed the title that the Sun Eater had extorted from him to keep the Filgja calm and happy. After all the effort that the Sun Eater made to dress up like that, revoking his status as Magus would be no different than slapping him in the face. The king thought. 1 year to the day, Tezca nodded. "I'm happy to see you in good health, but I'm surprised you decided to attend a royal gala," Meron said. "We haven't heard from you since Magus Verhin's past birthday, and I thought you'd washed your hands of the kingdom." "What gave you that impression?" Tezca tilted his head in confusion, but his wolfish smile revealed enough pearly fangs to make even that gesture unsettling. "I answered Magus Verhin's call when he needed help to rescue his cousin. I contributed to bringing Magus Menadian back. I defended the Keller region from the dead king's thralls. Does none of these things matter to you, King Meron?" "You were the one who wiped out the uppers attacking the Keller region." The king's eyes went wide in surprise. He had received reports about mysterious creatures slaughtering the corrupted divine beasts like pigs. Yet aside from Zoreth, the members of the organization had acted so quickly that the witnesses had barely time to see a huge shadow before the eldritch hybrids moved on to their next target. "Your surprise wounds me, Your Majesty." Tezca gave the king the slightest bow. "During our previous meeting, you asked me to compensate the kingdom for the lives that my apprentice had taken and the destruction he wrought. I took your words to heart and repaid my debt. We are even now, are we not?" "Of course," Meron nodded, inwardly trying to understand what the Sun Eater's angle was. He was famous for many things, but random acts of kindness weren't among them. "Your meritorious acts deserve praise. Yet before letting you enter these halls, Magus Tezca, I want your assurance that you won't hurt anyone." "You have my word that I'll uphold the rules of hospitality," the Filgja replied. "I won't attack unless I'm attacked first. Also, I want to know why you chose to appear right here and now." The king swallowed hard and kept barring the entrance with his body. "There have been plenty of galas this past year, yet you skipped them all." "I'm a busy fox, King Meron, and I don't have time to waste with the dressed-up measuring contest this kind of event usually is." Tezca's eyes steeled, showing the first sign of annoyance. Now, however, things got interesting. "The dead king dared mess up with my turf. A lesser divine beast achieved dragonhood, and my little brother turned out to be the first perfect evolved human being ever since the Ballers. I came here to check the veracity of such news with my own eyes, and finally meet the legendary Riffa Menadian without bothering her or her family. With so many guests already here, one more won't make a difference." Vaster exchanged a confused look with Zinnia. Tezca had informed neither of them of his intention to attend the gala, yet only the master understood the Filgja's endgame. "He didn't warn me of his arrival so that my surprise would be genuine and Gianni would suspect nothing," Vaster thought. "Also, by coming here, Tezca has declared his hostility towards Meln's uppers, and with that laid the justification for intervening whenever they are spotted." Chapter 40-175 Unexpected Return, Part 2. This way, if in the future Tezca, casually, rids the kingdom of Jorl and the Black Throne, and takes the Mage Tower as compensation for his services, the royals won't have any reason to suspect I'm the one who leaked the information to Tezca. They will think it was just a coincidence, and even if they want the Black Throne for themselves, they won't dare challenge Tezca. We'll be free to conduct our research without the corpse, Lith, or anyone else breathing down our neck. The king, instead, found himself cornered by Tezca's logic. What he says is true. Many miraculous things happened during the past few months, and those who made them possible are assembled here. This is a perfect opportunity for Tezca to talk with them, yet I bet it's just a ruse. Someone as powerful as him, and with a good relationship with Verhin, could have met him, and fear will any time he wanted. The problem is that, without a good reason, I can't turn Tezca away without provoking what the other guests will perceive as rightful anger. After all, he has performed a meritorious act by helping the kingdom against the uppers, and I was the one who crowned Tezca a Magus the past year. Sure, giving him the title was just a knee-jerk reaction triggered by my survival instinct, but I can't say that out loud without making a fool out of myself. Feel free to join us, Dimensional Magus Tezca. Meron stepped aside, waving the Sun Eater in. You are most welcome. The king and the queen exchanged a glance, worried about what might happen if Tesa learned about the Black Throne. They weren't aware that the ship had already sailed, and there was nothing they could do about it. It was a problem for another day that had just dropped on the already meters-tall pile of contingencies they had to prepare for. "Thank you for your hospitality, your majesty," the Sun Eater bowed with the most upsetting of smiles on his snout. "And my sincere thanks to your ancestors for picking the deep violet as the Magus robe color. It's the same as my dimensional crystals, and I can't help but think that Valoran the First chose violet in my honor. After all, just like there are countless mages, but only a few each generation can become a Magus, crafting dimensional crystals requires a person just as rare." Those words struck Freya, who turned to Menadian. "Is it true? Is it that hard to create a dimensional crystal?" She had made progress in her studies, but was nowhere near succeeding. "No, it's harder than that," Menadian sighed. "It's the reason none of my pieces carried a dimensional crystal. Back when I had my tower, it granted me the spatial awareness of a dimensional mage, but not their talent. I never succeeded in crafting a dimensional crystal, nor did I meet someone who could make one my whole life. Yet I'm certain that if my life weren't cut short, I would have learned the secret behind dimensional crystals." The first ruler of the flames puffed her chest out with pride, her confidence bordering on conceit like most first-class artisans. Tesa had just taken a few steps inside the main hall when Firwall's guest came forward to face him. "Which one?" Two fluffy ears covered in silver fur emerged from the top of her head, while 7 long tails, each streaked with a different elemental color, appeared out of the small of her back. "Which one are you? Tesa the Patriarch or Tesa the Sun Eater? Answer me," she snarled, revealing a mouth full of pointy fangs. The ancient Filgja staggered as if a blow to the stomach had knocked the wind out of him. His poise and mettle evaporated like mist under sunlight, leaving him diminished. His size and power were still there, but his majestic aura was gone. Until the moment his gaze had met the silver-haired woman, Tesa had looked like a warrior emperor walking among the least of his subjects. Now, instead, he looked like a convict in front of a judge. "I'm both," Tesa replied after a long moment of silence, after he found the strength to raise his gaze from his own feet. "I'm the Filgja who invented dimensional magic, taught it to our people, and led them to greatness as their patriarch." Tesa had 7 of his tails shapeshift to mimic the woman's, removing the black on his fur and leaving only the silver and elemental streaks. "Yet I'm also the arrogant fool who refused death's embrace and turned against his own kind without even realizing it. I'm the eldritch abomination you know as the Sun Eater." Teska's fur turned pitch black, and his emerald-streaked tail disappeared. "The good things I've done don't erase the bad ones, but the opposite is true as well. I am Tesa, a patriarch, an eldritch, and now an eldritch-warg hybrid." Teska's fur regained its silver and black color, and the number of his tails rose to 10. "Label me however you like. It can change who I am more than it can change the past, kid. Now that I've answered your question, you should answer mine. Who are you, and why do you care about me?" The silver-haired woman cried when she saw Teska's magnificent silver fur and 7 tails. Then, her tears dried up, and her body stiffened in horror when he turned into the incarnation of the monster of the stories that her parents told her when she was little. Yet when Tesa found back his strength and regained his true appearance along with all his tails, the woman's knees buckled. She found herself on one knee, her head low in respect, despite the conflicting emotions she still had to sort out. "I'm Lilka the Filgja, Patriarch Tesa," she replied. "I've come here from Zima, where our summoner clan now resides, in the hope to meet you." "Zima," the Sun Eater pondered. "I had you run to the other end of Magur to save your lives. It was a wise choice on your part and a monstrous act on mine. For that you have my deepest apologies." Tesa brought his right open hand to his heart and gave Lilka a deep bow. "We've heard about your return to life years ago, but we refused to believe it. Then, we learned of your involvement in the War of the Griffin, of how you had stepped out of the shadows to save a couple of human kids. It gave us hope, but we still didn't dare reveal our presence. It might have been just a whim, and we couldn't risk drawing the attention of our ancient nemesis," she continued. "It wasn't until we read about you attending Magus Verhin's birthday gala, and everyone surviving the encounter that we knew that our patriarch had truly returned. Your involvement in the attack on the young, yet already mad world tree only steeled our resolve to meet you. The dragons from Zima praised your valor and unmatched power. They told us about all the lives you saved that day. The dragons also told us about your deal with Magus Verhin, and how you stuck to its terms even when he denied you your prize. Chapter 40, 176 Heaven's Vault, Part 1. The Summoner clan has been searching for you since then, yet we had no idea how to get in contact or locate you. We could only hope you would attend Magus Verhin's birthday gala again. I asked Representative Firwell to invite me here to have the opportunity to meet you, Patriarch. You've said enough. Tesa cut her short, yet offered Lilka his hand. Stand up, kid. I'm no one's patriarch, and I don't deserve the respect you're showing me. As I've said, I've done many bad things, and nothing at all to earn the forgiveness of those I've wronged. You shouldn't be so quick to absolve me of my crimes, nor to forget why your clan was chased out of its motherland. But she tried to say, It's never a good idea to air your dirty laundry in public, kid. Tesa stopped Lilka again. Whatever you have to say, it can wait for us to be alone. You shouldn't trust strangers with your clan's matters. Only then did the younger Filgja realize her blunder. She had been so caught up in her feelings of awe for the legendary inventor of dimensional magic that she had forgotten where she was, and more importantly, with whom she was. Lilka's cheeks flushed red as she looked around the room and realized that all eyes were on her. Some people were staring at her tails, others at her fox ears, and everyone waited with bated breath to learn more about the fabled Summoner clan. I apologize for my unbecoming behavior. She stood up, straightening her dress before giving a deep bow to King Maron and Lith. I must have breached every norm of etiquette for this kind of event. Please forgive me for spoiling your night with my rudeness. She cupped her fist, keeping her head low. Don't fret, Lady Lilka. The king gave her a polite nod. You are among friends, and although improper, your actions and words are understandable. Magus Verhin. Every guest of Firwell is my guest as well, Lith replied. Please, Lady Lilka, don't worry about what just happened and try to enjoy the rest of the gala. Thank you very much. She gave them one last bow as her ears and tails disappeared. You have my word I won't inconvenience you again. Ladies and gentlemen, Lith said, please follow me to the dance hall. We have left the orchestra waiting for us long enough. I pay them by the hour, and I'd like to avoid spending too much on overtime. He said it humorously, to lighten the mood by joking about his own well-renowned stinginess. Yet when the noble guests laughed, Lilka felt as if the jab was aimed at her and flushed in humiliation. Don't mind him, kid, Tesa patted her shoulder. Lith really is stingy. Those people are laughing with him, not at you. Are you serious, or are you just trying to console me, Lord Tesa? Lilka asked. I'm serious. My little brother is known as the Supreme Magus, the Void Magus, and he handed a small piece of paper with Miser Magus written on it. But we don't say that, at least not during his birthday gala. Follow me. The younger Filgja did as bidden, noticing that only a few people were still interested in her. Everyone else had their eyes glued on their host. Lith had shapeshifted into his Indech form for the opening dance, and so did Camila. His copper-red skin and pristine wings drew the humans' gazes, while Lilka was more interested in the seven eyes. Is he like us? She asked. No, Lith is an evolved human, among other things, Tesa replied. His abilities are nothing like ours. The royals stepped on the dance-floor after a few notes. Then it was the turn of the Verhins, and only once the orchestra played half the piece were the rest of the guests allowed to join them. The Urnas, the Vaster, and even Tesa were no exception. Great was everyone's surprise when he extended his hand to Lilka, inviting her to dance. She hesitated for a second before taking Teska's hand and following him on the dance-floor. Do you know this piece, or do you need instructions? He asked. I haven't set foot in Garland all my life, but I prepared for this gala. She nodded, moving with more grace and confidence with every step she took. I know all the kingdom's traditional dances. Good. A snap of Teska's fingers covered them in a distortion air field that covered them like a second skin. It kept their words in and let the others through so that Tesa could pick and choose which phrases he would distort, making them sound as if he and Lilka said them. The nobles now saw and heard the two Filgjas talk, but the real conversation remained hidden to them. Feel free to continue what you were saying earlier. Nobody will disturb us now. I was going to apologize to you on behalf of the Summoner clan. Lilka lowered her eyes in shame. You crafted Heaven's Vault without cloaking runes to allow us to study and replicate the miracle of your Omni Pocket in case something happened to you. You trusted us with your greatest secret and masterpiece, yet we failed you. It's our fault if people like Ligain and Baba Yaga learned your workings. We did our best to hide Heaven's Vault from prying eyes, but we were weakened and desperate. During our wandering, sometimes bad people abused our trust and studied your Omni Pocket. It's because of them that the knowledge about Heaven's Vault spread, and we Filges no longer have the exclusive on Omni pockets. You still carry it with you? Tesa didn't care much about others possessing a pocket dimension. He had assumed that as dimensional magic became more and more widespread, someone else would reach his same heights. He was right. People like Ligon, Baba Yaga, and Menadian had created their own pocket dimensions simply by knowing Heaven's Vault existed and reaching a deep understanding of dimensional magic. We don't just carry Heaven's Vault with us, we treasure it as our most sacred relic, Lilka replied. Even though we can't access its contents, Heaven's Vault holds the history of our clan, good and bad. I always wondered why it still works after all this time, Tesa sighed. In your place, I would have destroyed it. For a long time, I have been your worst enemy. Yet also our greatest hope, she said. Heaven's Vault was our best chance at regaining the knowledge we had lost during our route from Garland. Moreover, as long as it carried your imprint, it meant that you were alive. That one day you might return to us. It's the reason I'm here tonight. I beg your pardon? Tesa smiled and looked aloof, but his voice sounded utterly confused. I've come to the Griffin Kingdom to ask you to follow me to Zima and rejoin the Summoner clan. Lilka gave him a dazzling smile. I'm sorry, but my answer is no. Once again, only Tesa's tone changed. To the rest of the ballroom, he was having a pleasant talk with his dance partner and neighbors. I've yet to master my new form and fully come back to life. Chapter 40, 177 Heaven's Vault, Part 2. Until I can beget an offspring again and recover my spirit magic, I'm not leaving my benefactor's side. It's not only a matter of gratitude, but also the only way to keep the Summoner clan safe. My research is far from foolproof, and if things go wrong, I could easily go back to the monster I was. I won't put my descendants in danger because of my hubris again, Tesa said. Then let me stay by your side as your assistant, Lilka said. I volunteered to come here, and I'm also willing to help you however I can. Whether you need something or to study a living Filgja, I can. No, Tesa's voice became stone cold, and he stared at her with flinty eyes. Maybe you didn't listen to me earlier, kid, but I mean what I say. You don't know me, and I don't know you. Neither of us should trust a stranger with the clan's survival. Lilka was stunned by such a firm refusal, but she could understand it. There's no telling what kind of powerful magic Lord Tesa has developed for his research, she thought. It would be foolish of him to share everything he has worked for millennia with me just on my word. She naively refused to consider that forbidden magic might be involved, and her enthusiasm blinded her. She had met neither Patriarch Tesa nor Tesa the Sun-Eater. She had only heard stories about his previous incarnations, and regarded them as mythical rather than historical figures. Lilka saw Tesa's current incarnation, the one who stood before her, not as a person, but as the key for the Filgja bloodline to return to its former glory. The Summoner clan had gone from being the ruling power of Garland to a mere member of the Awakened Council. Moving to Zima hadn't changed much. Ever since the Filgjas had bartered the secrets of dimensional magic in exchange for protection, they had faded into irrelevance. If not for Heaven's Vault and the secret of the dimensional crystals, they would be regarded as a minor Emperor Beast bloodline. With Lord Tesa's help, we could rise to lead Zima's council. Any council, Lilka thought. Even if we can't become like him, we only need his future children to inherit his abilities to become as powerful as a divine beast bloodline. We would get our own turf, and no one, no matter if beasts, plants, humans, or undead, would challenge our rule. The longer she held Tesa's hand, the better she could feel the boundless mana that flowed through his body. She had long since reached the bright violet core, yet she felt like a small stream meeting the vastness of the ocean. Invigoration failed to gauge the depth of his power, and a single one of the many mana currents that flowed under his seemingly placid surface could swallow her whole. Is there anything I can do to change your mind? She asked. Anything at all? No, there is not. The music ended, and Tesa took a step back. You can do me a favor, though. Go back to Zima and tell everyone that I'm sorry, that I've never forgotten about the clan, and one day I'll make it up to you. Also, warn them never to trust me until I recover my spirit tail. Can you do that for me? I can. Lilka gave him a curtsy, bumping into Freya. I'm sorry, I hope I'm not interrupting anything, she said. Don't worry, we were just done, Tesa replied. Can I have the next dance, then? Freya extended her hand, making both Filgjas raise an eyebrow in surprise. Tesa hadn't expected anyone to be brave enough to approach him, let alone ask him for a dance. As for Lilka, she looked at Freya's 7 streaks and feared having competition. At least until she smelled Nalron's scent, and noticed the small baby bump. She inwardly sighed in relief and walked away, looking for her next dance partner. "Did Lith send you, or is this your idea?" Tesa asked as the music started again. "Lith knows nothing of this, and I'd like for things to stay that way," Freya replied, and the Sun Eater reactivated the distortion field. "What? How do you even do this?" "Voices are just vibrations, child," Tesa said. "What kind of dimensional mage can bend space and gravity itself yet fails to tweak a bit of hot air?" "Point taken," she nodded, following his lead. "Let's get down to business. I have an offer for you that I hope you won't refuse." Space. After the dance was over, Lith and his guests moved to the banquet hall to relax and close the evening with a pleasant meal. Once everyone sat down, Lith stood up, magically amplifying the clinking of a spoon on a glass to get their attention. "First of all, thank you to everyone for being here," he said. "Before letting you enjoy the food and each other's company, I have a few announcements to make, starting with void magic. I am happy to announce to you that I have completed Tier 5 void magic, and from the next spring, it will be taught as an elective course in the 6 great academies, starting from the 4th year." To prove his point, Lith turned off the protective arrays of the mansion and conjured an air-based magical formation above his head. The magic circle generated a small, localized thunderstorm that a flick of his fingers turned into a circular stone wall, apparently conjured out of thin air. His guests were still gasping in surprise when the rock disappeared, and the protective arrays were back into place. The room went into an uproar that quieted down only when Lith gestured for silence. "To answer your questions, yes, I plan on sharing void magic with the Awakened Council as well. I'm a Magus, and this part of my legacy is for everyone. About the timeline, however, you'll have to discuss it with the royals. They funded my research and gave me the title of Magus. They have the right to enjoy the fruits of my labor first." The excited voices turned into low grumbles as the various members of the council looked daggers at Maron and Silpha, Lilka included. "Also, I bring good news to all humans in the room, awakened and not," Lith resumed. "My 7 eyes each possess a unique bloodline ability, and I've recently mastered them all." He activated his powers, starting from the yellow eye on his forehead, and then moved clockwise to the water eye, stopping before the spirit eye. Mages and Awakened both witnessed the power of the elements despite the sealing arrays of the mansion, but the bloodline ability's effects were too weak to understand the scope of their potential. Lith held back on purpose, manifesting just enough power to prove that it wasn't chore magic. "This is old news," he thought. "Anyone who has witnessed the fight against Rugat of the Earth already knows about this. I'm simply giving another demonstration to prove that back then it wasn't just a fluke and Meln has nothing over me." "Aren't you going to show us what they do like with Vital Storm?" Vaster asked after he raised his hand, and Lith gestured for him to speak. Chapter 40, 178 Teska's Warning, Part 1. "I'm sorry, but I can't give you a demonstration." Lith shook his head. "Forewarned is forearmed. I can't risk any of you talking about my newfound abilities and one of the dead king's informants relaying the information to him. I'd rather play my hand close to the vest and keep the advantage of surprise. The only thing I can add is that my sister possesses the same abilities. Tista, if you please." She stood up and assumed her Indech form as well. Tista manifested her powers in counterclockwise order and in a slightly different manner. The Awakened this time were ready and lit up their eyes with life vision. They confirmed to the other guests that Tista had indeed conjured the power of the elements without consuming an iota of mana, something that only a bloodline ability could achieve. "What about your Emerald Eye?" Rissa the Dryad asked. "Why did neither of you activate it?" "Because its ability is too powerful, and therefore unsuited for a friendly gathering like this," Lith lied through his teeth. Lith had activated his spirit eye only once, during the fight against Rugat of the Earth. He had a vague idea of how it worked, but none about how to wield its power at will. Ryla couldn't help him with that because no farmer had ever developed a 7th eye, and based on what had happened to tyrants and Amrock, they weren't supposed to. The spirit eye was the only piece of the Indech puzzle that still escaped Lith's grasp, but he had no reason to let Orpal know that. "For my 3rd and last announcement, I'm glad to inform you that the royals and I have cleared the final details of the civilian Dulorian's production. It is possible to place your order from today onward, and they should be available to the public by spring." Lith conjured a hologram of the enchanted car, showcasing its features and limits compared to those available to the army, for his guests. Their maximum speed reached the 3rd of 5 gears of the original, And inside a city, they weren't allowed to fly higher than the perimeter walls. I'm sure you've all heard about the events in Amrock. Lith needed a second to push the memory of Elfium's death to the back of his mind and refocus his gaze. The experience had a profound effect on me and led me to improve on the Dulorian's safety measures. To prevent fatal accidents, the power core will now trigger to protect both those inside the car and those hit by the car. The hard light constructs will cushion the impacts to ensure that nobody gets hurt. I know that some of you might ask, what if someone tries to kidnap or kill me? What if protecting those people ends up hurting me? I thought about it as well, since this is a problem that the magicless members of my family already experienced. Lith looked at Roz and Elena for a second. My answer is to allow the external safety features to be disabled with the push of a button when needed, but it comes with conditions. The Dulorian immediately sends an emergency distress signal to the authorities and starts recording everything that happens inside and outside the car. The footage will help the constables to find the culprits and will be deleted at the end of the investigation. A similar feature will automatically activate in the event of a violent impact, regardless of whether it is caused by distraction or ill will. This way, if a Dulorian gets shot down or the driver loses consciousness, the passengers can be rescued even if they lost their communication amulet. Also, if the Dulorian is abused to target or kidnap someone, the culprit will be easily caught. Let me be clear, I know that no one likes their privacy to be violated, yet I refuse to let my creation be exploited in a tool for hurting people. Without such features, the Dulorian would become a smuggler's best friend and a murderer's favorite getaway vehicle. I won't let that happen. I will not let another drunken idiot reap another life and get away with it with my help. Lith's voice lowered in anger. For this reason, the Elfium system is mandatory. If you cause accidents, even if no one gets hurt, you'll receive a warning that will escalate in fines based on your monthly income if you keep endangering yourself and others for petty reasons. After the third fine, the Dulorian will be repossessed and sold to someone else. Remember that the removable imprint means that anyone in your family can use it, but also that the Dulorian can be taken away at any moment. Also, the culprit will be added to a blacklist and forbidden from purchasing or driving another Dulorian. In case the ban is violated, the owner of the borrowed Dulorian will be blacklisted as well unless they report it stolen. Lith had to add nothing else after that. The kingdom didn't take theft lightly, especially when it involved powerful artifacts. A noble arrested on such charges would spend years in jail, sullying their family's reputation for generations. The loss of social influence and connections would be enough to cripple their political power, unless the culprit was disowned and kicked out of the family. That's it, Lith smiled, trying to lighten the mood again. These are the gifts I have prepared for my 21st birthday for the kingdom. My Dulorian, the full power of void magic, and my own prowess as an indetch. I hope you like them. Lith gave his audience a bow, and was answered with a round of enthusiastic applause. The Dulorian's safety measures were a bit of a letdown. Powerful mages and people liked to keep their secrets and disliked sharing their location like that. On the other hand, however, it didn't take much to understand the Dulorian's potential for crime. I guess I'll have either to be extra careful or travel the old-fashioned way when I need secrecy, many people thought. The silver lining is that I can entrust the Dulorian to those numbskulls of my children without risking they kill each other in an accident. Dinner was served after the announcement, allowing the guests to discuss everything they had seen and heard during the rest of the evening. At the end of the dinner, the party moved to the lounge. Hot beverages and stiff drinks were served, while the guests formed small cliques to chat about shared interests or get acquainted. The nobles of the kingdom and the awakened of the council swarmed Lilka, asking her many questions about her clan and the state of Zima. Tesa instead moved freely and used that time to turn his lies into truth. I'm curious, dear Firwal, is the evolutionary procedure you are developing viable for emperor beasts who don't have a guardian progenitor? He asked, making her shudder. Someone I don't know like me. The Sun-Eater was and is terrifying as a mere filgja. If he were to become a divine beast, only grandfather himself would be Teska's match. Maybe, she thought. In theory, yes, yet it's too soon to tell, Firwal actually said, keeping a warm smile. Chapter 40-179, Teska's Warning, Part 2. Narchat will be dead before you perfect your technique, but that won't make it any less dangerous. That's food for thought. Firwal inwardly thanked the gods for the Harmonizer project being late compared to the rise of the dead king. What would your solution be? The same as the Masters. Tezca's gaze steeled, and his voice became cold. Power can't be granted to anyone because only a few, like Lith, can wield it wisely. You should be as selective as the Master is in choosing your candidates, Fearwell. In your case, however, I recommend excluding people like me from all future trials and not involving them in any step of your research. Be careful, or before you know it, you'll have contributed to the rise of the next Arthan. The Elder Hydra wanted to counter Tezca's elitist argument, but she found no argument that wouldn't sound stupid or childishly naive. I never thought the day would come when an Eldritch would lecture us about the danger of powerful and cruel creatures going unchecked. Menadian joined them, saving the Sun Eater from looking for her next. He has a point, though. Thank you, Ruler Menadian. Tezca gave her a shallow bow. I've always been a huge fan of your work. I'm sorry for not coming to visit you sooner, but I assumed you needed time and quiet to adapt to the modern kingdom. Actually, he didn't care much about Menadian. Bitra had already managed to replicate and improve many pieces of the set, and Tezca believed it was only a matter of time before she completed the rest. The only achievement of the first ruler of the Flames that the fourth couldn't match was her tower, but Tezca doubted Menadian would ever give such a secret away. I did, and I thank you for your consideration, Magus Tezca. Menadian gave him a curtsy. Your admiration is reciprocated, by the way. You've been a huge inspiration to me in creating the ears. Too bad I never cracked the secret of the dimensional crystals. Do you mind giving me a practical demonstration as a courtesy from a Magus to another? She fluttered her eyelashes, trying to act innocent as she had the tower sensory systems focus on the Sun Eater. Of course I do, Tezca snorted. I wasn't born yesterday, Ruler Menadian. I know about your talent and your eyes. Even if you don't currently have the means to craft another set, I'm willing to bet you still have your forge-mastering spells. I'm not so stupid that I'd let you study my technique and then take your time to reproduce it. Why do you think I'm wearing clothes instead of my armor? Starfor confirmed that Tezca's suit was just threads and fabric. The only enchantments it possessed were those that made it fit its wearer and kept it clean and ironed. Still, nice try. Tezca laughed as Menadian pouted like a child who had been denied a sweet treat. Space. The gala ended soon after midnight, just the time for everyone to wish Lith a happy birthday and say their goodbyes before leaving. The party had been exhausting, but Lith had accomplished all of his goals. He had reminded everyone in the kingdom of his value as the supreme Magus, kept Elfium's and Karl's memory alive, and destroyed the morale of Orpal's troops. With the kingdom's exclusive on Tier 5 void magic, the army of Upper would soon have to face a powerful and unknown weapon. Also, by displaying the powers of his other 6 eyes, Lith had fooled everyone into thinking that a Raldderak was much worse than an Indech. While Orpal and his Upper struggled every day to discover the power of a single corrupted flame, an Indech's eyes could apparently be activated with ease. It was much more complicated than that, and Lith would have never achieved so much without Ryla's guidance, but he had conveniently left that part out. The second birthday party with his family went without a hitch. Everybody woke up later than usual due to the fatigue from the gala, but otherwise they had a pleasant morning. Lith spent it with his family and friends, pausing his magical research for the day. Elijah and Valoran loved the snow, and loved the toy castles and weapons he had prepared for the gala even more. What the heck, Lith said, when the mock battle between Valoran's snow fortress and Elijah's escalated into a small-scale brawl between snow academies. Who taught them to do that? The kids had assimilated Lith's enchantments into snow golems that they used to turn the friendly scuffle into close-quarter combat. Me, Manor II, Sharjin, and Marth said. The 2 children brimmed with pride and enthusiasm, while the poor headmaster looked dejected and remorseful. It's all my fault, he sighed. Back when Narchat's Uppers attacked my academy, I received the order to activate the White Knight and I didn't evacuate Dural first. He saw everything, and you can easily guess the rest. He pointed at the human-sized academy replicas dishing out soft punches and snow projectiles shaped as spells. Meanwhile, Sharjin and Manohar II discussed their project to create a real golem, with real enchantments to serve as their own suit of armor and compensate for their weak bodies. No, you don't. Rissa grabbed the baby boy when he mentioned procuring enchanted metals for the blades. I've let you do this because I thought you were working on a toy, not a weapon. But Mom, Dural tried to object, but a finger pointed to his nose stopped him in his tracks. No buts, Rissa replied. No weapons ever, did I make myself clear? Yes, Mom, the baby boy sighed. Sharjin, Ligon asked. Yes, Dad, The wormling wagged his tail in excitement. No, the guardian replied, just no. Sparring chirped, whined, and rolled on his belly, but nothing worked. His father kept staring at him with a level gaze. Okay, the wormling lowered his head. That's my boy. Clea lifted Sparring from the ground and put him on his lap while he read. And Sparring. Chapter 40, 180 Like No Other, Part 1. Yes, Dad. The little worm had hoped to read his father's research notes, but it was just a book. Before teaching anything to your younger friends, you must ask and get permission from your mother or me. Clea hated to be so nitpicky, but Sparring had learned how to quibble about rules from Manowar II. Okay. Okay, the wormling crossed his small arms and snorted black smoke out of his nostrils. Space. Winter and bad weather forced everyone to hole up in their homes and to cease all hostilities. Once the temperature dropped below a certain point, it took a weather mage or a city array but a spell to turn the forces of nature against an invading enemy. Even someone the size of an upper could do nothing against the fury of a storm and would freeze to death after being splashed with enough water. During winter, being big only made someone a big target, easy to kill. To make matters worse, Orpal's recruitment campaign was at an all-time low. He needed a proper stage to push his plans forward, and the bad weather made even scouting missions harder. Lith and his family kept moving from the mansion to the household, to show the Lucians that they hadn't forgotten about them and progress the development of the mana geysers at the same rate. Several streams of world energy now connected the clearing in the woods with the Verhin mansion, strengthening the individual flow of the mana geysers and spreading their influence to the woods separating them. The trees grew taller and stronger, while a few small plants that were supposed to wither and die during winter still endured. Damn cold! The mansion was well heated and insulated, yet Freya couldn't stop shivering. Can't we turn up the heat? Put on another sweater, Lith snorted. I don't want to go around in short sleeves because of you, it's ridiculous. Meanie, she cranked the warming enchantment of her clothes to the max and finally stopped rattling her teeth. I'm pregnant, you know. Me too, but I don't ask everyone else to go to the bathroom as often as I do, so that we can all suffer together, Camila replied. The cold is a you problem. Didn't Falul teach you how to deal with it? Yes, but it's embarrassing. Without special winter clothes like those Freya wore, hydras wouldn't have been able to move until spring. It's like wearing a portable oven, and anyone who gets close to me can feel the heat. Look at the bright side. Nalrund shifted a bit to the side, unable to endure the temperature of the Freya-sized radiator. You can now brag about being literally hot. Very funny, you smartarm, Freya grumbled. Her mood only got worse when Abominus and Onyx rolled on the floor belly up toward her to enjoy the warmth of her clothes that matched the fireplaces. Speaking of Falul, do you think she can make me a new armor? Protector asked. My skull form is better against an opponent the size of an upper, but my current equipment covers me completely only while I keep a humanoid size. I can try to ask her, but I doubt she will, Freya shrugged. Enchanted metal and powerful crystals don't grow on trees, and hydras are as greedy as dragons. Falul wouldn't have even offered to craft my armor if I weren't her harbinger. And I'm only her apprentice, Protector sighed. Still, it's worth a shot. Please tell her that I can get my old equipment dismantled and provide her with part of the raw materials she needs. Please, Falul's voice came out of Freya's mouth the moment she activated her mind link with the Hydra. Those are still my raw materials that I consumed to make your equipment. And I had Lith store them in the Spark, Protector countered. It's thanks to me that they are now of superior quality. Then it's thanks to Lith, or rather Solus, Falul/Freya shrugged. And it's still my stuff. The best I can do is lend you the metal and crystals you need for a full suit of armor. The enchantments, I can do them for free, but I expect you to reimburse me for all the necessary ingredients and materials I'm going to consume. Fine, Protector sighed. When can you start working on it? Not earlier than spring. Damn cold. It was impossible to understand if the final remark came from the Hydra or her harbinger. What cold? Lith asked. I created and installed an advanced heating system that covers your entire lair. Every time I come to visit you, it's like stepping into a sauna. Yeah, too bad that my lab isn't in my home. I only craft exhibition pieces here, not the good stuff, Falul scoffed. Also, the pleasant warmth of my place makes me sleepy. I need a nap, Falul out. Freya fell asleep the moment the connection was cut off, making everyone wonder whether she was just tired, or if her bond with the Hydra allowed them to share more than their thoughts. That went well, Ryman exhaled sharply. Now I'm also neck-deep in debt. I need a well-paying job, and I need it yesterday. That's what I've been telling you for years, Celia snorted. What about the reward the royals granted you for the mission against the Black Throne? They gave me plenty of merits and gold, but the amount of adamant I received can barely cover one of my legs, he replied. Tell me about it, Tista sighed. They gave me an adamant forge only when they made me a great mage, and it's not enough to cover one of my toes. I'm sorry to interrupt your whining, but it's time for Nalron's lesson. Dawn suddenly walked through the door, making everyone flinch in surprise. Feel free to resume your chit-chat after we leave, but not a moment sooner. She looked like a woman of untold age, about 1.78 meters, 510, tall, with golden eyes without pupils. Her skin was whiter than an albino's, while her waist-long hair was pitch black. The radiance her eyes and skin emitted created a stark contrast with her hair, giving the impression of a sun rising in the darkness of the night. The sunny yellow sweater she wore over a black skirt further reinforced the image. I'm sorry, guys, this is my fault. Nalron's face twitched at the sight of the horseman, but it was the presence of a galla that forced him to take a deep breath to keep his cool. I have lost track of time and left Dawn waiting for over 10 minutes. Don't worry, that's not the problem. Lith shook his head. My concern is how she got inside the mansion without raising any of the many alarms I put in place. Easy, Dawn replied. Mother opens a gate for me inside Bloodhaven, so I never actually set foot inside your home uninvited. I wouldn't have done it now either if this ungrateful runt hadn't forgotten about our appointment. Wait, there's something different about a galla. The cloaking devices he wore gave the tower's master set a hard time, but Solus noticed the changes anyway. Did you? Yes, and I'd appreciate it if you kept it to yourself, and to Lith, of course, he replied. But why? Solus asked. Chapter 40, 181 Like No Other, Part 2. Because between Knight Jorl and now the Black Throne it was necessary, a galla replied. We can't hide forever, and if Dawn's crazy sister comes at us, I want to be able to protect her. We won't end like Clea. No offense, little sister. None taken. The Red Emperor Academy was closed for winter, and Dusk's former host had moved in with Lith until the start of her final year. I meant never mind. Solus' words aroused the curiosity of many, but she refused to elaborate, and a galla had no intention of exposing his secret. Let's go now, Rund. I don't like being where I'm not welcome, Dawn said. Also, dear Lith, this is the reason we keep our lessons inside Bloodhaven. I don't like being spied upon, and for a private man, you like poking your nose where it doesn't belong too much. I'm sorry, Solus said. I didn't mean to. Yet you did, Dawn cut her short. Wait a second. Much to everyone's surprise, Protector stood up. Can I please join you? You want me to teach you light mastery? Dawn's eyes went wide. I'm sorry, but no. Nalrund is a special case, and I barely know you. Gods no, Ryman raised his hands. I already have my hands full with my own studies. I meant if I can take part in your fighting lessons. I'm sorry, but you've lost me. Dawn tilted her head in confusion. I've only fought against uppers twice, Protector explained. The first time I was lucky to be close to my children enough to access my bloodline abilities. The last time, however, I was too far away for that. I dealt my enemy a few blows, but none that mattered. That and seeing how quickly my companions were defeated made me realize that I'm unprepared to fight a divine beast, let alone one bonded to a cursed object. I'm asking you to teach me how to fight just like you do with Nalrund and a galla did with Freya before she got pregnant. Freya snored in acknowledgement. Oh, that? Dawn chuckled. I'm sorry, it seems there's a bit of confusion here. I don't spar with Nalrund. I only teach him how to use his abilities, and a galla did the same for Freya. He was kind enough to be her practice dummy. But Freya said, My husband was also kind enough to let your friend believe he was giving his all not to hurt her pride. Dawn cut him short. What about all the times you kicked my ass? Nalrund asked. Those were practical demonstrations of my teachings. Barely love taps. We haven't sparred once. She said with a confidence that Nalrund would have found offensive, had not the truth behind her words been evident. She's right, he thought. At first, Dawn let me attack her to vent my resentment. Once I gave up on that, she had to break my pride along with my spells to show me beyond doubt how flawed my technique was. This only proves my point, Ryman said. You are an ancient and powerful cursed object with centuries of experience. Even though your host isn't a divine beast, you are the closest thing to the living legacies under Jorl's command. I don't care how many times I lose against you, as long as I learn how to fight someone of your kind. Improving my chances of survival, and coming back to my family alive is everything that matters to me. The closest thing, someone of my kind. Dawn burst out laughing as if Protector had said the best joke ever. Please, whoever those guys are, they are a pale imitation of me. If you so much as learn to hold your ground against me, you'll make mincemeat of them. Also, there are only two people like me, dusk and night. Bring me any other cursed object and watch how fast I turn them into a memory. I didn't mean to offend you. Protector gave her a shallow bow. Even if you are as powerful as you say, my request still stands. Please show me how a living legacy fights. You are a brave, sensible man, I have to give you that. Dawn looked at the skull with new eyes. You make no demands, don't claim a self-righteous moral high ground, and even apologize when you recognize your mistakes. She glowered at Nalrond and the still-sleeping Freya. Which is all the more reason I have to warn you. Are you aware of the circumstances of my first and only fight against Lith? Dawn looked around the room, making sure there was no one there unaware of Solus' real nature. I was going to say yes, but I'm going to tone my answer down to more or less, Ryman replied. Wise move, she nodded. Back then, Lith was already a blue cord awakened, a hybrid, and he fought alongside Nalrond and Solus. I instead was bonded to a non-awakened blue core, had spawned 12 chosen, and fought alone at night. Despite all that, I had the upper hand. If Lith and Solus didn't fuse and tap into the power of their tower, our fight would have ended differently. She's telling the truth, Lith said. Her daybreak spell would have been enough to end the battle if Nalrond didn't draw her attention and break her focus. Now my host is a bright violet cord awakened. I don't have to fight for control over my body. I have no chosen, and the sun is up, Dawn said. Are you really sure you want to fight me under these conditions? That information took Protector aback, but it only reinforced his decision. Yes, I'm sure. Then pick up your best equipment and come to Bloodhaven. It's in the mansion's keep right beside Starforge, she replied. What about my lesson? Nalrond asked. You made me wait for over 10 minutes. 5 more won't make a difference, Dawn scoffed. 5 minutes, Protector echoed in disbelief. I know I'm being generous, Dawn shrugged. You won't last half that long, but I'm taking into account the time I need to explain to you what you did wrong. Dad, can we come and watch you fight? Laren asked, and his siblings nodded. We want to cheer for you. Absolutely not, Ryman's tone brooked no argument. A spar between awakened is a bloody fight, not a sports match. Besides, I wouldn't be able to focus if I had to worry about not traumatizing you. Okay, Laren, Lilia, and Fenrir whined like a hungry puppy, but Protector didn't budge. Can we come? Lith pointed to himself, Solus, and Rifa. Sure, as long as you promise me no shenanigans of Menadian, Dawn replied. I want my techniques and spells to remain a secret. Are we clear? Crystal, Lith sighed before realizing his blunder. Pun not intended. I'd like to spectate too, Quilla said, and Nalrund joined her plea. The terms are the same, Dawn shrugged. Try anything funny and you'll make an enemy out of my mother and me. Space. Protector took his Oro armor and his twin maces, Barrows, from the spark and walked up to the door of Baba Yaga's wooden cottage. The artifact's crystals had become a bright shade of violet, showing they were close to turning white. Chapter 40, 182 Magic Word, Part 1. The adamant of Protector's equipment still had a long way to go before turning into Davros completely. Yet its current alloy still guaranteed a much better defense than the original and boosted Falul's enchantments beyond the level of purified adamant. Please come in, Baba Yaga said, and Protector obliged. The moment he stepped inside Bloodhaven, he felt as if he had moved to a place far away. His children were supposed to be just 100 meters, 328, away, yet he couldn't feel their presence anymore. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lilia and Laren felt as if Protector had suddenly disappeared and took their communication amulets out, checking that their father's rune was still there. I'm sorry for the discomfort, but every mage needs to protect their secrets. Baba Yaga guided the skull through a maze of corridors. This is the only way to keep people from snooping on my tower, Rifa and Solus included. The gods know how nosy those two are, she grunted. Also, since Bloodhaven is not a living being, you can go all out without worrying about hurting someone like you do when sparring inside Starforge. I'll keep that in mind, thank you, Protector said as the mother opened a door that led to the training facility. It was a perfectly lit room with stone walls and a ceiling, while soft earth filled the ground. There was a pond in the south corner, a blazing brazier in the north, and fresh air filtered from several fissures in the ceiling. There is no elemental ceiling array here, the mother answered his silent question. I created this room so that all kinds of spells can demonstrate their full power. All the elements are already available and ready to be manipulated, saving you the focus and mana necessary to conjure them. Baba Yaga led him to the center stage and kept walking to a side room, where she would spectate the training session along with her other guests without disturbing the fighters. "What are you doing?" Protector asked in confusion. He was armed to the teeth, while Dawn was still in her civilian clothes. "You need a handicap, dog boy, and if that's your equipment, this won't be enough," Dawn replied, plunging her right hand into her chest and pulling out 2 prisms. "For fairness' sake, if you manage to touch me, it's your win." She shaped the first prism into a sword and the second into a shield. "Just to be clear, touch includes your claws, fangs, and weapons. Yet all blows I block with my hands don't count, and neither do the blows I'll deliver with my body and grappling." Not even first blood. Protector wondered whether the bright day was that arrogant or if he was. "If you shed 1 drop of my blood, I'll have my mother reforge that crap for you into something decent," Dawn scoffed. "Hey, you can't offer my services without asking me first," Baba Yaga grunted. "Please, Mommy," Dawn made a pleading childlike expression that reminded everyone of Lyria when she begged Rena for something. "Pretty please." "Fine," the mother snorted, proving that she was as gullible as Lith's sister. "Hence why the shield. No point in having an armor if I can't take a blow," Dawn explained. "We can start whenever you are ready." She kept a 33 meters distance from Protector, stepping back when he advanced and moving forward when he retreated. "Let's start with magic," he said. "I want to see how long I can hold out while keeping my distance." Before Dawn could reply, he unleashed his Tier 5 spell, Blazing Tornado. It mixed Protector's innate elements, fire and air, to produce a flaming vortex filled with air blades. At the same time, he used a Tier 1 spell to conjure stone tendrils that wrapped around Dawn's legs, making it impossible for her to dodge. "Okay," she weaved her weapons around like the baton of an orchestra conductor, conjuring one wall of light after another. Only a few constructs put themselves between Dawn and Protector to shield her from the blazing tornado. Most of them outflanked the flaming pillar and closed in on the skull from every side. He was used to fight against Nalrond, and after learning from the Rizar the basics of light mastery, Protector could guess Dawn's strategy. "She wants to trap me to restrict my movements and finish me off with a heat ray," he thought, smashing the constructs with a single swing of his maces and using footwork to escape the encirclement. Stone spikes emerged from the ground with every step he took, smashing the constructs that came too close for his comfort and clearing the path ahead of him. Protector waved spell after spell, yet Dawn kept generating more light walls. "What's the point in doing the same thing if it's doomed to fail?" he thought as he conjured the Tier 5 spell, Ravenous Thunder. Black bolts of twin lightning erupted from his maces after being supercharged by Barreau's enchantments. Protector had them both trust straight at Dawn and move along the ground in a lodestone path he had formed, while keeping her attention focused on the blazing tornado. The combination of spells was strong enough to destroy Dawn's constructs and guarantee Protector the winning blow. Or rather, it would have if he hadn't fainted on the spot after unleashing the full might of Ravenous Thunder. "What the fuck?" Nalrund couldn't believe his eyes. All those powerful spells and Protector's subtle strategy had been defeated by the most basic of the Tier 4 light mastery spells, Highwall. Dawn dispelled the golden barrier that sealed the skull to let precious air fill his lungs again. 5 seconds, she said as she conjured a stone chair for him to sit. "That's a record low even by my standards." "What happened?" Protector asked, feeling his splitting headache fade with every breath he took. "You took yourself down," Dawn replied with a sly smile. "With a little help from me, of course. Your fire burned a lot of air, and your lightning turned what oxygen was left into ozone, leaving you nothing to breathe." She conjured the hologram of their fight so that he could watch it from an outsider's perspective. "Your constructs were never aimed at me. You threw them forward to blind my mystical and regular senses. Your true goal was to seal me in a confined space with no access to fresh air." "Well, at least you learn fast." The bright day patted his shoulder, yet her friendly attitude only made the humiliation worse. "Do you want to give it another go?" "Yes, please." Protector couldn't stop himself from growling. "The next time I lose, I want to suffer at least one blow." "That can be arranged," Dawn chuckled as she returned to her initial position. "Ready when you are." "I'm ready." Ryman unleashed the Tier 5 spirit spell, Mana Storm, and ran on the walls at his full speed to not offer an easy target. Mana Storm conjured a hail of emerald bullets, each one as big as an acorn yet carrying the destructive power of a cannonball. Spirit magic consumed a lot of mana, but by using it in conjunction with his speed, Protector could attack Dawn from every side at once. Chapter 4183 Magic Word, Part 2. The horseman answered with her signature Tier 5 light mastery spell, Daybreak. It was a mix of light, fire, and darkness magic that generated a wave of dark energy around Dawn while a volley of fiery constructs, shaped as snakes, emerged from her body. The darkness would weaken the target and their spells, also sealing off their senses, be they physical or mystical. At the same time, the hard light constructs spread across the room in an attempt to trap Protector. The constructs would paralyze him, the heat they carried would burn him, and the darkness that followed would destroy any form of protection he might conjure. To make matters worse, as soon as two constructs made contact with each other, they would fuse, and a new one would be generated until they would become a small sun sealing both the darkness and the skull at its heart. Dawn also channeled the light element inside her crystal shield, using it as a framework to form a thick barrier that enveloped her. The countless facets of the prism focused and amplified the light she emitted, enhancing all the construct's toughness by several folds. That's what she meant. Nalrund stared at the shield in envy, even though he knew it was no artifact and bore no power core. That's how you overcome the delay between conjuring and solidifying a construct. As for Quilla, her jaw had hit the floor at daybreak and started to dig its way down. That's pure genius, she thought, taking pages upon pages of notes. Now I see why she's the only opponent who managed to defeat Manohar in a fair fight. He even admitted Dawn was a better light master than him. If only Dad knew the first thing about light mastery and crafted Professor Manohar a crystal-like blade, maybe he would have defeated Meln. Mana Storm was a hexial spell and one tier of magic above the trial Daybreak, yet it failed to break through. The emerald bullets shattered Dawn's constructs like glass, but new ones formed so fast that Mana Storm achieved nothing. Thanks to the wave of darkness weakening Protector's spell, Dawn's shield construct blocked the few bullets that managed to get past Daybreak without ever cracking. Moreover, Daybreak already covered half of the room and expanded by the second. Soon, Protector would be forced to use Mana Storm to destroy the constructs that chased him or be trapped by them. The choice was taken off his hands when hard light pillars burst out of the ground, blocking his path. Protector missed their approach due to the blinding light of Daybreak and the focus he needed to keep Mana Storm active. He could only activate the spirit barrier of his armor and seal his fate. The moment he stopped moving, Dawn converted the light shield into a heat ray the size of a train. To dodge it, Protector needed to lower his barrier, but that would have meant losing to Daybreak. He put everything he had into Mana Storm and the barrier, throwing the emerald bullets at the heat pillar and reinforcing the protection with his mana. Protector resisted the blast and lost the battle the moment the tendrils of light crushed his spirit barrier. He was now enveloped in Daybreak, to the point that he couldn't even see Dawn anymore. 10 seconds. Congratulations on lasting twice as long as before. The horseman interrupted her attack when she smelled the stench of burned fur. Do you have the strength for another round, or do you need to rest? We have 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. Before that, can you please explain what I'm doing wrong? Protector could barely stand. Even if Daybreak hadn't captured him, his mana core was empty, and it would take him several breaths of invigoration to recover. Dawn, instead, had yet to break a sweat. You said the magic word. She sounded honestly happy. Do you guys in the peanut gallery have any objection to stopping the clock? No, Nalrund took the words out of everyone's mind. By all means. Based on your fighting style, I assume that you are used to fighting enemies of your level or weaker. Also, your to-go strategy is to overwhelm your opponents with your speed and deal a few but powerful attacks that kill them on the spot. In simpler terms, you strike so fast and hard that the enemy's strategy doesn't matter because they die before they can put it into practice. How am I going? Dawn asked. Your analysis is spot on, Protector nodded. I often fight multiple opponents at the same time, so attack is the best defense. I take down the weak links first to disrupt the enemy's teamwork and whittle their numbers until I can afford to focus on a single, powerful awakened. It's a good strategy, but it ingrained in you a lot of bad habits, Dawn replied. You know yourself and your strong points very well. You use your skills masterfully, can plan in ahead, and you know how to set the field to your advantage. On the other hand, however, by always taking the initiative and attacking quickly, you disregard your opponent's strong points and strategy. Your technique is based on hitting before your enemy does. If you succeed, you win. If you don't, you are in deep trouble. That's a very risky approach for someone who, unlike me, can't heal from deadly wounds. In your shoes, I would wait at least until I understand my enemy's endgame before attacking. This way, you have the opportunity to understand who and what you are against, and can prepare a few contingency spells in case your attack plan fails. Of course, this only if the enemy has already noticed your presence. If you're going for an ambush or an assassination, waiting would be idiotic. I see, Protector scratched his chin. I knew you were a light master, and I assumed you would fight like Nalrond, but you are nothing like him. I didn't prepare anything against you because I never bothered studying your spells until it was too late. I have only one question. What about Lith? He also always goes straight for the kill, yet he held his ground against you for more than 10 seconds. That's because back then I was much weaker than I am now, and because he had Solus with him. He could afford to focus on the attack while she focused on me and prepared their defense, she replied. What if you fought now? Protector asked. I'd win, but it wouldn't be easy. Dawn turned towards the spectators and waved her hand. Lith has become stronger and has gained a lot of experience since then. He has gotten used to strategizing while he attacks and changing his approach when his first plan fails, something that you lack. I see, he sighed. Do you have more pieces of advice to offer me? Just one, know your opponent, she replied. I'm a living legacy just like Joral's goons, so answer me this. What do you know about me? What do you think are my enchantments? If you can't answer these questions, you'll never stand a chance against the weakest of the living legacies, let alone me. Protector pondered for a while, and so did the spectators. Chapter 40, 184, Bottomless Vessel, Part 1. Now that I think about it, I know what Dawn's equipment does and how her tower works, but I have no idea what she can do, Lith thought. She always uses light mastery. Aside from regenerating her host, I've never seen her do anything special. You can make undead resist sunlight, Protector said. Wrong, Dawn tutted. Try again. You can generate prisms. The Skull pointed at her makeshift equipment. Correct, she nodded. What else? You, Protector's voice trailed off as he realized that aside from what every cursed object could do, Dawn didn't seem to possess any unique talent. You have a pocket dimension. Correct again, she replied. But you've missed the big one, the enchantment that makes me me. Come on, I've never stopped using it for a second. Protector turned towards his friends and saw they were just as confused as he was. I give up. Protector raised his hands in surrender. I can absorb nigh-endless amounts of light element, Dawn replied. My entire crystal body is a bottomless vessel for the energy of the sun and can store it for an indefinite amount of time. My ability that allows undead to withstand sunlight is just an application of this. My prisms follow the same principle and absorb the light element during the day, so that my chosen don't fall into slumber, nor do they get hurt. Why do you think Mother taught me light mastery instead of giving me a bunch of fancy enchantments? Because it allows me to channel the light element that I absorb just by existing in all shapes and forms. Since I exert my power with light mastery, even after I got separated from my mother for centuries, my prowess didn't suffer. Even while I was imprisoned inside the fringe, I got stronger as my mastery over magic improved. My ability is fueled, not limited by my enchantments. As soon as I realize I'm lacking in any aspect, I can create a new spell that makes up for my shortcomings. If my spells become outdated, I just need to learn modern magic and create new ones. My invincibility lies in my simplicity. Solus turned to look at Malishka, who just nodded to her. I did the same for night and dusk, Baba Yaga said. She is a receptacle for the darkness element, while he is a receptacle for life force. It not only gives him access to bloodline abilities, but to endless mana as well. He only needs to add the life force, he stores to the power of elements, he draws from Magur to turn world energy into mana. That's why he called himself the perfect mage. Clea's eyes went wide in surprise. He calls himself. He's a live child. Baba Yaga caressed Clea's head while pointing at the red glow coming from under her shirt. His light still burns bright. How does this help me against Joral's goons? Protector asked. Also, isn't it dangerous to expose your abilities like this? Dangerous how? Dawn scoffed. How can you stop me from drawing the light element, generating my prisms, or using my pocket dimension? Are you going to turn off the sun? I can't. Ryman tilted his head, realizing how dumb his question was. My point exactly, she nodded. Which brings us to your first question. This helps you because the key to defeating a cursed object is understanding how it works and preparing specific countermeasures. The first and most important factor to remember is that even though a living legacy can use its enchantments with the same ease as a bloodline ability, what it possesses is just magic. Bloodline abilities require life force and world energy and can't be used without their specific mana organ. Abilities can grow and mutate through generations, as happened with Lith's flames. Enchantments instead are fixed spells that anyone can use under the right conditions. They follow all the rules of magic and can be disrupted by arrays. Also, age is a fatal weak point for a cursed object. The older it is, the more obsolete its enchantments become. What once required forbidden magic becomes a parlor trick that even kids can do. Show me the 2 living legacies you faced, and I'll give you an example. Dawn extended her hand, and Protector shared the battle for the Black Throne with her via a mind link. "Sorry, I never met them," she said after pondering for a while. "They must have lived on other continents until Narchat offered his blood in exchange for rallying under his banner. Even worse, whoever made those living legacies showed foresight almost on par with my mother. They kept things simple, leaving little room for improvement. Your enemies are basically a storage ring and a spell-holding book. Even if they were made today, I don't think they would be much stronger than they already are. The good news is that finding the right counter to them is easy." "Like what?" Lith asked. "Lightning bolts and heat rays for the ring and close combat and sealing arrays for the book," Dawn replied. "As I said, the ring is just a storage item, and we know moving objects can't be stored. Hence, her ability to freeze her enemies must rely on countering their momentum with enough strength to bring them to a halt. Lightning bolts and heat rays can't hurt her, but light moves the fastest. Neutralizing such attacks will probably drain the cursed ring's energy reserves quickly, if not even weaken the effectiveness of her enchantment to the point it would slow you down instead of stopping you. As for the book, it's clearly a long-range specialist. You can't keep your distance, or he'll just recover his mana with invigoration. So stick close to him, focus your attacks on his host, and keep an elemental sealing array at the ready at all times." "Sounds about right," Lith nodded. "Even the best artifact holds only a limited amount of mana, and only the host can use invigoration. Stop the host, and the moment the cursed book runs out of mana, it becomes a fancy paperweight." "Exactly," Dawn said. "If he relies too much on spirit spells, he won't last long, and if you get close, he won't be able to use arrays freely since they will affect him as well." "The ring isn't such an easy opponent, though," Solus mused. "She can use anything she stores as if she wields it, artifacts included. She trapped Lith with a chain and turned a bunch of alchemical wands into a small magical army." "She's actually easier to deal with," Dawn replied. "Freya and everyone with a pocket dimension are her natural counter. You just have to disrupt the dimensional field and with it the ring's connection with her tools. Think about it. All you have to do is place a dimensional sealing array and then snatch her stuff with your pocket dimension. The moment your magical formation stops her trinkets, they can be stored away. Loot and victory with one stone. That unless the ring and the book are hiding part of their abilities," Protector pointed out. "Sure, but that's true for anyone," she shrugged. "Also, what's important is how you approach the fight, analyze the enchantment, and find the counter." Chapter 4185, Bottomless Vessel, Part 2. "That said, I don't think these 2 cursed objects have any hidden powerful card left. From what I've seen, they went all out to kill you, and without Joral's life maelstrom, you would have had the upper hand." "Thank you, I've learned a lot." Ryman joined his palms and gave her a deep bow. "Your explanation gave me the time to recover fully. I'm ready to resume our training." "Excellent magic again?" she asked. "No, I need time to fix my bad habits." Protector scratched his head in embarrassment. "If I tried to follow your advice now, I'd use a hybrid style I'm unfamiliar with and be an even less challenging opponent than before. I want to put my specialty to the test against you, close-quarter combat." "Fine." Dawn moved forward until she was within reach of the Skald's maces. "I won't weave spells until you start the fight. After that, however, everything is fair game." "I know." Protector assumed a combat stance with a mace in front of him and the other on his side. "No enemy will make me the courtesy of sticking close to me unless I force them to. Now." He bolted forward, covering the distance that separated him from Dawn in the blink of an eye. The forward mace came down on her in an arc, ready to squash her. The side mace, instead, was ready to block a potential counter or cut off Dawn's retreat path. Yet the horseman stood her ground, raising her sword to meet the incoming blow. "This is idiotic," Protector felt the fur on his body bristle. A horseman's crystals are nowhere as sturdy as adamant. Even if they were, a sword that thin would crack under such an impact. Dawn knows all this, and she's not an idiot. What am I missing? The answer came in the form of a soft light coating the crystal blade and expanding from its surface. Dawn didn't have time to solidify her construct, so she didn't even try. She conjured a significant mass but kept it fluid, so that when Protector struck with Burrows, he felt as if his mace had entered a barrel of tar. The soft light construct dispersed the brunt of the kinetic energy, allowing the crystal sword to deflect the mace with ease. To make matters worse, the tar-like light wrapped around Burrows. Mace and sword were now glued together, and Protector knew his raw strength wasn't Dawn's match. He refused to let go of Burrows and struck with the other mace. Alas, the crystal shield was also encased in soft light and much better suited to withstand a blow than the sword. Once Dawn seized control of both maces, she opened her arms wide and pulled them back, drawing Protector close as her right foot struck his chest with the strength of a speeding truck. The impact cracked his ribs and sent him crashing against the wall. He had no air in his lungs, and Burrows was trapped in a thick, hard light barrier beside the horseman. 1 second, she shook her head. Are you sure this is your specialty? I'm sure, Ryman growled, shape-shifting into his full Emperor Beast form and digging his claws deep into the ground. Be ready, I'm going all out. He bolted forward again, but this time he circled around Dawn while under the effects of Wild Hunt. Protector's bloodline ability sharpened his senses and instincts to the point that the world around him seemed to stop. His eyes could now see which muscles Dawn tensed or relaxed. His ears could listen to her heartbeat and the noise her feet made as she shifted her weight. His nose could pick up the scent of any element the moment she conjured them. The problem was that Dawn had just let go of her weapons, and her body was fully relaxed. Her heartbeat was clockwork, and her feet didn't move. Protector's nose picked nothing because whatever spell she had prepared, she kept it at the ready. If you don't have weapons, it's only fair I don't use them either, she said while turning around on her spot to follow Ryman's movements. I really can't give any more advantage than this unless I put on a blindfold. Protector snarled but didn't take the bait. After fighting alongside Lith for so long, he knew how dangerous taunts were and how predictable angry people would become. I don't like this, he thought. I can't predict what she'll do. Under Wild Hunt, Dawn appeared everywhere at the same time within her range. Her relaxed stance allowed her to attack or defend based on the circumstances, and she managed to keep up with Protector's speed by spinning on her front foot like a top. To his eyes, she looked like a monster with hundreds of heads, and twice as many legs and arms that neutralized every attack he came up with. Yet if I give her time to cast her spells, I'll be back to square one. I need to make the first move. He sprang off a wall, trying to hit her blind spot 2 heartbeats after the fight began. In his skull form, Protector stood over 3 meters 10 tall at the withers, and his long forelegs gave him the reach advantage over the lithe arms of a woman 178, 510 meters tall. Dawn knew it as well and reacted by releasing a golden dome from the crystal shining in her chest. She had conjured her spell within her body, using it as a framework for the construct. Fuck, Protector inwardly cursed. She doesn't have the prisms anymore, but she still has her crystal. How could I forget about that? The construct pushed the skull's massive paws aside as she stepped inside his wide-open guard. Wild Hunt showed Protector everything that was about to happen, but there was nothing he could do to prevent it. Jets of light burst out of Dawn's back, feet, and elbows, turning her into a living rocket too fast even for Protector to stop her. She hit his chest with a palm strike strong enough to stop his charge in its tracks. The adamant of the Aro armor blocked the blow, but the shockwave released by the palm strike reverberated throughout the skull's body. Even with darkness fusion stopping Protector from feeling pain, his bones and organs vibrated from air magic, preventing his limbs from moving. Oh shit! As gravity brought Ryman down to the ground, Dawn closed her open hand into a fist and struck again. Bruce Lee Almighty, Lith was flabbergasted, a palm strike into a 1-inch punch. With no more momentum to stop, the second impact sent the skull crashing against the wall, opening a meter-deep crater. Oro saved Protector's chest from caving in, but Dawn used air magic again to produce a second shockwave that perfectly overlapped with the first. The constructive interference broke Ryman's bones and punctured his organs, making him cough up blood. 3 seconds, I told you that fighting me during the day was suicidal. Dawn lifted the Emperor Beast from the scruff of his neck as if he weighed no more than a puppy. You're not a bad fighter, but you clearly have no idea what an awakened light master can do. Chapter 4186 Family Tradition, Part 1. Dawn used air magic to dispel the lingering vibrations that ravaged Protector's body, and healed him with invigoration. We are no better than Ryman. None of us knows what an awakened light master can do. Solus was flabbergasted. How did we win against you? You played it smart while I was conceited, Dawn replied. You already know the rest. Don't make me repeat myself. How do you feel, Protector? Humbled but otherwise healthy, he said. I should have listened to my instincts and surrendered once I noticed you had no openings I could exploit at my current level. The skill gap between us is too large. If this were a real fight, I should have run away. That was the correct answer, the bright day chuckled. Meanwhile, Nalrund stared at the crystal weapons on the floor of the training facility with a mix of desire and disgust. The prismatic sword and shield might have brought his strength to the next level, yet they also reminded him of his burning village and all the lives Dawn had taken on that day. Nalrund needed to take several deep breaths until he calmed down enough to ask, Can you spar with me as well, please? I can, but it would be a waste of time, Dawn replied. You use my magic and I've taught you everything you know. You are an open book to me. No matter what you try, I see it coming from a mile away and can counter it with minimal effort. What about Akala? Zepho would never hurt you, she snorted. He still feels guilty for what happened at the Rizar village. It wouldn't be a spar, but a pathetic farce. Then spar with me, fight me, Nalrund snarled. Okay, Dawn replied, much to everyone's surprise. 3 seconds later, the Agni's constructs lay shattered, and his body broken. His molted armor sizzled against his scales and flesh, filling the air with the smell of barbecue. I hate you, he hissed, refusing to lose consciousness along with the fight. You wound me, my apprentice, Dawn replied as she gripped her chest in mock anguish. Which is funny, since your words do a better job against me than any of your spells could. Space. Winter became harsher as the days went by, but despite the abundant free time the bad weather granted to the people living inside the Verhin mansion, they made little progress in their respective endeavors. Protector sparred against anyone willing and strong enough to face him inside Lith's tower, under the protection of the immortal body array. Without it, Ryman hesitated before delivering a winning blow out of fear of critically wounding his friends. Unfortunately for him, bad habits died hard, and he had yet to find the proper balance between speed and planning. If Protector attacked too early, he had no answer ready for his opponent's counterattacks whenever he was forced on the defensive. If he waited too long, he lost the initiative, and the information he gained didn't help him much when he ended up starting on the back foot. Nalrund diligently attended Dawn's lessons, but the more he learned, the more he realized how abyssal the gap between them was. Lith too was facing a challenging conundrum that brought him to the brink of despair. Hoping to find a solution, he set his pride aside and asked for help. Gentlemen, thank you for coming. Lith looked around the table and met the eyes of Raz, Tryon, Senton, Orion, Protector, Morok, and Nalrund. I hereby declare open the first session of the Council of Men. Do we really need a pompous name? Orion asked. Can't you just tell us what the problem is? It's to set the atmosphere and make it clear this is no joking matter, Lith grunted. Why are you staring at me? Morok asked. Because you're rarely serious and I'd gladly do this without you. Yet I'm desperate and can't dispute that you often offer wisdom and deep insight when it matters, Lith replied. So shut up unless you have something useful to say. He took a meaningful pause to let his words sink in. Now that's out of the way, here's my issue. I don't know what to do with Raldderak, and I'm running out of time. Before anyone could mention the intimacy embargo caused by the baby boy and the inevitable jokes about make-believe diseases that led parts of his body to turn blue, Lith placed 3 pendants at the center of the table. They depicted a star, a moon, and a sun, which belonged respectively to Solus, Camila, and Elijah. About a year ago, I had the brilliant idea of forging one of these for every member of my family. The problem is that Kami's pregnancy is coming to term, and I have no clue about what to give my son as a gift. This is where you come into play. I need suggestions for a solution that will make everyone happy and avoid problematic sibling rivalry in the future. Go. Where is yours? Morok asked, glad he had no such problems. I don't have one, Lith replied. The pendants represent what their wearer means to the family and me. I can't tell others how they should feel about me. There's your answer. Men in the family don't have one. Problem solved. The tyrant slammed his fist in his open palm. I said no sibling rivalry, Lith snarled. I can't let Ral ask me why he has no pendant and feels like a second-class child. Don't get me started about what would happen if Kami and I have another girl next, or even worse, twins like you. It would be a bloodbath, Amrock nodded. You should have kept your hands in your pockets instead of creating problems for yourself. Sometimes less is more. I know, that's why I need help, Lith grunted. What about crafting another son? Raz proposed. The children would have the same thing and everyone would be equal. Please, Dad? Tryon shook his head. Renaz's triplets still argue about who's the oldest among them. If Lith gives Ral another son, Elijah will claim seniority and say that she came first, that his son is only a copy of the original. Damn if you are right, Raz sighed. Children turn even the silliest thing into a competition. A twin son then, Protector proposed. Second child doubles the joy. More like Mommy and Daddy love me twice more than you. Orion shuddered at the memory. I've made a similar mistake once. You have no idea how many cries I had to endure after Floria was born, and I still don't know if Jillian turned bad because of that. Orion is right, Lith said. A twin son would be perfect for twins. It would focus on their bond, make the gift special, and not belittle Elijah's pendant. Man, I'm so glad I gifted nothing to my children when they were born. Protector swallowed hard, his head hurting already. Let's think logically, Sentin proposed. We have the star, the moon, and the sun. The next step must be our planet, Magur. Are you listening to yourself? Nalrund sneered. Ask anyone. The sun is warm and powerful. The moon is gentle and magical. What about Magur? Chapter 4187, Family Tradition, Part 2. Our planet is a mudball full of assholes and problems. That's not the kind of image you want to associate with a kid, Nalrund said. It's only logical. Sentin raised his hands in defeat. Then what about the solar system? If Elijah is the sun, it would put her at the center of the family. Lith groaned, having already considered and discarded the idea. Also, what would Ral be? A bunch of balls orbiting his sister. This is the most stupid yet complex discussion I've ever heard. Ligain joined the fray uninvited. From symbolism to astronomy with a long detour into petty sibling squabbles, this forum encompasses everything. I love it. Thanks, Lith grunted. Do you have anything actually relevant to the discussion to add? Ral carries my blood and is part dragon, the Guardian pondered. Our life force resembles a constellation. What about that? It would be great if it didn't belittle Ely. Lith dismissed the idea. It's like saying that her brother is part of something bigger that also has a cool shape, whereas she's alone. This is hard, Ligain said with the enthusiasm of someone who wouldn't be affected by the aftermath of Lith's decision. I'm sorry, but I'm out of ideas. Great, this covers everything I could think of. We've got nowhere. What are you doing? Lith turned at Amrock and Nalrund, who were furiously taking notes. Jotting down everything I must not do and why, the Agni replied. I'm sorry for not being of help, but I got the feeling this will save me a lot of problems in the near future. I clearly underestimated fatherhood. Same here, the tyrant said. If you find a solution, let us know. Who knows, it might come in handy. Space. After dismissing and dissolving the Council of Men forever, Lith holed up in the tower for hours, hoping that silence and isolation would bring him inspiration. After banging his head on the tower walls a few times, he got a concussion, and what he hoped was a proper answer. A short trip to the moon gave him the space silver that he needed and allowed him to forge the new additions to the series among the stars, just like the others. When I picked Starforge as the name for the tower, I never thought one day it would be a curse, Lith grumbled. Once he returned home, he presented his creation to the panel of judges. There, I've done it. Lith put a pendant shaped like a slightly deformed sun at the center of the table. Even if I have to say it myself, I think I've surpassed myself this time. Camila and Solus furrowed their brows, doing their best to hide their disappointment, while Menadian just stared at Lith like he had gone blind and insane. It's nice, Camila cleared her throat. It's really cute, Solus couldn't find anything better to say. It's lame, Menadian said, taking the words out of the other women's minds. All this waiting just for another son, and one of inferior craftsmanship at that. I expected better from you. Mom, that's rude to say. She blushed in embarrassment but didn't contradict the statement. I could point out that nobody but me here did more than spout off, dear Riffa, but I'm not that petty, Lith replied. Weird, you could have fooled me. She crossed her arms, snorting. Because I'm that good, Lith snorted back. Now watch and learn. He put together the 4 pendants. and the metal parts on Ral's son that Menadian had mistaken for imperfections turned out to be attachment points for the other pendants. Once put together, Elijah's sun was right beside Ral's. Camilla's moon was equally distant from the two suns on one side, while Solus' star was on the opposite side. As you see, Ral's not just another son, Lith said. He's the new addition to the family that brings us all together and is also as important as Elijah. His pendant stands alone, but once joined with the others, it becomes greater than the sum of the single parts. That's beautiful. Camilla's thin smile became wider and sincere, extending to her eyes. And incredibly thoughtful. Solus loved how the disposition of the pendants didn't make her appear as just an extra in the family. I know, Lith grunted, and I'll never let you forget that I did it all by myself. Aside from nagging and criticizing everything I came up with, I didn't hear a peep from you three. In my book, that amounts to nothing. It's a magnificent gift. Having nothing to say to defend herself, Camila rushed to change the topic. I'm sure that Ral will love it growing up, and so will Ely. My only regret about this is that the poor Val will feel left out. He'll be the only one without a pendant. I know that back when he was born, there was no such family tradition, and that he came into our care only much later, but I still feel bad about it. I wish his parents had at least left behind something for him. Solus sighed, following Camilla's lead. She would have liked to poke a little fun at Lith for not having prepared anything for Valoran before moving on to such a depressing subject, but his telepathic glare shut her up. Not to justify Thrud's madness, but I can relate to her. Menadian crossed her arms. She planned to leave her entire legacy to Valoran II. She didn't expect everything she had built to be destroyed or her life to be cut so short. I actually envy her because, even with the ongoing war of the Griffins and all her crazy schemes, she always made time for her son. Happy memories are the greatest gift that a parent can give their child. Her voice was normal, but she never took her eyes off Solus, making her words sound like an apology. When small puffs of black smoke sizzled from the corners of Rifa's eyes, Solus understood her mother was sniffling and embraced her tightly. Everything you said is right, but you have underestimated me once again. Lith pretended not to notice Menadian's tears, not to intrude on the mother-daughter moment. While I literally banged my head for a solution, I thought about Val as well. There's no way I was going to leave him empty-handed. I want Val and Ral to meet on the best terms, without leaving space for regret or envy on either side. Lith pulled a second pendant out of his breast pocket. It depicted an armored warrior with feathered wings wrapped around his shoulders like a mantle. His hands rested on the guard of a shining sword, not its hilt, whose tip was pointed down. It was the ceremonial pose the royals employed in times of peace. The sword of Seafel was a symbol of their power as much as the crown. They always carried it with them for public events, taking care never to raise its blade. The act reminded everyone that the Griffin Kingdom was protected by those who wielded the legacy of the first king, not ruled because of it. The scale armor of the knight was emerald, while the sword and wings were of silver so pure that they looked golden under the faintest of lights. Chapter 40, 188, Only the Paranoid, Part 1. I made the pendant from a fragment of one of Jormund's scales and a sliver of the Arthan armor, Lith explained as he pointed at the various details. We'll have to find it another name, though. I don't want the crazy old coot to jinx Val's future. How did you get Jormund's scale, and how could you damage Davros that masterfully enchanted? Solus examined the craftsmanship of the knight pendant, and it astonished her. She recognized Lith's handiwork, but there was also something else. Someone had polished the piece, smoothing the imperfections until there were none left. I had Legoin's. Grandpa, Salark's voice snarled out of thin air. Grandpa's help, Lith corrected himself. He still had one of Jormund's baby scales, and he removed the Davros from the armor, or so he says. I wasn't there. He says he doesn't trust me farther than he can throw me. It's beyond perfect, if that's even possible, Menadian said. The scale and the metal connect Val to his birth parents, while the pendant you shaped them into connects him to you. I don't say this often, but I think you're a genius at this, Lith. You never say that, Mom. This is the first time, Solus said. Still, you are right, it's beyond perfect. Who is the knight supposed to be, Jormund or Thrud? Neither, it's Valoran I. Lith pointed at the small engraving on the blade's fuller that overlapped with the fuller and tip so well that it was easy to miss. His parents named him after his ancestor because they wanted to ward off Arthan's curse. I followed their wishes and chose the first king to watch over our Valoran. This way, even if someone notices the pendant, it will be a symbol of devotion to the kingdom, not of betrayal. I stand corrected. Solus and Camila squealed so loudly that Lith had to cover his ears. I don't care if it's impossible. I declare these pendants to be beyond perfect, if not in the design, in the thought behind them. You have outdone yourself not once but twice, Lith. Yeah, too bad that now you are the one left out, Solus sighed. First, I can't tell the kids, or you for that matter, how you should feel about me, Lith tutted. That's for you to show me with your actions and thoughts. Second, I'm not left out. I'm in every one of these pieces. He waved at the 5 pendants. Their design came from my mind, and my hand crafted them. Whenever one of you looks at one of these pendants, they think of me because I made them possible, just like I made this family possible. What a braggart, Camila laughed, playfully slapping his shoulder. Arrogant show-off, Solus pouted in mock anger. Yet Lith is right. Every one of these pieces represents our bond with him. It's through him that we are connected to each other, just like with Ral's pendant. Yeah, right, Menadian grumbled in annoyance. Why are you angry, Mom? Is something the matter? Solus asked. I'm angry because this is too perfect, and now I feel left out, Rifa snorted. I know this is stupid. I haven't known Lith long enough for us to have that kind of bond, and I do realize that if he made something for me, he would have to make it for the rest of his family. I know I have no reason to feel bad about not having my pendant, but it hurts nonetheless. Don't be like that, Rifa. Salark appeared out of thin air, wearing a necklace with many pendants on clear display over her desert robe. This is about Lith's family, not yours. It would be unfair to everyone else to ask for preferential treatment. She caressed the silver pendants, depicting her standing between several small solar systems. It was a piece that Ligon, not Lith, had crafted for the Overlord. Yet it suited the theme that Lith had chosen for his family and added insult to Menadian's injured ego. Fury left Menadian speechless, but only for 1 second. You fluffy bird. Salark warped herself and the first ruler of the flames away, afraid that Rifa's outstanding vocabulary and creativity might teach Raldderak the wrong words, even with the Guardian's autocorrect protecting his innocence. Space. As soon as Menadian regained her cool and returned her to the mansion, Lith gave the night pendant to Valoran in front of the rest of the family. Here, son, this is yours. Lith put the necklace in Valoran's little hands, allowing him to study it. I know it's a late birthday gift, but I didn't want to wait until next year to give it to you. Dad, the little boy sniffed at the emerald armor, recognizing his father's scent. Yes, Lith nodded. This comes from Jormung, your dad, while the metal comes from Thrud, your mom. I'm sorry it took me so long to craft it. No apology, Valoran sounded hurt. You my dad. Thanks, son. The baby boy started to cry, and Lith took him in his arms. Mom. Valoran extended his arms toward Camila and Solus, who immediately joined the family hug. Me, Elijah too started to cry, feeling left out and dispelling the sad mood with her silliness. Wow. The baby girl didn't calm down until they picked her up and allowed her to complete the family picture. Sorry, Eli, Valoran sobbed. Love you. Lo ya, she sobbed back. This is so touching. Raz's voice was steady and his eyes clear, but he had to blow his nose with a handkerchief. The only sad part is that now I feel like a petty monster. Can you believe that I feel jealous for not having a pendant? You too, Elena wasn't holding back her tears. Thank the gods, I thought I was the only one. Welcome to the club, Tista grunted while waving at the rest of the family. I'm the president. You wish, Aaron snorted. I'm the president of the club. I was born after Lith. I should have been the first to receive a birthday pendant. Meh, Surin didn't care about the pendants, only that they had woken her up from her nap just to watch a bunch of grown-ups crying. She was an expert on the subject and saw nothing noteworthy in that amateur hour. They lacked depth, expressivity, and technique. If they had to cry for any reason, it should have been embarrassment. What about me? Lyria ignored the baby girl's weird remark. You're a member of a branch family. Aaron pulled a scroll with a detailed family tree out of his dimensional amulet. If you want a pendant, have your dad craft you one, and tell him to find his own theme. No imitations allowed. Mom, Aaron is mean, Lyria and the triplets cried. Good gods, why? Renaa rolled her eyes at Salark. Why today? Good question, the Guardian nodded. Kids, behave, this is Valoran's moment. Yes, Grandma, they all nodded and went quiet. Renaa looked at the kids, and then at the Overlord with rising anger. She thought of the endless quarrels she had endured, and all the hoops the kids put her through every day of the week. Chapter 40, 189, Only the Paranoid, Part 2. All things that the Guardian had just avoided with a few stern words. Envy left Renaa speechless, but only for 1 second. "You fluffy bird!" A wave of Salark's hand warped Renau away and cut her short. Space. Alas, that was far from the end of it. During the following days, Lith was subjected to relentless pestering from every living and dead member of the family to craft unique pendants for everyone. "You created the problem, you solve it," Senton shrugged. "Once you're done with your own pendants, find a good design for mine. Aaron was right about one thing: my family deserves its own identity." Lith cursed as a truck driver stuck in a summer traffic jam with no working air conditioning, but it didn't help him much. He only found peace in the confines of his lab, and only because he had restricted access to anyone but Solus. "That's what they call suffering from success," she chuckled. "It's not funny, Solus." Lith's growl only made her laugh harder. "Also, since your mother wants a pendant as well, you'd better start to rack your brain for a good design." She went pale. "Again, it's your mother," Lith snorted. "You are the heir of the first ruler of the Flames and an aspiring ruler yourself. Rifa left you her fury and prepared a design specifically suited for you. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to return her favor and express how much you love her?" "You have a point," Solus said, but her voice lacked enthusiasm and sounded like an admission of guilt. "Then stop saying it like an admission of guilt and start thinking," Lith grunted. "There is no rush, but there is no way I'm doing this alone. You wanted to be part of the family, and this is the price for it." "What about Kami?" Solus whined, hoping to deflect responsibility. "Rest assured, as soon as Ral is born and she gets over her depression, I'll be on her case as well," Lith replied. "Not a moment sooner, though. You know how bad she felt the last time." Space. "Sometimes you make me feel like I've wasted my life, child," Baba Yaga said as she practiced Zero and Cinder spells with Lith. "You have no reason to," Lith shrugged. "If not for Elijah teaching me the basic runes of mirror magic, I would have never learned them. Besides, it was your idea to try to use 0 runes to conjure arrays." "Not that, you obsessive runt," she replied. "I was talking about your family. Your little ones are so cute, and your idea for the pendants was just lovely." "Not you too, please," Lith groaned. "I'm tired of hearing about that. This is my magic lab, so please let's focus on doing some magic." He froze her with a glare before she could babble about love being the true and most powerful magic, or anything like that. "Fine," Baba Yaga sighed. "The idea of working on 0 arrays is indeed mine. Too bad I can't hear a single rune that might form the simplest magical formation. How did you do that in Amrock?" "I didn't do it on a conscious level," Lith replied. "It was similar to what Elijah did. I felt the undercurrent of Maugre's consciousness in the world energy associated with mirror magic. I reached for it, and then I resonated with it. I would have never succeeded if, on top of chanting Jarak, I weren't also out of my mind with rage and grief. It was the result of a combination of unpredictable circumstances." "Interesting," Baba Yaga said. "It means that mirror magic is also a form of natural magic, after all. Based on what you felt, it must be the way Maugre expresses her most violent feelings." "Why has no one ever witnessed them in nature, then?" Solus asked. "Probably because they manifest at the epicenter of natural disasters like tornadoes, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions," Malishka pondered. "Where no sane person would go. Even if they did, they would be too busy saving their own skin. You know, I've learned to love magic, but compared to you guys, I must be an amateur," Camila yawned. "I find magical research tremendously dull, whereas you guys can go on about it for hours." "It's the difference between being a mage because you want to and because you have to, Kami," Menadian sighed. "Your love for magic comes from your love for your children. You are studying for them, not because you are genuinely interested in it." "I wish Thrain shared your wisdom. I wish I did." Her eyes unfocused as she became lost in visions of the past. "You are spot on, Rifa." Camila rushed to drag her friend out of the tar pit of regrets she was letting herself drown. "Guardian protection or not, I want to be able to look after my kids. Most importantly, I need to be able to chase after them." She chuckled, conjuring a hologram of Elijah and Valoran at different ages, showing that they flew faster and faster as they grew up. "If you are bored, why don't you leave?" Baba Yaga asked. "A mirror magic experiment lab is hardly a place for a pregnant woman." "Because I'm not letting her out of my sight," Lith replied. "Ral should be born any day now, and with my luck, it would happen the moment Kami steps out to take a walk." "Yes, he's that paranoid," Camila answered Baba Yaga's silent question with a smile. "He knows I can't get hurt, but he's afraid I give birth before he arrives due to some ridiculous combination of circumstances only Lith can imagine." "Back to work, ladies." Lith's grunt put an end to the laughing at his expense. Now, setting the arrays aside until we discover new runes, I was thinking, can other cursed elements have different interactions with spells? If Zero freezes mana into place, what might Cinder do? I'd say burn them, but that's what all kinds of flames do, Solus pondered. I don't know about the other elements, but you are missing the obvious, Menadian chimed in. We already know what Cinder does, think about. Guys, the pain in Camilla's voice brought the discussion to a screeching halt. I think Lith wasn't being so paranoid after all, my water just broke. I told you so? Lith activated the alarm connected to the amulets of the members of his family. And where would you have gone if I hadn't asked you to stay? Oh, shut up, she gritted her teeth in pain and annoyance. I was going to visit Zinnia when you kidnapped me. See, Lith warped everyone back to the mansion, all according to my predictions. He handed her a thick folder of papers, containing all the worst-case scenarios, involving her pregnancy for which he had prepared contingency plans. Situation 15D word by word. Okay, fine, you were right. Can we move on from that now? How long did it take you to write all this stuff? Baba Yaga flipped through the many pages of the document. It's no wonder you have no free time. That's irrelevant, Lith replied. Only the paranoid survive, Mom, Grandma. Chapter 40, 192nd Chance, Part 1. In the blink of an eye, all the Verhins were present and accounted for. Friends and men had to wait beyond the door together with the kids. Only a few women were allowed entrance. Has childbirth become some kind of show without me knowing? Camila grunted. Why are so many people here? Grandma is the main midwife. Baba Yaga is the secondary midwife in case Grandma is called back to the desert for an emergency. Then Falul is ready to step in if Meln attacks. Damn situation 43F, Camila gritted in pain. So you read the manual after all? Lith gave her a warm smile as he let her squeeze his hand to withstand the pain from the contractions. What about me? Alina asked, feeling not up to the task. Moral support, Lith replied. Is it me, or is the delivery progressing faster than the last time? We get it, okay? Camila felt something moving and gave a strong push. You were right. Situation 15D it is. You would have never made it to Zin's house in time. Happy now. Yes, I mean, no, I don't care about that. I'm asking if this is normal, Lith said. On the one hand, he was happy to skip the anxiety and nervousness of the long wait he had endured on the day of Elijah's birth. On the other hand, he was worried there might be an issue with the baby. There are no two identical births, Salark shrugged. Sometimes these little imps arrive fashionably late like royals and other times. A powerful wail cut her short as Raldderak complained about his sudden and unwarranted eviction. Other times they come out before you have the time to boil a pot of water, the Guardian shrugged. Lith, it's time for you to do the honors. Kami, clench your teeth. It's not going to hurt, but it's not going to be less unpleasant than the other time either. Lith cut the umbilical cord with the skill of a veteran healer and the finesse of an artist dealing with a priceless yet frail crystal. The cut was perfect, but it couldn't change the outcome. Camila felt her strength abandoning her like water escaping the confines of a broken vase. Her body seemed to have turned into lead, and keeping her eyes open required sheer force of will. There's no chance in the 9 hells that I take a power nap instead of welcoming my son into this world. I won't let my snoring be the first thing Ral hears from me. Willpower and stubbornness kept her awake, while Tyrus restored and cleaned Camilla's body with her breathing technique, Mother Earth. Meanwhile, Ral reacted poorly to the foreign object touching him. He was already cold, blinded by the light, and deafened by his own screams, so he reacted to the surgical scissors with extreme prejudice. He shapeshifted into his Tiamat form, releasing a burst of deep orange origin flames that warmed him up and melted the metal. Raldderak also used his small membranous wings to shield his eyes from the light. If it were someone other than me holding you, this could have been dangerous, Featherling, Salark scolded the still-crying baby. Are you all right, Lith? No, I didn't see anything before Ral erupted in a ball of fire, he replied. Is he all right? Did I hurt him? Is there something wrong with him? Well, he can definitely see, hear, and feel all right. Salark had to raise her voice to be heard above Raldderak's cries. About the rest, just wait a second. The Guardian was about to clean the baby with a warm cloth when she realized the burst of origin flames had done it for her. She wrapped Raldderak in a soft blanket, waiting for Tyrus' signal to hand him to his mother. Kami, meet your son, Raldderak. Ral, this is the woman who forced you to eat all that spicy food. Oh, gods! Camila was already on the verge of tears, but when the snuffling baby shapeshifted into his human form upon touching her skin, she started to cry. What a handsome boy! He looks like his father. She instinctively brought the baby boy's face to her cheek like she always did with Elijah and tried to activate dragon scales. Camilla's skin remained pearly pink, but Raldderak recognized her warmth and scent. He instantly calmed down and took his first look at his mother. Camila was so happy about her son's reaction that she almost forgot about the loss of her powers. Almost. Once again, she felt cut off from something greater, as if she had lived in a bustling, luminous world that suddenly had turned dark and empty. Thank the gods Elijah and Valoran are old enough to express themselves already, she thought. Yet even though I haven't them in my arms, the idea that this silence in my head is my new normal is crushing me. I won't know what they think, how they feel, and what they need from me any longer. What pains me the most, however, is that Raldderak will grow up feeling isolated solely from me. Lith, Ely, and Val have their scales, while at least Solus has her bond with Lith. I have nothing. She forced her tears back and smiled as she checked the baby boy. 2 eyes, she confirmed to Lith. Lively and special, but he can see pretty well. Camila moved her finger left and right in front of Raldderak, and he followed it with curiosity. Special how? This time, no guardian barred Lith from reaching the bed, but he kept his distance anyway. I'm not spoiling you the surprise. Sorry, not sorry, she chuckled. 2 arms, 2 legs, 10 fingers, and 10 toes. He's simply perfect. Camila caressed her son's small hands and feet, making him giggle. She then wrapped him in the warm cloth and gestured to Tyrus for help. Despite invigoration and the best treatments, she still felt like after a double shift in a mine. The guardian helped Camila to stand up and assisted her as Camila slowly shuffled towards Lith. Look at our baby, Lith. Camila slowly extended her arms, her body unwilling to part from Raldderak so soon. Look at your son. Let's hope that the second time is not as dramatic as the first, Lith thought, feeling calm as he took the small bundle of curiosity that was Raldderak. With the Raldderak's right eye was of a brown so dark that it looked black, while the left eye was red. Lith checked more than once that there was no glow from the baby boy's mana, making it the natural color of Raldderak's eyes, not a temporary effect. The baby boy's hair was darker than Lith's, but brighter than Camilla's, and streaked with the colors of all elements but spirit. Okay, young man, let's see what you can do. Lith took a deep breath and shapeshifted into his void-feather dragon form. Raldderak felt the familiar warmth of the red scales and cooed when he saw them. He shapeshifted as well, revealing 4 stumpy, featherless wings of a bright pink. His red scales were slightly bigger than a fish's, but they bore the colors of the 6 elements and burned with their corresponding flames. Chapter 40, 191 Second Chance, Part 2. Then Lith turned into his abomination form, and Raldderak followed suit. His skin turned a shiny black akin to polished obsidian, and his eyes white. 2 sets of membranous wings formed on his back, and he wrapped them around himself like a blanket. Blue flames burst from his head and wreathed his body, but they carried no heat. Quite the contrary, they were cold to the touch. Whatever this fire is, it doesn't behave like scourge flames. Lith examined the fire shrouding his son with his mystical eyes. There is no malice in Ral's flames, no pain. These blue flames seem to be made of pure death force and world energy. Ral is burning no soul to fuel them. Before Camila could get worried, Lith shapeshifted into his Indech form. Raldderak's skin turned copper-red, and a set of stumpy, featherless wings popped on his back. No new eyes opened, but since the same happened with Elijah, Lith didn't worry about it. Our little man really is perfect, Lith nodded. You did a magnificent job, Kami, now for the closing act. Lith shapeshifted into his Tiamat form, quickly imitated by Raldderak. The baby boy's body was now covered in pitch-black scales. Small horns protruded from his forehead, and a short tail from the small of his back. Once Raldderak opened his eyes, and there were still only 2 of them, Lith sighed in relief. No surprises this time. Yet when he raised his head to look at his wife, he noticed that everyone else had their eyes wide and their mouth agape. What are you staring at? Only when Lith turned Raldderak around did he notice there were 3 sets of wings on his back. The uppermost was membranous, but not upside down like Lith's. The lowermost wings were featherless stumps of pink flesh identical to those Ral had displayed as an Indech and a void-feather dragon. The middle set, however, was a pair of pristine white membranous wings made of pure energy. Farm me sideways, Lith blurted out, saved only by the Guardian's always watchful presence. Discovering my in-detch form and Kami tapping into Raldderak's must have prevented his human life force from atrophying. This little imp has no problem keeping his in-detch wings on. My only question is, why are there no black energy feathers covering his wings? Does he suffer from some form of elemental imbalance? Silly featherling, Salark chuckled. I would be offended by your allegation that I've let something bad befall our Ral if I didn't know that any parent in your shoes would be as worried as you. Kami, Lith, you have nothing to worry about. Ral misses his energy feathers for the same reason he misses all his other feathers. He's a newborn, and his body needs time to grow and develop. Right now, his energy wings are barely a light show and don't need containment. Forming the feathers so early would just drain the little strength he has. Give him time. Thanks, Grandma, Lith and Camila said in unison, sighing in relief. Who's next? Me. Solus jumped while waving her arms as if Lith was far away instead of just a few meters. One healthy baby coming right up. Lith shapeshifted back into his human form and pulled the baby boy away from his body, only for Raldderak to grab at his clothes. Don't worry, Ral, I'm not going any. It was then that Lith noticed that his son had Carl's eyes. The color didn't match, and neither did its shape, since the baby boy didn't share a single drop of blood with Lith's Earth brother. Yet Raldderak looked at Lith with the same eyes as Carl did in Derek's earliest memories. He was hopeful, scared, and desperately looking for protection. Lith felt the baby boy's fear even without the dragon scales and brought Raldderak back to his chest, holding him tight. I won't let you down again. Something in Lith's gut tightened as the baby boy's expression relaxed. Now I have the power and the means to protect you. I swear that this time I won't let anyone harm you. You will not spend your life in fear. Lith wrapped his arms around the baby boy and doubled over, as if to protect him from an invisible enemy. If Elijah was his opportunity to turn a new page and start over, Raldderak was Lith's second chance. His second chance to make up for Carl, Uriel, Elfium, and all those he had failed to save in the past. To forge a different ending to an all-too-familiar painful story. A primal roar rose from Lith's chest and erupted from his mouth, generating a sudden gust of wind strong enough to push Solus back. He refused to let go of the baby. To give to any of Lith's many enemies an opportunity to hurt his son, his brother, his friend. Lith roared again and shapeshifted into his Tiamat form, growing to his full size. Salark used dimensional magic to stretch the room enough to contain the 30 meters, 100, tall colossus, but didn't need to protect the others. Small barriers enveloped all those in the room, preventing the roar from bursting their eardrums and sending them crashing against the walls. Even in his rage, Lith protected everyone just as he protected Raldderak. His mind was clear, and his fury was cold, aimed solely against those who might try taking the baby boy away from him. Lith roared a third time, generating a silvery-black pillar from his body that resonated with Raldderak and with Elijah, who was in the adjacent room. Each one of the babies emitted a smaller pillar of light as they shapeshifted into Tiamats as well, their energy becoming one with their father's. Is this another demon durge? Roz asked as the light spread to the rest of the mansion and then farther and farther away. It feels different from the last time. The sound of many eggs cracking at the same time cut him short. What was that? Roz asked. That, Sentin conjured a mirror of water, revealing that Roz now had 2 wings on his back, covered in both black and white feathers. Roz stared at his own eyes in disbelief as they blazed with elemental mana. When he grabbed the ice mirror to take a better look at himself, he noticed that his fingers now ended with talons instead of nails. Gods, yes! Aaron needed only a thought to shed his human appearance, becoming covered in black scales and growing up to almost 2 meters, 6'7", tall. Lyria instantly followed, while the triplets needed a second longer. Aaron's demon form had blue-veined, black-feathered wings, while Lyria's had red-veined, silver feathers. Falco had yellow-veined, black-feathered wings, Lennart had black-veined, silver feathers, and Turian had red-veined, blue ones. The kids grew bone spikes on their spines and heads, but they were too small to call them horns. How did you do that, and why am I? Rena's voice rose into an unintelligible roar as gold-veined black scales covered her body and feathered wings of the same colors unfurled from her back. Her teeth turned into fangs, and a long tail grew from the small of her back. Ryla's wings split into 6 and turned from physical into pure elemental energy, each one of a different kind. Chapter 40, 192 Lifelong Dream, Part 1. Garrick too developed 6 wings, but no 7th eye appeared on his forehead. What he experienced, however, was the perfect form of his life force. His tyrant and Falmer sides merged into one, undoing in 1 second all the damage that the fall of the Balor race had brought upon him, and that not even Gleemo's experiments had been able to fix. "Big brother, please, memorize," grabbed Garrick, cutting him short and carrying him to the crib where Orpal and Juria were. "Quilla, do your thing." He was so worried that his children and little brother might miss the chance to merge their life forces in the future that he didn't spare a thought for his own condition. "Calm down and focus on yourself." Quilla wanted nothing more than to lose herself in the power of the elements that she could feel swirling all around her like a warm bath, but her little ones came first. "Garrick, hold the babies tight. I need to study the 3 of you, and I can't afford to waste the durge chasing Orpal and Juria around the mansion." For the first time since she had given birth, Quilla felt almost as powerful as during her pregnancy. Moreover, her understanding of the elements had never reached such depth. She focused her now silver and orange eyes on the kids, using her breathing technique to study their life forces down to the smallest details and engrave them in her mind. "I'm sorry, Garrick," Amrock said while trying to keep the babies still. "They take their free-spirited attitude from me." "It's fine." The young Falmer chuckled as Orpal and Juria kicked and bid him to break free from his gentle yet firm hold. "Thanks, Auntie." "Less talking, more practicing," she grunted. "Use your breathing method to stabilize your life force. Garrick, imprint its current form into your very being before it fades away. You do the same, dear." "Right." The 2 brothers sat cross-legged on the floor, entering a deep meditative state in an attempt to reshape their life forces and make the temporary changes caused by the demon durge permanent. Orion and Gianni too were affected, but in a different way. The communion with Maugre's world energy granted them enlightenment, allowing Orion to deepen his understanding of his awakened state and spirit magic. Gianni, instead, was now capable of understanding the finest aspects of elemental control and catching a glimpse of the higher tiers of magic she had yet to study. Meanwhile, inside the room, Alina stared in disbelief at her skin splitting into half-formed red scales, and at the red membranous wings on her back partially covered in pristine white feathers. "What's happening?" she asked. "I'm not like Tista. I don't carry enough of Lith power to resonate with the demon durge." Alina pointed at her daughter, who had been forced into her Hecate form. This time, however, her scales had turned pitch black. Tista now had 3 sets of wings on her back, 2 physical and 1 of pure energy, all of them membranous. "Correction." Ligon appeared in the room now that Camila was fully clothed again. "You carried only 1/3 of his power before. Now you have 2. Don't forget that Lith is also human." He waved at Camila to underline the concept. Her left eye burned with the water element, while the right one burned with air. She had tapped into Raldderak's Indech form so many times that her body still remembered how it was supposed to be. Snow-white feathered wings wrapped her, shielding her from the gusts of wind caused by Lith's roars. "Father is right." 2 lines appeared on Zorith's cheeks and small stumps protruded from her back, forming proto-eyes and wings. "Do you mind helping me, Lady Yaga?" She also reacted to Lith's abomination's side that kept her own stable, allowing the other aspects of Zorith's life force to develop and blend with each other freely. "I do," she replied with a cold tone. "Very much so." Zorith inwardly cursed at her troll's side, and the spite it aroused in the mother of all undead. All Zorith could do was use her best diagnostic spell on herself and the skull of Bytra to study her current mana flow. "Thank the gods I never leave the house without my full equipment," she thought. Bytra stood next to the shadow dragon, snapping pictures of her current life force with a device she had recently invented. The demon durge soon reached Lucia and affected its inhabitants. Those who had an elemental affinity found themselves with their eyes blazing with the corresponding mana, discovering a heightened talent for magic. Those who had none had their eyes burn with fire and darkness, the elements of destruction. Most of the temple's visitors mistook the phenomenon for the blessing of the All-Father and fell to their knees in prayer. The farther the demon durge moved from the mansion, the more its effects waned. Yet it still retained enough of its potency to stabilize the eldritch hybrids when it reached Essagar. "What's going on?" Tezca's warg side thrived, spawning new stable tissues that closely resembled his old Filgja body and absorbed the chaos of his eldritch side like a sponge, without any side effects. "I don't know, but this is big." Kigan the Phoenix Balor hybrid stumbled as he walked towards the master's office. He moved slowly, leaning against the walls and measuring the distance to the furniture by extending one of his arms like a blind man. Yet he wasn't blind, quite the contrary. The 4 extra eyes that had appeared on his face messed up his perception of depth and created a kaleidoscopic visual effect that gave him nausea. His human, divine beast, and abomination sides reacted to the demon durge even more strongly than Xenogrosh's due to the lack of a dissonant life force. Whatever it is, it must have started in Lucia because that's where Lith is, Vaster said. Tezka, I need you to bring us all as close as you can to the Verhin mansion, but keep us far away enough to escape the Guardian's detection. The Master's human and eldritch sides stirred in an attempt to become one once and for all. After a while, however, they exceeded the limits of their current compatibility, and the clash between the conflicting energies pulled the 2 halves apart. Then the cycle started anew, blessing Vaster with hope just to doom him to be disappointed again. I'll do my best, but make sure you all wear your best cloaking devices, Tezka replied. I'm the dimensional Magus, not a miracle worker. What about us? Asked one of the eldritches that lived in the house disguised as a butler. Everyone else will remain here, Vaster snarled. Protect Zinnia and the children at all costs, or when I come back, evolution will be the least of your problems. And once he's done with you, you'll find me waiting for my turn. Tezka snarled, hammering the final nail in the coffin of the eldritch's defiance. When the demon durge swept through the blood desert and the Gorgon Empire, phoenixes and dragons who were employing their origin flames witnessed them turn white. They needed to release but a spark of their life force to produce primordial flames. Chapter 40, 193, Lifelong Dream, Part 2. Those who didn't only noticed a glow of their feathers and scales, dismissing it as one of Maugre's many oddities. The demon durge crossed the ocean, reaching Giera and the ruined city of Teleket, where the dead king was rebuilding his army. I knew it, Orpal said as a faint radiance manifested across his skin. I was right not to disturb Leech's wench until she spawned another little monster. The last time I was much weaker and didn't know what to expect, but this time it will be different. The dead king had never ceased probing his life force for the different aspects that he assumed would match his hated brother's. All of his experiments had been fruitless until that moment, but Orpal had never given up on hope. He looked out of the balcony of his room to check the effects of the demon durge on his uppers. The human servants across the city experienced an increased elemental affinity and talent for magic, yet everyone else experienced no change. Come on, you bastard. Orpal tapped into the life force stored inside Dusk's crystal to overload his own. I don't know what a Raldderak is, but of one thing I'm sure. I was born a human, a disgusting, weak, pathetic human, but a human nonetheless. Come on, Leech, we share the same blood. Show me what you can do. I dare you. Almost as if answering to his prayers, a few uppers roared in excitement. They were among the freshest recruits, and all of them were merely thralls. Drink on this power. Orpal cheered on them as he tried to bridle the demon durge and bend it to his will. Take it all in and make it yours, my children. The thralls followed his orders and paid for it. They exploded into gory fireworks one after another, their bodies suffering such extensive damage that even awakened plant folk couldn't save them or be saved. Ignore him, Jorl said to his followers via mind link. Close yourselves to this energy. Our powers are already unstable, and unlike Orpal, we are all hybrids. Adding another unforeseen variable to the mystery of our upper nature is too dangerous. What is this? The dead king asked. What does it mean? The radiance tuned into a cruel light that felt as if someone had stabbed him with countless searing knives, and was now twisting them all at once without mercy. Orpal fell onto his knees, coughing up so much blood that it formed a river that fell down his balcony in a black waterfall. Stop doing that, you moron! The pain awoke Night from her slumber, and she deactivated Dusk's crystal. Let go of that energy. Yet that wasn't enough. What little of the demon durge's energy that Orpal had forced into his body wanted to get out at all costs, and there was no way to stop it. The dead king snarled in defiance, using the darkness from Night's crystal to weaken the demon durge and the life force from Dusk's crystal to stimulate his body to adapt. Both failed, and large chunks of his body blew apart. Do as you wish, but know that if not for my regenerative abilities, you'd already be dead. The spite in Night's voice was palpable. Get over your obsession with your brother. I told you, you are a Raldderak. Not a dragon, a phoenix, a vampire, or a human. You are a Raldderak, whatever that is. Orpal held fast on the demon durge until his heart stopped, quickly followed by the rest of his organs. Night's regenerative ability kept him alive, but his stubbornness paled in comparison with the agony he experienced. Feeling his sanity slipping away, Orpal carved his own body open with his claws to release the trapped energy. The pain faded, yet the realization that both his body and the demon durge rejoiced at the separation wounded him deeply. Orpal sat in a pool of his own blood for a few minutes, marveling at the irony of his situation. He had achieved his lifelong dream. He had become something completely different from his brother. Yet in doing so, he had lost everything, even his humanity. Space. I knew this would happen since the moment I found out we were having a boy. Camila inwardly sighed. Lith has made great strides in the grieving process for Carl, but he still misses his brother dearly. Elfium's death forced Lith to relive everything all over again. He's wounded. He's hurt. Most of all, Lith is afraid to lose Ral. If it were 2 years ago, Camila would have worried about Lith's mental condition and their son's safety. The memories of how he had reacted to Lark's and Miriam's deaths and to Roz's kidnapping were still vivid in her mind. Lith had always been a man of logic, someone who could keep a level head even when facing death, yet that didn't apply when someone he loved got hurt or worse. In such occasions, the trauma from Carl's death would flare up, turning him into a savage, wounded beast. Not anymore. Lith had become a different man since the day of their marriage, and Camila had noticed it. She had seen the deep, gradual changes in his character grow even deeper after Elijah's birth. She had absolute trust in him now, especially if their children were involved. "Can you please stop?" Camila said with a calm, soothing voice. "You are keeping the poor soulless from meeting Ral. Look at her. She's on the verge of tears." Lith heard her words above his own roars and looked down, noticing that Soulless had a pained expression and her arms were still extended. She never doubted that Lith would rather die than harm a child. She was just disappointed with being kept away from Raldderak after waiting so long to meet him. Once she's done, it will be the turn of Ral's grandparents and the rest of the family. Gods, the little fellow is just born and already has a busier schedule than the royals. Camila chuckled. If not for me, do it for Elijah and Valoran. They must be dying to see their little brother's face and teach him, well, whatever they consider their share of the family secrets. They wouldn't be Verhans if they didn't have a few secrets of their own. Cold fury still ravaged Lith's heart, and he was deeply worried that Raldderak might be taken away from him as it had happened with Carl, but Camila's words made sense. The colossal Tiamat looked at the small bundle of scales and fire between his palms, discovering that Raldderak had fallen asleep. A hush spell Lith had instinctively cast protected him from the noise, while the dragon scales constantly reassured him that he was in the safest place on Magur. The warmth of the roaring fire burning within Lith made his hands the perfect place for a nap. What a fearless little imp! Lith's voice shifted to a soft growl. You're right, Kami, sorry for making you wait, Soulless, I'll make it up to you. He took a deep breath, silencing the storm of stray thoughts in his mind by focusing on the sound of Raldderak's small heart. Chapter 4194 Important Detail, Part 1. Lith felt it with every one of his senses, and dragon scales confirmed it. The baby boy was relaxed, he was happy, most of all he was safe. Lith stopped the resonance effect with his children that had triggered the demon durge, and shrank back to his human form. Space. Meanwhile, a few hundred kilometers from the Verhin mansion, Lakra Silverwing cussed like an angry sailor. No, this isn't fucking fair. As soon as the demon durge had started, she had felt something change inside of her. All the atrophied mana organs inside her body had come back to life, but she had no idea how to activate them. Her entire being burned with power like the day she had become a white core, but this time she knew why. Not only was Silverwing now aware of the existence of her apex form, but the demon durge also pushed her life force in the right direction. The space on her forehead and cheeks where her extra eyes were supposed to appear itched, while small bone protuberances bulged on her shoulder blades. I know what I'm supposed to look like. I can more or less guess my powers, but I have no idea how to cross the divide that separates my human from my apex form. She had thought a few seconds ago as she bolted at top speed towards the mansion. Silverwing had already missed Lith's awakening of the humans in Giera and didn't want to miss this opportunity as well. She knew that the effect was bound to decrease with distance, so she used a mix of sonic flight and warp steps to reach Lucia. Unlike Vaster, however, she had to do everything by herself and lacked Tezka's mastery over space and chaos. When the demon durge ended, she was still far from the mansion, and she had collected only a few scans of her life force during the travel. Fuck, the first Magus screamed at the sky and earth as she released the full power of her white core. I failed. I failed again. Gods, why am I so stupid? Had I not antagonized Verhin, he might have called me today. I might have already reached my apex form and used this demon durge to tap into powers that not even an Indech possesses. Yet here I am, scorned and fighting for scraps. Silverwing tried to hold on to the residual energy of the demon durge, but it was already fading away. She then examined every nook and cranny of her life force, hoping to find any clue that could point her in the right direction. It's gone, Silverwing sighed. The silver lining is that I'm back to being in the same condition as a freshly evolved white core. My body is primed to reach its apex form, and it's begging me to trigger the transformation, if only I knew how. I won't fail again. As soon as Baba Yaga is done with Verhin, I'll ask her to help me. Then she realized what she was doing and shook her head in annoyance. Why do I keep talking to myself? Have I gone insane? Space. Hello, handsome. I'm Solus. Do you remember me? At the mansion, Raldderak woke up when Lith handed him over and the air got colder. By my mom, you're so cute. I just met you, but I can't already live without you. The baby boy stared at her in confusion, trying to put a voice to that face. He remembered all those who had spoken to him in the past, but the sounds came muffled and distorted through the womb. Raldderak recognized Lith as his father from the dragon scales and Camila from the heartbeat. Solus remained a mystery to him for a few seconds, until she wrapped him in her hair, and Ral recognized Solus from Elijah's description. Warm, soft, and with lots of sparkly golden stuff to munch. The baby boy smiled and cooed to her as he caressed her hair in an attempt to grab it. It was a simple gesture, but it moved her to tears. Gods, I need to cry, but I don't want to scare him, Solus hiccuped. Who's next? Us, Raz cut through the crowd that had filled the room after the door had been opened. While he waited, he had called Zinnia, who was now there as well with her kids. You can go first, dear. Elena handed the baby to Raz while Solus rushed to cry in a corner. Ral is named after you. Gods, look at him, Elena. Raz did his best to keep the emotions swelling in his chest under control. Ral is identical to Lith as a baby, except for the eyes and the streaks in his hair, of course. Don't forget about the frown and the glare, Elena chuckled. That too, Raz nodded, waving his finger in front of the baby until he grabbed it. What are you talking about? Lith considered his performance as a baby one of his masterpieces, and was sure to have remained above suspicion at all times. You always had this disgruntled expression when nobody paid you attention, Raz replied, making Lith swallow a lump of saliva. And you often seemed to fall into deep thought, Elena said. Sure, you lightened up whenever someone talked or played with you, but you seemed performative. Maybe I'm being silly, but you didn't seem to enjoy our company. Damn, I underestimated my parents and overestimated my acting skills. Lith inwardly cursed. Back then, Elena and Raz already had 5 children and knew what to expect from a newborn. Derek, instead, had never seen one for more than a few minutes at a time while standing in line, limiting his practical knowledge. After a while, Raz passed the baby boy to Elena, who managed to cry while keeping her voice low and calm. Hello, cutie, we are Elena and Raz, she sniffled. We are your grandparents. But she would appreciate it if you call her auntie. Raz pointed at his wife. Raz, Elena blushed in embarrassment. I'm not ashamed of my age, and I'm proud of being a grandmother. I never said you did, and you didn't deny my claim. He smiled at her. Everyone, are you okay if we keep the same order as the last time? Ligan asked, receiving nods in reply. There you go, baby girl, he's all yours. Dad, do not call me baby girl. Zorith became beet red. Especially in front of a real baby. Hi, Ral, nice to meet you. She offered him her finger, which he promptly bit. Fangs all ready? You'd better be careful, Kami. Zorith used dragon scales to introduce herself to Raldderak in a way he could understand. Isn't he dreamy, Bite? A real charmer, the 4th ruler of the Flames said. Your birth is already a gift, but when you're a bit older, I'll forge a master something to thank you for the other beautiful gift you gave Auntie Zor today. After Zorith, the Guardians took turns holding the baby boy and checking his bloodline. Tyrus was honor-bound to defend and care for the baby until he came of age, so no one minded her cutting the line. Scarlet instead received many glares for it, but she didn't care. Chapter 40, 195 Important Detail, Part 2. Congratulations, Kami. You did a wonderful job. Your son is perfect, Zinnia said when her turn to hold the baby came. Say hi to your cousin, kids. I don't care what Zogger says. I want to awaken, she thought as Philia and Frey made silly faces and noise at Raldderak. No matter the risks that a pregnancy might entail, this is worth it. After the grown-ups, the kids had the opportunity to hold the baby under supervision, especially the triplets and Fenrir. "No, you can't hold the baby," Celia said to a barking Salkar. "You are a small baby yourself. You can sniff him if you want." Raldderak was brought back to Camila, who had gone to sit on the bed to catch her breath. "Make space, it is time." Lith carried the crib inside the room as the toddlers peered through the bars with great interest. He put Elijah and Valoran on the bed beside Camila, and she bent forward so that the kids could see Raldderak and he them. "Ra," Elijah asked, expecting the baby boy to answer her question. After meeting Juria and Orican, she had understood that babies started very small, and her father had told her to come and meet her brother. Since Valoran was already in the crib with her, the newborn's identity was obvious. Raldderak replied. Valoran extended his little hand and covered it in dragon scales. "Is that you?" The baby boy shapeshifted his hand as well, making Elijah giggle with excitement. Even though the two baby boys shared no blood, Valoran's dragon and human sides had resonated with Raldderak's durge, bringing them closer. "I'm Val, your older brother." Those words moved and worried Lith in the same measure. "I hope that Valoran doesn't come to resent Ral as my brothers did to me. The fact that he's adopted can easily sour their relationship if either of them has even a drop of bitterness in them," he thought. "I can already use the potty." Valoran puffed his chest out, considering the achievement as a badge of honor and expressing it as such via the dragon scales. "Me matter." Elijah claimed to be smarter to gain points when she felt how impressed Raldderak was by Valoran's feat. Ral had no idea what a potty was, but he felt Valoran's sincerity through the scales and took his words at face value. "She is," Valoran II nodded, making Elijah cry and with her Ral. "Wal goo, wal bed boater." The baby girl crowned Valoran the best brother in the world to make up for what she considered her earlier mean words. Or not, Lith watched the babies hug and cry together from happiness just a few seconds after they met. They shapeshifted in their respective forms, with Valoran's griffin form receiving much admiration for its bright color, fluffy feathers, and soft fur. After that, it was Orican and Juria's turn. They looked at the newborn for a while, flew around the room looking for a way out, and were caged again when their intentions became apparent. "God's Manohar never touched my life force," Quilla said. "Then why do my children seem to have taken after his passion for escapades?" "That's actually on me?" Amrock scratched his head in embarrassment. "I remember being restless and curious as a kid. To be honest, I don't think I've changed much. I just learned how to control my impulses better." Surin looked at Raldderak for 5 seconds before getting bored. She had no way to communicate, and the baby boy just looked like a smaller version of Elijah to her. "Guys, I'm sorry, but I feel very tired, and I'd like to feed Ral before I fall asleep," Camila said after everyone had the opportunity to see the baby. "It should buy me 1.5 hours of uninterrupted rest, 2 if I'm lucky." "Don't remind me of that," Quilla groaned. "I'm surprised Ral hasn't started crying to be fed already. He's gone through a lot of emotions for today." "He's a very quiet kid, just like his father." Alina caressed Lith's face with the same tenderness she used for Raldderak. "He too never cried much." Everyone left the room but Lith and Zinnia. Solus had to take care of the other 2 toddlers, while Zinnia didn't want to miss a moment of her vicarious motherhood. "Gods, it's been less than an hour since my water broke, yet it feels like an entire week." Camila sighed while lying on the bed. "I'm dead tired, yet I'm bursting with joy. Not only is our son healthy, but we foiled Ligoin's plan." Ral's first word is still an open game. No sudden dad this time. She refused to use the word Daya, afraid that Ral would pick it up quickly as Ligoin intended. Whether he says mama or dada first is up to fate. Camila unbuttoned her shirt, and Lith needed sheer willpower not to stare and enjoy the scenery. She brought the baby boy to her bosom, but Raldderak wasn't interested. He kept staring at Camilla's face with a deep-thought expression. "What's wrong, little fella? Aren't you hungry?" Despite her best attempts, Raldderak remained as still as a stone statue. "What if our son is a reincarnator just like you?" Camila asked in a panic via mind link. "Ral is looking at me just like Alina said you did as a, let's say, baby." "That's ridiculous." Lith didn't even want to think about the possibility. "The real Strata died before I arrived here, whereas Ral never suffered so much of a scratch, or the Guardians would have set this world ablaze. Besides, when Ral was in your womb, he asked us naive questions and expressed honest feelings. He cried when he came into this world and behaved like a baby." "Then why isn't he eating?" Camila's fear was quickly turning into despair. Why does he look at me with those cold eyes? Call Alina back. I want the opinion of an expert, she said out loud, retaining the presence of spirit to hide her mind link with Lith from Zinnia. Mom, get inside, please. Lith called Alina and went to check on Raldderak with the dragon scales. He felt Raldderak's determination as his young mind sifted through his memory for an important detail. What's wrong, Kami? Are you all right? Is Ral all right? She felt stupid for asking such a question since there were 4 guardians outside the door and none of them looked worried. Ral isn't eating, Camila said as if announcing the baby had been shot. And look at his face. Isn't that the same expression Lith used to have? Maybe he's not hungry. Alina tilted her head in confusion. Not all babies are gluttons, and yes, Lith was that serious, but only when left alone. Why are you so worried about it, though? Lith grew up into a wonderful man, just like Ral will. Ma, Raldderak asked once he remembered his father's words. M.A. Silence fell over the room, as if someone had sucked the air away. It's just baby babble, Camila said. This isn't possible. Ma, Ral said again. Ma. I think he's having trouble making sounds with his human throat, Lith said, making the 3 women turn pale. Chapter 40, 196 Wider Scale, Part 1. Ral can't say the word mama in one breath, so he splits it into 2. Lith explained to calm them down. What did you say? Camila asked both her husband and son. Ma, Raldderak's little hand brushed against her exposed skin to get her attention. Ma. Ask him if he's saying mama. Do it. Camila refused to believe her own ears. Lith didn't argue and did as bidden. Yes, he is, Lith replied after another contact with the dragon scales. Ral is also getting worried because you're ignoring him. I'm sorry, sweetie, I was just confused. Camila held the baby boy tight, giving him her undivided attention. Say that again, please. Call me Mama. Mama, Raldderak said, giggling. Yes, my little boy. Camila started to sob as she peppered Raldderak's head with kisses. I'm your mom. Mama. He's Lith tried to say. I know, and I'm sorry. Camila broke down crying while lulling the baby boy. You don't need to worry, my love. Mommy is just happy. You can thank Grandpa and me for this. Lith knelt to her side, embracing both his wife and son. What do you mean? She asked amid wails that would have worried the rest of the family sick if not for the guardians hushing them. Well, after Grandpa taught Ely how to say Dad in Draconic, we often repeated the word Mama to Ral, Lith replied. We did the same with Elijah, but it didn't work. She sniffled, trying to calm down. Yeah, but I didn't tell her to say Mama because the fate of the world depends on it. Lith cleared his throat. It seems I've repeated that to Ral enough times for him to remember and believe it. He thinks he has just saved our lives. Gods, the men in our family are so silly. Camila bawled her eyes out again, but they were still tears of joy. All the pain and the fatigue from childbirth washed away. The fear of being cut out of her family, now that she had lost access to the baby's Tiamat powers, faded into nothing. It wasn't just because of her son's first word, or the reassurance that he wasn't a reincarnator, even though that certainly helped. It was because Raldderak already trusted his father so much that the baby boy believed such a preposterous lie. More importantly, even though he was just born, the baby boy loved his mother so much that he had struggled his own way to protect her. It was a feeling that filled Camila with warmth and reassured her no less than dragon scales could. A feeling no one could ever take away from her, and to which she could cling to find strength in her darkest hour. Space. When Camila stopped crying, she discovered that Ral had gotten back on schedule and was enjoying his first meal. I guess saving the world worked him quite an appetite if he couldn't wait a few more minutes. She chuckled, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Is everything all right? Roz asked from the other side of the door. We've heard Kami yell earlier, and the other grandparents refused to tell us what happened. Oh, right. Lith had been so shocked by the sudden turn of events that he had completely forgotten about the rest of the family. I'll go outside for a minute. Don't you dare do anything while I'm not here. I'm talking to you, young man. Raldderak had no idea what his father meant and kept eating. Lith recounted the circumstances regarding Raldderak's first word, prompting almost everyone to cheer. I can't believe I missed it, Solus grumbled. This is not fair. Everyone missed it, Roz patted her head. I know it's disappointing, but let's put it this way. Once Kami finishes feeding him, we can hear Ral say Mama all the times we want. And soon it will be Daya time? Ligon puffed his chest out as if there was something to be proud of. Don't worry, Lith. The second word will be Dad, and it will take no more than a couple of weeks for Ral to learn it. That piece of news brought a smile on Lith's face and a snarl on everyone else's. They had just lost the battle for second place and were forced to compete for bronze. Meanwhile, the members of the organization right outside Lucia's borders retreated, favoring stealth over speed. The master was still in a deep focus, trying to contain the lingering energy of the demon durge in his body. It was akin to holding sand with a clenched fist, but at least Vaster managed to slow down the process. He examined how his life force reverted to its original state, taking the utmost care to observe not only the differences between before and after, but also the steps with which the changes happened. No one said a word, even enveloping the master in a hush spell to prevent any external noise from disturbing his focus. For the rest of Maugr, things were much simpler. The radiance enveloping the phoenixes and dragons faded, while the humans stopped perceiving the elements, and the Ballers reverted to their fallen state. By the gods, I may not be the one who has just given birth, but this was almost as exhausting. Quilla panted like a bellows. Even with the tower's help and the boost from the demon durge, examining the condition of her children, husband, Garrick, and Ryla at the same time had drained her energy. The eyes and the ears of Menadian could only register so much in such a short time, and while scanning so many subjects at once. Moreover, Quilla trusted her own instincts above all. Even the infirmary's display could only show her cold images. When Quilla used her spells to examine a patient, instead, all her senses were engaged and capable of spotting small details that she might notice only after weeks of study, if at all. "Thank you, dear." Amrock gave her a chair and a cup of honeyed tea. "It's too bad that I didn't get my turn, but honestly, I don't care. Our children and Garrick take priority. I'm old and my life force is stable, whereas you can make a difference for them." "I agree." Ryla was dying to know how much she had learned by examining her son, and if she had discovered anything that might ensure the merging of his life forces, but she didn't want to rush Quilla. "Well, I do care about you, silly." Quilla drank her tea slowly as if it were a medicine. "I also care about you, Ryla. I'm a wreck for it, but I took a good look at all of us. I admit that I gave priority to the kids, but I didn't forget about you." "Please tell me you didn't." Ryla tried to add something, but Garrick's cheers cut her short. "Thank you, Auntie, you're the best." The young tyrant farmer hybrid hugged her. "You're welcome, sweetie," she sighed. "Gods, this is going to be a long day." While everyone still rejoiced, Quilla organized her notes through the library and jotted down every detail she had noticed before they could fade from her memory. Chapter 4197, Wider Scale, Part 2. If the eyes had spotted a crucial detail in an evolved human's life force as well, and Quilla identified it in the footage, she just added her notes to the images. As soon as Raldderak was done eating and Camila was presentable, the entire family barged into the room again. "Come on, Ral, show them how good you are," Camila cooed at the baby. "Say, Mama." "Mama," the baby boy obliged. "I'm so happy for you, Kami," Solus said. "Ral gave you the best gift one could ask for." Let's hope that this helps Kami with her depression, she actually thought. With a bit of luck, this time the shock from losing her powers should be less severe and last less. "I know," Camila replied with a beaming smile. "Even though I just gave birth, I feel so full of energy that I could fly." "Excellent work, young man." Lith took Raldderak in his arms. "Your next mission is to say Dada, Dia if it comes easier." "Mama," Raldderak replied, flabbergasting everyone. "I'm not your mom, I'm your dad. Say Dad." Lith enunciated the words slowly. "Mama," Raldderak said with confidence. After passing the baby boy around and everyone being called Mama, it became clear that Raldderak only knew the word. He didn't understand its meaning or to whom it referred. It was a baby blunder, but it still made Camila sigh and Solus, and Zinya's hearts flutter. "He called me Mom." Zinya held Raldderak tight to her chest, fighting a losing battle against her tears. "I know it means nothing, but it still makes me so happy." "I knew it was too good to be true," Camila inwardly grumbled. "Still, today Ral made me and Zin very happy. Maybe if I let her babysit him, it will help Zin overcome her depression for failing to have more children." "Why is everyone making him such a fuss?" Menadian said, sobbing. "Ral is calling everyone Mom. There is no reason to get so emotional." "Mama," Raldderak asked, making her cry harder. "Mom, you'd be more believable if you stopped hiccuping and crying." Solus tried to joke to lighten the mood, but her heart tightened seeing the pain on her mother's face and hearing it in her voice. "Mom met Elijah when she was already a few months old, while Ral is a newborn. she thought. Between the dreams about our past life with Dad, she experiences inside the void sigil and Ral calling her Mom. Mom must be full of regrets for never giving me a sibling. It's not my fault, Menadian sniffled. This little imp keeps smiling at me. He's doing it on purpose to make me fall in love with him. I'm telling you, he'll grow up to be a heartbreaker. Most women in the room thought the same. Even Freya, after being called Mom for the first time, had to fight the impulse to grab the baby and run. The only exception was Salark, who considered Raldderak a member of her nest. One couldn't desire someone she already possessed. The commotion had just started to die down when Lith felt a pull at his consciousness. Another quickly followed, and then more and more until he pulled his communication amulet out and discovered that most of its runes were blinking. "I'll take this one first," Lith snorted in annoyance. "Is everything all right, Your Majesty?" "Is this a good moment, Magus Verhen?" King Meron sounded aloof, but he could barely contain his excitement. "I hope I'm not interrupting the celebrations for your son's birth." The royals wanted to call Lith ever since the demon dirge ended, but they didn't want to sound desperate or anger Lith. If his bloodline truly held the secret to human evolution, it was better to stay in his good book. How do you know? Until that moment, Lith had no way to know how far and wide the effects of demon dirge had reached. "Fuck me sideways, that's why everyone is looking for me," he thought as he noticed missed calls from all the dragons, lesser and not, who had his rune. The demon dirge must have caused something similar to what happened while fighting Ruget, but on a much wider scale. "We are still a bit overwhelmed, but you're not intruding, Your Majesty," Lith replied. "This is as good a time as any to introduce you to the smallest imp in my family." Solus covered the baby's head with a hat before handing him to Lith. "I was going to call you in a while anyway. My king, my queen, meet Raldderak Verhen." He put the baby in front of the white gemstone and Raldderak tried to grab the holograms. "Ral, these are the royals." "Ma," he greeted them. "He speaks already," Meron was flabbergasted. "No, little one, I'm not your mother," Silpha giggled like a little girl. "He's so handsome, isn't that right, my king?" "Who cares about tea?" A ribs-cracking nudge cut Meron short. "I mean, sure, he's one of the most beautiful babies I've ever seen since our children. What about Raldderak's eyes? Is that their natural color?" "Yes, they have been like this since he was born," Lith nodded. "I checked them already, it's not mana." "So we can assume that Raldderak has at least 2 elemental affinities," the king said, drawing Silpha's glare. "Is there a chance his eye color is another manifestation of his Indech side?" "How can Meron be so cold and practical?" she thought. "It's likely, Your Majesty," Lith replied. "Unlike Elijah, Ral was born with his Indech side as developed as the others. His Tiamat form already displays 6 wings." Meron wanted to ask to see them, but he bit his lower lip and just nodded. "That's excellent news," Silpha said. "I can't wait to meet Raldderak on the day of the gala for Elijah's birthday. We've already taken too much of your time, Magus Verhen. Return to your family and enjoy the celebrations for your son's birth. Royals out." After that call, Lith received many others. By the time he was done with them, it was already time for lunch and Raldderak's 4th meal. "Me and my big mouth," Camila sighed. "I got so worried because he wasn't eating at first that I jinxed myself. This little imp is a first-class glutton." "Do you want to join us at the table, or do you want to eat in bed?" Lith asked. "I'll come to the dining room as soon as I'm done," she replied. "I don't want to spend more time lying down than it's absolutely necessary." Most babies gave Raldderak a warm welcome to the crib. Sharjin nuzzled happily on him, and Elijah and Valoran often flew to his side for a hug or to check on him. Surin and Driffa were mildly curious, whereas Orican and Juria expressed their disappointment with clicks of their small tongues. The newcomer was unable to fly and seemed to have no skills that might help them escape from their prison. All he did was eat, coo, and sleep. "I hope you'll enjoy the meal." Quilla gave a shallow bow to the Verhens. "Since you were so busy with the baby, I prepared everything myself. Consider it a small thank you for everything you've done for my family." Chapter 40, 198 Trust Issues, Part 1. "Thank you, Quilla, but you didn't have to." Alina stared at the steaming feast that covered the entire length of the dining table in amazement. "You are still recovering yourself." "Don't mention it, Alina," Quilla replied. "Also, you don't need to worry. I've always liked to cook, and magic makes preparing a huge meal faster and easier. After the twins were born, I got serious about it. I needed practice to get used to my normal strength and become able to feed my babies without relying on the house staff. I'm not at Lith's level, but my dishes should still taste good." "It tastes amazing, Auntie," Aaron gobbled his food. Better than Mom's, Lyria nodded. Hey, Rena said, I resent that. Lilia, Laren, and Fenrir wolfed down everything to show their appreciation. Gods, I hate you, sis. Freya stabbed her soup with a spoon. I had almost forgotten how good a cook you are. This makes me the only one in the family who can't prepare a delicious meal. Yep, Quilla nodded. It sure does, Gianni replied. No argument there, Nalrun said, making Freya snarl. It was fine until it was just the two of us, she said with a cold voice. Now that I'm pregnant, I'll have to learn to cook for our twins. I don't want them to think they've gotten the short end of the stick in the parents' lottery. Don't worry, we'll learn together, Nalrun said. Sure, dear, Freya exchanged a quick look with Celia, who shook her head. You'll be great at cutting vegetables. Hey, just because once I burned a salad, it doesn't mean I can't cook, Nalrun snorted, making everyone laugh at the memory of the accident. Fine, challenge accepted. I'll become a great cook. And if that turns out to be impossible, I'll be at least better than Freya. Dream on, pretty boy, she chuckled. Space. With Raldderak's birth, Lith became once more unable to get far from his children for more than a few minutes. His homing instinct perceived the baby boy as a beacon from any distance, and Raldderak's voice was a siren Lith couldn't resist. The baby boy grew bigger and stronger by the day, getting his feathers for his Tiamat form 2 weeks after he was born. Just as Ligon had predicted, Raldderak quickly learned the dragon tongue word for dad, making Lith very happy. Everyone doted on the baby boy, and life was peaceful until it wasn't. It all started with a harmless call from Urgek, the patriarch of the fire dragons. The 6 months are up, Lady Nika, he said with the somber tone one would associate with a loss in the family. I'll return the eyes to your mother and entrust the ears to her. Feel free to come here with Lith at your earliest convenience. Thanks, Patriarch Urgek, but why do you need my mother and me for the exchange? The young vampire asked. Can't Lith deal with it like the last time? I'd rather not, the fire dragon replied. Unlike your mother, I'm not going to undo the imprint on the ears, so I need to meet anyone your mother needs to include in her research to grant them access to the artifact. I see, she nodded. We'll get there soon. Calla reacted to the news as anyone could have expected, and so did Lith. Yes, I can work again. Sweet freedom, here I come. Thanks to regular training and the practice of accumulation, Calla had reached the bright blue core and was ready to move on to the violet as soon as she gained enlightenment. Right now, can't this wait a few months? Lith snarled. Mom, as far as I know, you're not a prisoner and spending time with us isn't torture, Nock grunted. Big bro is right, Nika glared at her mother before turning to Lith. Also, no, this can't wait. You are the one who made the deal with the fire dragons, and they trust only you with the ears. On top of that, as much as I want to spend time with Mom, I'd never hurt her on purpose. Her research means a lot to her. I can wait 6 more months to spend a bit more time with her. Fine, Lith sighed. Let's be quick. Why don't you just bring Ral along in a baby carrier? Nika asked, noticing his distress. Because the rest of Mogger won't see Ral before Elijah's birthday. If I bring him with us, the fire dragons might brag about meeting Ral first and put me in trouble. Others might come to see him, and I couldn't refuse without creating animosities. On top of that, where Ral goes, so do Kami, Solus, Ely, and Val. This is supposed to be a business deal, not a family trip. Lith brought everyone to the tower and wasn't surprised when Solus chose to stay behind. A tower warp brought them near the Valley of Life in the Empire, and from there, Lith only had to call Urgek to gain access to the underground domain of the fire dragons. As always, the arrays that covered the area brought the guests inside so quickly that they had no idea how deep or far from their starting point they were. Dear Lith, it's so good to see you again. Urgek patted the Tiamat's shoulder. How are you doing? How are your hatchlings? It's nice to see you too, Urgek, Lith replied, his eyes already twitching from the effort to stay calm. They are doing great. Ely, Val, and Ral grow by the day and couldn't be happier. I, on the other hand, am quite tense. I don't like being away from them. I know, and I'm sorry for the inconvenience. The fire dragon patriarch gave him a shallow bow. Will my clan be invited to the gala this year? Yes, since I'm already here, this is your invitation. Lith offered an enchanted envelope that Urgek accepted with both hands. Thanks, I can't wait to meet your little miracle, Urgek said, and he was being literal. Glad to finally meet you, Lady Calla. Are you sure that you and your daughter are the only ones who are going to use the ears? Yes, Patriarch, Calla nodded. My son isn't even awakened and can't use most elements. Aside from him and my daughter, I trust no one with my research. So be it. The fire dragon closed his eyes for a second and then handed the ears to the white. Here, give it a try. Take it easy. Using the ears can be a painful experience until you get used to reading multiple mana currents. Tell me about it. Clea had already had plenty of practice with the master ears in Mogger's garden and was quite skilled with the artifact. She just quickly checked all the nearby rooms and their occupants before passing it to Nika. I beg your pardon? Urgak asked in confusion. Isn't this the first time you use the ears of Menadian? Of course, Clea was glad to have no facial muscles when she realized her blunder. I was referring to the eyes. You have no idea how many headaches it gave me when I unlocked the full scan. Believe me, I know, Urgak groaned. I puked so often that I had a drain built in my lab. Chapter 40, 199 Trust Issues, Part 2. Speaking of the eyes, the white looked around for the artifact. About that, please, give us a moment. The fire dragon gave her a shallow bow and took a few steps away with Lith, handing him the artifact. A hush zone kept the vampire and her mother from listening to what the two men were saying, but the exchange lasted only a handful of seconds. Urgak gave the eyes to Lith, Lith gave them back to Urgak, and after a while he took it back. Here you go, Clea. Lith handed the artifact to Clea after removing the imprint on it with creation magic. How is Adjeter doing, Patriarch? He tends to keep to himself too much, but he's otherwise fine. Urgak clicked his tongue in annoyance. Tell Firwal that her method works. Adjeter's bloodline is that of a true dragon. I will. A small part of Lith wanted to chat with Adjeter and ask him about his sapphire energy, but the rest of him craved Raldderak's presence like a man in the desert needs water. Please, let us out. We'll see each other again at the gala. In 15 days, Urgak said after opening the envelope. Not one more, not one less. Goodbye, my friend. A wave of the Patriarch's hand warped Lith, Clea, and Nika in the same spot where they had disappeared earlier. Quick, we must leave before the moron realizes his mistake, Clea said via mind link, afraid someone was spying on them. What mistake? Lith activated the tower's mirror warp to reach his destination in 1 steps and charged up the tower warp. Urgak just handed me 2 pieces of the Menadian set after using them to perfect the fire dragon's legacy, Clea replied. This is a treasure trove of knowledge, and I mean to dig as deep as I can before he notices. Didn't you hand him your research as well? Lith asked. That's different, Clea snorted. I backed everything up in your eyes and wiped mine clean. I had the imprint on the eyes, not him. Her voice died in her throat when Clea found no information stored inside the artifacts in the past 6 months. The ears still contained the legacy of Ferk of Dirios, Menadian's apprentice and rightful heir to the artifact. Lith had left it as part of the reward for saving Solus, after synchronizing the apprentice ears with the tower, of course. As for the eyes, they were the blank slate that Clea had left. Why, she asked in confusion. How? It's one of the reasons Urgak asked for my presence. Lith shrugged. I undid the imprint on the eyes and allowed him to delete the records of his bloodline's research. And why did you do that? Clea whimpered. Because it was his clan legacy. Lith glowered at the white. I owe Voltak that much, and the fire dragons are helping Tista to sell her flames and crafted her weapon. I don't stab my friends in the back. Wait a second, Nika said. I remember clearly Menadian telling Firwal that the ears and eyes of the tower record everything, and the stored information can't be destroyed. And I didn't lie, Menadian said. I had no control over the apprentice set after handing its pieces to my favorite disciples, and there were countless things that might have gone wrong. My disciples might have been killed, and their set piece stolen. Their chosen heir might kill them if their master changed their mind. Or maybe my apprentices might simply discover something they'd rather stay buried. For these and many other unpleasant reasons, I added the ability to erase the stored data from the eyes and ears. It can only be used by someone with the unlock code, so that a thief could never destroy the evidence of their crimes. It makes sense, Mom, but couldn't the same happen to you? Solus asked. Why didn't you add a similar enchantment to the master set? Because I trusted myself, Effie, and I trust you, the first ruler of the flames replied. I had already chosen you as my heir, and I had the utmost confidence that, just like me, you would never abuse the knowledge I gained or research forbidden magic. I had no reason to add an erasing enchantment because the master set is an integral part of the tower, and inside my mage tower I was supposed to be invincible. Menadian sighed. I overestimated myself and assumed that you would be just as powerful once you inherited my tower. By then, you were supposed to have children of your own and many apprentices. Worst-case scenario, you could have always asked Baba Yaga to dismantle the tower with creation magic and rebuild it with the erasing enchantment. And now it can't be added because without the tower I would die. Solus nodded, following her mother's reasoning. Thank you for your trust, Mom. I want you to know that you weren't wrong about your considerations. I've regained many memories of my life as Elfin Menadian, and I haven't found a single one where I even considered plotting against you. I know, silly child. Menadian hugged Solus, kissing her forehead. I know. This is great and all, but where does that leave me? Calla snorted. Exactly where you are supposed to be, Lith replied, with the eyes and ears in your possession and 6 full months of research ahead of you. When you put it like that, it sure sounds nice. Calla smiled like a child on Christmas morning at the idea. Until it doesn't. I have only 6 months of research until I'm forced to pause my studies again. Stop pouting, Mom, Nika said. It's not like you are dying anytime soon, and during the past few months you've made great strides. That's true. The white tapped her lower lip with one of her long claws. I've mastered the ears and reached the bright blue core. I can use my next break to discover the secret of the violet and study Lith's void magic, if by then he has released it to the public. I meant your fitness and the wonderful time you had with Nock and me, the young vampire growled. Now you don't get tired after taking a few steps, and we finally had our mother back. Never forget that while I'm functionally immortal and you have thousands of years ahead of you, Nock is still a magical beast. He can wait for you for a while, but not for as long as you think. The reminder was like a slap to the white's face. In Calla's eyes, Nock was still a small cub, and not only because of her forgetfulness. You are right, dear. I'm sorry for being inconsiderate. Calla bowed her head in apology for 2 full seconds. Still, my 6 months are already running, and I can't get back on my research until we get back to my lab in Lightkeep. Pack your bags, kids. Mom, Nika, and Nock said in unison. Don't worry, I'm not a monster. The white raised her paws. I know that during your time here you've made many wonderful friends and memories. You deserve the time to say your goodbyes properly. Thanks, Mom, Nika sighed in relief. We leave in 1 hour, Calla said. Chapter 4200 Bad Timing, Part 1. Mom, how can you? The vampire had just started exploring the long list of grievances she had with her mother, but the white was already wearing the eyes and ears. This noise-canceling enchantment is amazing, Calla thought, nodding at whatever Nika was saying, hoping it would make her calm down. Ruler Menadian is truly a genius. Goodbye, Fluffy. Goodbye, Garrick. I'll miss you a lot. See you in 6 months, Nock said as he hugged the youths. I'll miss you too, Nock, Garrick said. You are a great friend and steed. I won't, Fluffy said. I know I was rude to your mother, but I didn't deserve to get chased and beaten up every day for 5 months straight. You'd better awaken before my return, kid, Nock snorted, because the next time you see me, I'll... The arrays surrounding the Verhin mansion became visible to the naked eye, blinking with yellow light and cutting the bike short. Something powerful and uninvited had entered the range of the sensory magical formations that surrounded the mansion, but had kept itself outside the park. Don't worry, it's a friend. Lith's magically transmitted voice resounded in the rooms where his family and friends were to reassure them. Nice to meet you again, Loma. The next time you pay me a visit, however, give me a call first. It's nice to meet you too, Scourge. The orange fog floating before Lith was a horde, one of the few awakened fungi on Magar. Or rather, it would if we didn't meet solely under unpleasant circumstances. Sadly, this time will be no different, he sighed. I'm sorry for my unannounced arrival, but we've never exchanged contact runes. Visiting you in person was the only way I had to reach out to you. Whatever you need, I'm afraid this isn't a good time. Lith lowered the arrays and let Loma inside. My son was born just a few days ago. Congratulations. I hope he's doing fine. The horde was polite, even forming a smile on the portion of the mist that resembled a head, but aside from a tinge of envy, his tone was flat. Hordes were incapable of reproducing, so the concept of paternity was alien to them. I get Loma doesn't care about Raldderak, but why the envy? Lith thought. He's doing great, Lith nodded. I, on the other hand, rarely get to sleep more than a few hours per night, yet I doubt you're interested in my parental struggles. What brought you here? Time is of the essence, so I'll get straight to the point. Loma's body shapeshifted into an orange replica of Lith, the highest form of respect a horde could give to a member of another species. I need know the entire horde race needs your help, and we need it badly. Calla had read a few things about the hordes, but like most people on Magar, she had never met one. While she waited for her children to get ready to move back to the eclipsed lands, she examined the stranger with the 2 pieces of the Menadian set. What a fascinating creature, she thought. Countless minuscule bodies sharing one mind. I wonder if someone like that can become a lick. What happened? Lith offered his guest a seat, a trail filled with different kinds of snacks and a glass of water. Another one of us has finally gained sentience. Loma placed a misty hand over the trail, draining the water and turning the food dry and moldy. It's just another fungus folk, not a horde, but it's the first after me, the first in millennia. Hordes were cold and dispassionate creatures, which only made Loma's enthusiasm even more vibrant. If we manage to find them and bring them into our fold, there will be 8 hordes walking Magur again. After Faso's death, there are so few of us left that each horde has to cover an entire continent by themselves. Even someone as rare as the Guardians outnumber us at least 3 to 1. I know, and I'm sorry. Lith couldn't help but feel partially responsible for the pitiful state of the horde race. One of them had died during Lith's awakened graduation exam to protect the disciples from Varian the Plague Spreader, a powerful eldritch. Another horde, Faso, had died after being infected by a fragment of the world tree. According to the hordes, Faso had always been a bad apple, but Lith couldn't stop wondering whether the late horde had really fooled their companions for millennia, or if Faso had just been corrupted by the tree's lingering madness. Don't be, Loma dismissed the apologies with a wave of his hand. No one of my people considers you responsible for what happened, quite the contrary. We are grateful for what you did. I wouldn't have been sent here to ask your help otherwise. My help with what? Lith asked in confusion. As I said, there is only one horde per continent, Loma sighed. Igri, the one who resides in Verendi, informed us of the rumors about the newborn fungus folk, but so far that's all we have. All the hordes are assembled in Verendi, but the continent is too large, and we are too few. All of our usual tracking methods failed, and we're running out of time. Without a solid lead, we'll never find our kinfolk first. That's why I'm here. You are the best tracker on Garland, and you've proven it by finding the fragment of the Yggdrasil tree in Faso's possession from continents away. You can lead us to our new comrade before it's too late. Too late for what? Lith asked Solus via their mind link. He was certain that he was supposed to know the answer, but he couldn't remember it and didn't want to sound rude to his guest. Hordes have no friends in any awakened council, Solus reminded him. They are lonely creatures who are nigh immortal and, according to the council, hold the secret of the white core. If primitive people like the Odi succeeded in capturing and enslaving a young but already powerful Loma millennia ago, there is no telling what might happen to the newborn fungus folk. You're right, Lith's eyes widened in understanding. If there are rumors about a new fungus folk, the hordes can't be the only ones who heard them. Right now, there must be a hunt for the fungus folk. Yeah, Solus telepathically nodded. And since there is no one to teach the basics of magic and common sense to the newborn fungus folk after they gained consciousness, the poor kid will be easy prey. You're right, Lith stood up from his chair. We need to find your comrade first. There is one huge problem, though. If this is a matter of compensation, you don't have to worry. Loma shook his head. I've been trapped in Clea for too long to possess anything valuable, but my fellow hordes have roamed Magur since ancient times. I'm sure you can reach in. That's not the issue, Lith said, knowing it was only partially true. As I said, my son is just born and I carry dragon blood. I can't get far away from him for more than a few minutes without going on a rampage.